HCS Major, Kansas City.
Land grab. 3 zones incoming.
Down to this.
Final zone incoming.
For glory!
Welcome back to another wonderful day of HCS Pro Series in the greatest region in the universe as well, ANZ. We're going to jump into Direwolves taking on BBR.
Now with Zirkle, still got that initial snipe that spawned. Only one more bullet to play with. See if he connects, and he does get the quick scope body shot. Ads is there for the double. Nice clean shots onto him. Ninjistics is trying to snip him out, and he gets the back whack for the triple kill. And holding down this flank on this side of the map. You know, he's not collecting a lot of kills. Reversal perfect from Ninjistics.
Well, I mean, it's an improvement on last time, right? So Ads is already batting at 100 now after that, but a nice double picked up there by Benji. A lucky nade really coming through to take him out here. We are on board with Benji. Nice use of the nades are on Vamp. I'm not 100% sure even new Vamp was definitely in there, but then picks up a double there. So really great work. He's going for the triple. Nice use of the thrusters, picks it up. Unfortunately, doesn't get the overkill. Ninjistics is going to have some good shots in him across the board. Look at these little one-shot kills they're just cleaning up constantly, Justin. Here's another one. That's 2 for Ninjistics.
93 points on the board. They're starting to rack them up. It could be BBR that puts this one away, Hoots, and there we go. Taking it over, and they take the series 2-1.
We're going to have some bangers best of 5 to close out today. Digital Nation and Direwolves going head-to-head in elimination quarterfinals. I talked about it. This series is super important for both these two teams.
On the way through, up to top mid, gets an easy cleanup, double kills there if he wants it. Can't find that player. That player's still alive.
Looks like they're going for a B push, but Digital Nation doing a good job trying to quell this a little bit, but Vamp putting in great shots, great cover fire here.
And another player, Vamps with the perfect shots. Bandit trying to stay alive, cops a grenade to the face.
He can push in behind. I'm sure a few of these are connected, and you do see Bandit's weak. I think we are probably going to have Tough weak as well, so he's taken down for the double.
They don't even need Dino to go huge for them. They're just monstrous in their own right. And look at that, Vamps with a perfect 4-shot VR. And Staketacular, I reckon those Wolves, they like it as red as possible.
Last week we had pretty much 2 O's across the board until we got to our grand final, but just look at this here. I mean, we are seeing really close series across the board. You can see Sways now has in his back pocket 3 to deal with, but even while copying fire from 3 players, he still manages to pick up 1 kill, can get a second if he takes Madzi. The only one left now, Berserk, starting to take ball over to Nest.
The scoreline is essentially the same. It's just like one little string together of times. And Pip doing so well for the double kill, goes in for the challenge to try and stop the play ball.
Eye on the prize straight away, runs in and picks up that after Pip fumbled a couple of times with the grapple there. Sways, this is so smart from him, although it doesn't predict the sword. Play out the clock. I said at the start that we probably would see a result and that the timer wouldn't get down to 0. It looks like it's going to, and this is absolutely perfect from Divine Mind. It's a bit of an anti-climax to win that way, but it's super smart at the same time.
What a good time for us to be here on the desk. Pro Series number 7 is almost at its conclusion. And we've had a whole boatload of our questions answered here.
Moving in through the garage now, and we do have him just grabbing another no-scope, so he's heating up. So a little bit of initial time for the Chiefs, and they're still hanging in there, beasting down in the hill, but a triple for Ads, and we move to the... We get the overkill. Finally, with the shock rifle.
Just look how perfectly he placed himself up on that as well with that that grapple shot. The momentum was just... Ads is just going off. What's going on?
Madzi comes straight back in, takes out Ads for the double, goes for the triple umbrella. There's an overkill up at top if he wants it, and he...
And it's Ninjistics again.
But we are seeing coverage from back blue as well as front, and I think we're going to see Chiefs about to shut this one out, Justin. Madzi does take a few nades. Benji tries to get one in there, but unfortunately can't take him out. That's a 4-0 from the Chiefs.
We've got a Pro Series to get to. We've got a grand final to get to, lads. It's a tale as old as Halo Infinite itself. Divine Minds and Chiefs going head-to-head in a best of 5.
Look at the push coming through from Divine Mind onto this B side.
Yeah, he is. And having a look at the scoreline a little bit here, Slays 18 and 11. Sways goes in and picks that one up.
Yeah.
And look, he thought about switching to his BR to take it down. He's like, nah, bro, I'm going to hit it. He's still there trying to hold ankles. There's Madzy. He gets taken down. Madzy with that overshield, Hoots. Madzy picking up another kill. He grabs the Spanker as well. And that flag, they have to keep their mitts around it. Double kill, killing spree for the Shark.
Chiefs and Divine Mind neck and neck. Divine Mind need to get Beaston out of there right now. This will go a long way to doing that, though, with that assassination coming in by Raider. He needs to win this kill. He gets the trade, but the Chiefs were still in there the whole time.
We're ready for our only second bracket reset we've ever had here in ANZ in the entirety since we've started the HCS.
Raided finds Berserk, gives him the back smack, and then Pips helps him take down Slays as well. Beeson doing his best to stay alive. Double kill for him, triple zero if he wants it. Doesn't able to secure it.
Look at this, we still have a triple cap despite being 3 dead at one point there. The Chiefs, Divine Mind had not been able to get in and put a stop to that until now.
Sways, the star montage maker in hand. 8 bullets to play with. He finds one, taking him down with a tasty quickscope. Hits the body shot and the double.
Looks like B is being held as well, so they're only seconds away, but it looks like B is now being contested as well from Divine Mind, although they're 3 dead, Justin. They're not going to be in any position, I don't think, to try and contest these ones, although C will stop the scoring momentarily whilst A changes hands, Justin. It's a bit of a back and forth, but I think that should do it. I think we're going to see the Chiefs reverse sweep and take the victory here, 3-0 in our second series.
Only team to force a bracket reset, only team to win a bracket reset. Who was the one that was really kind of bringing everybody up? Was it purely just that elimination final, the amount of fun you guys had? You just said, hey, let's just have fun in this grand final and see how it goes.
No, it was all of us. We were just like, we were obviously a bit tilted about the winners bracket finals, but we just shook it off and just like, yeah, I don't know, just hit the regame button and shit on them.
Either way, Pro Series number 7 is in the books. All the Pro Series are in the books. All we've got left is DreamHack and some Open Series. It has been a wonderful journey so far, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you guys will all join us on September 2nd to 4th for DreamHack, baby. I've been Fluke. He's been Hooters. He's also been SSJ4. And as always, stay safe. And we'll see you guys for the next one.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. That's right, ANZ is back on your screens, this time around for a regional qualifier. We heard all the hype about DreamHack Melbourne and what is going to be in store for us on September 2nd to the 4th. But before we get there, we have to get through this regional qualifier. We have to figure out who these extra teams are going to be that's going to be joining us in Melbourne for all the fun. I've got 2 fine gentlemen by my side once again for all the HCS fun we're going to be having here on the desk. It's been a long time between drinks between Bluey and SSJ4. So Blue, mate, we'll start with you. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, Luke. Coming into the regional qualifiers here today. Lots of new and exciting teams, lots of shake-ups, lots of shuffles. And Luke, I want to say shout out to you, man. Looking wavy today.
Thank you. I'm really trying to bring the, the hype wave. I was going to say hype train, but then I realized that my shirt is about waves, not trains. So that would have been a very weird kind of analogy to make. SSJ4, mate, you're going to try and salvage me from this word dump that I'm doing right now?
I'll certainly try my hardest, but I don't think I'm quite that good. But, mate, we're almost at DreamHack Melbourne. Got a couple of pool play spots up for grabs today. It's going to be juicy.
Oh, it's going to be juicy, going to be spicy, going to be all those wonderful flavors in your mouth as well, ladies and gentlemen, for ANZ. And that's why we're going to have to start talking about this roadmap, boys, because we're getting towards the pointy end. We're getting ever so close towards our regional final, and that means we're only a few steps away from the World Championship as well in Seattle. That's going to be all exciting, but that's at the end of the year. What we're setting our sights on right now, lads, is the regional final in Melbourne on September 2nd to the 4th. It's been a long journey for us to get here, boys, as well. All the way back in November of 2021, Halo Infinite dropped, and we were able to jump straight in towards the HCS, getting ourselves a whole lot of Pro Series, Open Series, all that kind of jazz. And now getting in towards the halfway point of split number 2, we're almost at that regional final. And this is the culmination of everything, right, Bluey? This is the culmination of the last, 9-10 months of blood, sweat, and tears for all these players to really be able to prove to themselves on LAN that they are the best in ANZ.
It certainly is, Luke. I think tears is a very apt word considering the amount of roster shuffles and drops that have been happening here recently. But now going into LAN, of course, the next, 2 weeks, a week and a half for these teams that they have to practice. Yeah. This is where everything comes down on the line. All egos need to be pushed to the side, and all of our players here in our region need to realize that this is where it's all coming down to the wire.
Exactly, and with only 2 weeks left to go as well, we're trying to get everybody at home super excited. We're trying to get everybody here on the desk super excited. So we've got a hype video about DreamHack Melbourne. Let's check it out. LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ? That's right, ladies and gentlemen, 50,000 American dollars on the line, some spots to HCS Orlando, and the greatest way to get yourself into the World Championship. That's what DreamHack Melbourne is all about. This is how DreamHack Melbourne is going to break down as well, lads. We've got 8 teams going to be going in towards the pool play. We've got an open bracket, which is then going to lead also into our championship bracket. Justin, this is going to be a massive event for these guys to be able to play it. They've already done this format from the Super, but now coming in towards DreamHack Melbourne, this is where it's all on the line. This is where it's LAN time. This is where you have to see your opponents in the flesh, look them in the eyes as you try and get that no-scope on them. Can these teams step up? That's the real big question for us, right?
Mate, I'm so bloody pumped for DreamHack Melbourne. I cannot begin to describe it. Biggest event in ANZ Halo history. You are absolutely going to be kicking yourself if you don't make it down to Melbourne to participate. Sit down in the arena, tell your mum, tell your dad, tell your dog, bring everyone down. It's going to be absolutely massive.
It's going to be insane for us to be a part of it, and 4 teams already have secured their slots in towards the regional final at DreamHack Melbourne. So let's go and peep our top 4 teams from ANZ so far. These teams were able to qualify through previous placings at the major, as well as some HCS points floated around in their Divine Mind. The Chiefs, no surprise that these 2 teams, being the top 2 teams for the entirety of Halo Infinite, have made their way towards HCS Melbourne as well, and now looking towards Mindfreak as well as the Direwolves here, Bluey. This Mindfreak roster is a roster with a lot of familiar names on it under a brand new banner, and the Direwolves, they've had a change as well. So this 3rd and 4th placing teams, they've still got a lot to prove, but I think they've certainly shown to us before that they can make a shot for the title.
Absolutely. It is very interesting to see Direwolves with that change. Of course, they have Jordan now, who is a player that we're all too familiar with, a superstar in his own right. But looking at Mindfreak, they are making their return to ANZ Halo here with an absolutely stacked roster and wasting no time getting right into the biggest LAN event that ANZ Halo has ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. And, also shout out to Mindfreak with those banger new jerseys they've got floating around specifically for DreamHack Melbourne as well. So if you guys haven't peeped that, go check out their socials. I'm sure you'll be able to rock a few at the event as well. But this is how the pool's going to break down, lads. We talked about the invites already, and we talked about how this is going to pan out. But from what we've seen recently between the Divine Mind and the Chiefs, they're going to be definitely the top two teams that these teams are going to be fighting for. But I think with this roster change of the Direwolves, we won't get to see them prior to DreamHack Melbourne. So they're going to be a massive question mark for us going in towards that pool play. And I think Mindfreak as well, what are they going to look like with Dino on this roster? What are they going to look like when Junior's able to corral the troops and get everybody hyped up on LAN? That's the real big questions that we've got going for those extra two teams going into it, Justin. And I think these pools are going to be insane for us to watch. Yeah. And if anybody gets any of these upsets on the Chiefs or Divine Minds, then maybe the whole title is completely up to anybody.
I can't wait to see what kind of mind freak we're going to get, because all of the names on that roster very familiar to all of us, and they've been kicking around the scene for a long time, so loads of experience. But it's more depending on how they're going to play on the day over that weekend, and you can't just throw a team together and just expect it to do really well. So I really hope that they're putting in the hours, getting their practice in the lead up to that event, and I think that they could surprise a lot of people. If you're in Sydney HCS a few years ago and you saw what Junior did at that event, then you will not sleep on those guys. Someone to watch out for.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that roster has a lot of hungry members on it and really be able to come out on LAN and prove that they are the best in our region. But it is not just going to be us here on the desk. It's going to be a massive event for the players. It's also a massive event for us here on the desk. So we're going to have to expand our crew out towards the bigger reaches. We've got a few beautiful faces that are going to be joining us for the DreamHack Melbourne at the regional finals as well. So Blue Panda is going to be joining us on the casters deck. Momo, Momentum, the famous Australian player, is going to be joining us on the desk throughout the entirety of it. And the wonderful Nat T is going to be bringing us all the interview action as well from all the players at the event. So I'm super excited to be able to welcome those three on towards our desk, because it means that I don't have to listen to you two crap on about absolutely anything the entirety of the event. I'm going to be able to push at least one of you in towards the bin for a few of those days. So I'm excited about that, Bluey.
Rightio, Luke. Yeah, come on. If only we could get a new host, mate. Like, come on. We need to change it up here on the desk as well. But, to your credit, super excited to have Momo on the desk as well as an analyst. He's a superstar player in his own right here in Australia, the world champion, two-time, back-to-back baby. And, interesting fact about Momo as well, he's never lost a 1v1, never lost a PIV, never been outBR'd.
I mean, that's just some insane stats. Hopefully he's able to bring those stats towards the desk and really be able to carry us to a big old event as well. But lads, it's time for us to start talking about the free-for-alls as well, because there's a lot of FFAs that still need to be played, and there's also going to be an FFA that's going to be played at DreamHack Melbourne as well. The beautiful thing about these free-for-all tournaments, there's a lot of money on the line. 5,000 USD, $2,000 for the first person who's able to come out on top of those free-for-alls, and also be able to get yourself some slots over towards HCS Orlando as well. So keep your eyes out for that. You can register for those as well right now, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to be a part of those free-for-alls. You don't actually have to buy an additional ticket either, which is the best part about it. You can just rock up to DreamHack Melbourne as long as you've got your regular ticket, and you can play in those tournaments. You can play against the best that we've got here in ANZ. Maybe there might be some special celebrity faces that might be able to partake in that free-for-all tournament. So please do keep your eyes out if you want to be a part of that. Please do, go and check that out. You can also check out the online free-for-alls as well that we've got going on towards the event as well. And I think that is for all the free-for-all fans out there. I know they are really excited about being able to have a free-for-all on LAN, Justin.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Because it's included in your ticket, there is no excuses. So if you don't sign up, you're just scared. That's what you are if you don't sign up for that one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and especially being able to, see everybody in person as well, be able to interact with all the top-tier players as well, being able to interact with everybody that's going to be a part of it. It's going to be sick. So if you do want to be a part of that free-for-all, please do go check it out where we are at DreamHack Melbourne, in between the games, of course. You want to try and make sure that you soak in as much of the regional final as possible, ladies and gentlemen. But before we start getting in towards that regional final, we're going to get through this qualifier, boys. So let's figure out how this qualifier is going to pan out for everybody at home. We've already gone a little bit deep in towards this bracket as we get towards it, but it's going to be a double elimination online qualifier, much like that we've done throughout the entirety of the year so far. Two of these teams, though, are going to be directly seeded in towards pool play for the regional final. We're also going to give them flights and accommodation to be a part of DreamHack Melbourne as well. So they're going to have to not worry about that. All they have to worry about is the Halo that they're going to be playing. So this is the best opportunity, Bluey, for these teams to take a little bit of pressure off themselves and prove that they can, have a shot at the title here in ANZ.
Yeah, absolutely. We take care of our players here. We want to take care of them. We want to make sure that our top teams are in fit form condition to come straight on main stage. So we send them straight to the Hilton. That's a joke. That's not real. We're not doing that. But everything else is. So absolutely, you want to be fighting for those spots today. And I'm sure with the teams that we've seen coming to the bracket, obviously we've had a little bit of a sneak peek. I can definitely say that the teams coming to the forefront for this evening, for this afternoon playing, are going to be putting on a show for us. They are absolutely fighting for those top 2 spots.
Especially because we've already seeded 4 teams in towards pool play as well, so the 4 big titans of our region are not going to be a part of it. So this is where we're really starting to see those other teams try and make that fight as well. We saw it in some of the Pro Series that we had previously a few months ago when the Chiefs and Divine One weren't a part of it. We saw what the rest of these teams were able to do. So let's have a look at our bracket for today, lads, and let's see where we are going to be going into for today. Regional Qualifier 4, DreamHack Melbourne here for HCS ANZ is going to be all so exciting. So this is what we've got so far. Digital Nation and Paradox Esports going head-to-head in the quarterfinals. Immunity and second to none. Cannon Fodder, Vertex Esports, Bandits, and Flow State are going to be the 8 teams that we've got so far here, Justin. So obviously, having a look at some of these teams, we might see some of these rosters a little bit later on, but we've got Immunity back. They've made a bit of a chop and change. Digital Nation's making a return here. Paradox, they're playing under a different banner. Vertex, a lot of these guys that we've seen before. There's a lot of names that we're going to be able to see on these rosters that we've seen before. Excited to see what they could do today.
Yeah, what's really interesting, you touched on it before, Luke, is the fact that we've already seeded the top 4. So those guys are out. So we're not going to see them play today, which just opens the bracket right up for some of these lower tier teams to kind of battle it out, so to speak. And, I may say low tier, but they are all monsters. And speaking of monsters, Immunity. You can never discount Immunity. The guys on that squad have got more experience than anyone else that's signed up for this tournament. So you got to watch out for them.
Yeah, exactly. And as you guys can see, a little change on the bracket there. It is actually Kit Bash, not Cannon Fodder. So that is Scoob's team that has been picked up by the organization, Kit Bash. They are actually participating in a different esport as well, which I also cover. So I'm excited to see what this roster can do, see whether or not they can, walk in the footsteps of their sister team as well. So I'm excited to see what Kit Bash can do throughout today. Also, lads, you only need to win 2 extra series from here on out to get yourself into towards DreamHack Melbourne. If you win that winners final, you're in a DreamHack Melbourne already, and you don't have to play the extra couple of matches throughout today. So there's only 2 series victories, or technically 3, away for some of these teams to be able to get themselves in towards DreamHack Melbourne and secure themselves a spot in pool play. So Bluey, not too bad of a day. It's about 1:30 right now on the eastern coast of Australia. 3 more series of Halo Infinite. You might be done by 5 p.m.
You're saying not too bad, and you make it sound so easy. Like these guys are just going to be able to just stroll through the park like it's nothing. But you've got to realize, because the time for them right now is so short, there's actually so few games, they're going to want to make sure that they're bringing their A game. They're going to want to make sure that they're playing now like they would if they make it to DreamHack, make it on main stage. So it's going to be really cutthroat this afternoon as to what teams manage to break through or not. I definitely think we're going to see some upsets and some really good performances from a lot of players that we actually haven't really managed to spec out before.
Exactly, and I'm excited for us to dive into our first series here, lads. We're going to be jumping into Digital Nation and Paradox Esports right now, so let's start talking about this one, because this, this series is going to be a good litmus test for us. Obviously, on that top side of the bracket, either one of these 2 teams, if they do come out on top, going to have to fight up against second and none versus Immunity, who I think, for me personally, are probably the 2 teams that I would expect to maybe get towards the end here. But this Paradox roster, Justin, these guys are certainly another team that might be able to nip at the heels, and considering the fact that second to none and Immunity are going up against each other in a current series right now, this might be their best shot to try and get towards DreamHack Melbourne.
After the roster mania, this might actually be my favorite lineup. Braddles, Rysku, Evil, and Alejo. They are all amazing. Braddles, huge amount of LAN experience. Rysku as well, an amazing player. Alejo, he actually won the Halo 3 FFA at MEO, which there was a couple hundred people that ended up playing in that, so that's pretty impressive. And then Evil as well, he's got a lot of experience. So watch out for these guys. I legitimately think that these guys might qualify today.
Yeah, definitely, because it's been a little bit of time since we've seen a lot of these players be able to come back towards HCS. So I'm excited to see what this Paradox roster can do. But they're going to go up against Digital Nation, a team that we've seen a whole boatload of so far throughout the entirety of HCS. A few Pro Series here and there. They've done a decent amount of work. Another roster change here as well, Bluey, bringing in Lunchy in towards this roster. So another one of those players that has a lot of experience in towards Halo, and now coming in towards this Digital Nation roster. another roster that really wants to try and qualify towards DreamHack.
Yeah, to be the yin right now to Justin's yang, Digital Nation is a roster that I'm looking at, and I'm actually really excited about. They're a team that has performed really, really well throughout their career. Of course, Rice, as we all know, being sort of a lead star in the ANZ region for KBM play within Halo, but now bringing Lunchy to the table, having that sort of like, I want to say it, old head kind of mentality as to how team play, how competitive Halo works, really makes me excited to how these guys are going to perform today.
Yeah, especially if we've seen some, some old school performances from, players like Tekerai, right? Like we've seen some of these guys really be able to blow people to pieces. And I think if they're able to come into this series, knowing that there's only a few series to go until they get that qualification towards DreamHack, this guy might be able to put on a bit of a performance, considering from what we've seen in previous time and the fact that this Paradox roster might not have been able to see them all too much. So let's jump into this best of 5. Let's see what we've got going for our maps for today. And this is going to be an all-exciting one for me, Justin, because looking across a lot of these maps, I know we like to try and dissect them a little bit here, but looking across the way that some of these best of 5s are starting to pan out, things with like CTF starting out here, it really gives us a good idea about how these teams are going to play, because if you're able to dominate in a CTF with a bit more better team play, then things like the Slayer and the Strongholds and stuff might be a little bit easier for you to win as well.
Yeah, you can steamroll, particularly on CTF Bazaar. You get those flags moving and you can rotate and run flags so quickly on this map that if you're not ready for the other team and they come out hot, then you better watch out.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for us to see who's really going to come out on top to start out here. It seems like both of you lads are on either side of the coin. I think, looking towards the rest of this bracket as well, I think it's going to be a pretty big test for either one of these two rosters going up against, whether it be second to none or immunity, because right now I'm having a little bit of a check-in with Chef's stream right now, and they're in map number 5. So these guys have gone all the way towards the end. So I think this next series is going to be between the winner of this Paradox and Digital Nation and immunity versus second to none is going to be a big test. And I think right now they need to put everything on the table for us, Bluey. Otherwise, it might fall a little bit too short from either one of those two teams.
Yeah, the gas pedal needs to be hit right now. That's all I can say. It's tough times for a lot of these teams. Tough in the sense that I hope that none of these teams got up today and expected a cakewalk, because that is not what you're here for. And especially in a week and a half's time, you're not going to be there for that either. So it's really time to put nothing but your best foot forward. Get as much practice, get as much time as you can possible. And this is, of course, a penultimate example of that. You're coming out of today with so much experience and practice. Even if you take the L, you're going to know how to set yourself up better coming into DreamHack.
Especially, with our open bracket at DreamHack Melbourne, right, Justin? Once 2 more of these teams have been qualified in towards pool play, that's 2 less opponents you're going to have to go up against. Yes, there might be more teams that are able to appear in that open bracket, but, if you're able to get yourself deep in towards this qualifier today, then if you, unfortunately, don't qualify to DreamHack Melbourne, still get your flights down there, still be a part of the open bracket, that might be the best test for some of these teams.
Hey, listen, if I was signing out to the open bracket, I'd be crossing my fingers that immunity qualify, because you imagine round 1 open bracket immunity, and you see Benno and Ad sitting across from you, would be shaking in your booties.
And they would be unhappy that they're in that position as well. So that is not
a little bit.
Time.
It's kind of like, now you know how it feels to play with the rest of us.
Yeah, that would be a little bit of, a tough time. But at the end of the day, that's what LAN's all about, right? Like you being able to rock up in person, be able to deal with the crowd noises, being able to deal with the speakers and all that stuff. The biggest thing about DreamHack Melbourne is those guys are going to have to be playing a lot of the open bracket matches while we're still doing stuff throughout pool play as well and all that kind of jazz. So it's going to be crazy for them to be able to sit back and have to try and deal with all the kind of stuff that is going around them while also still trying to focus on the Halo. And I think that is why today is the best spot for these guys to try and qualify. Teams like Community, second to none, Digital Nation, Paradox Esports. I think all these 4 teams right now are really hoping that they qualify here so they don't have to deal with those extra pressures. All right, Bluey, and I think it's perfect what you said. It's time to put the pedal down and go hard out right now, because if you just win 3 series, that's it, you're done. You sign your check and off you go.
No, especially looking forward, once again, there's kind of the thing that goes hand in hand with knowing how small our region is. All of these teams sort of already know each other, right? They have a lot of practice against each other already. They sort of know what plays they make, what they don't. But then you put yourself in a position where you are then having to play for 8 to 10 hours the entire day, going through the open bracket, then going into the pools bracket. That's a really, really tough ask for a lot of these players, and something that a lot of them, I mean, a scrim block of 5 hours is one thing, but going through an entirety of pools and then into opens, finishing up the day, and then having to do the same kind of method the next day is incredibly difficult for these players going to have to do, and I think it's going to make or break a lot of these teams and a lot of these individual players.
Especially because you kind of can't just, you know, get up, roll back, and your bed's right behind you as well, right? You are in a LAN environment. You have to be a part of that. You have to make sure that your body is healthy, same with your brain. But lads, we're going to be jumping in to our first map here. CTF on Bazaar. It's Paradox Esports taking on Digital Nation. Let's see who qualifies to DreamHack Melbourne, boys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fluke. Paradox versus Digital Nation. We're starting off with a banger, two amazing rosters, and I got Bluey by my side, ready to launch into it. Take it away, my friend.
Let's get into it. One of the fan favorites, I would say, CTF on Bazaar, and it's a really difficult thing for this to be your first match of the day, especially for these teams. Might not have a lot of synergy with each other quite yet, but they're going to want to get that intact for a game and a map type like this. Already looking on board right now with the Lunchy, the man I called out being on the team for Digital Nation, sort of having a peek over at Rockets. It did look like Rockets did go to Digital Nation there. Tekerai picking them up and moving around back alley side of Paradox's base. And it looks like already a very strong push coming out from Digital Nation. We've got a 4-man, 2 already in Tree and 2 already in Paradox sidebar. 3 go down for Paradox, and that is a flag pull for Digital Nation.
Yeah, Tekerai really taking his time here with this rocket. He's only got 1 in the tube, but he's being very patient, making sure that he utilizes it perfectly. Manages to grab 1 kill, but it does look like Noble's already running that early flag, Bluey. It's already halfway across the map. Tekerai in a lot of trouble in the bar area. That flag just in the front base. There's so many bodies jumping onto it. It's just a dog pile to get that flag moving. And
really,
it's on the board, Bluey.
Really love
already
what the entirety of Digital Nation just did there, Justin. It wasn't just them pulling the flag, being able to get that clean, that nice 2-man setup. Tekerai doubled back immediately with the Rockets because he knew that the overextension was going to come out from Paradox, and he immediately shut that down, and that gave them so much space to work with and capture that flag. That was a quick cap for them, going up 1-0, and what was that, the first 2 minutes of the match?
Yeah, crazy. What else is crazy is that Paradox is not doing too well in the Slays department. We've got 2 players that are still on the goose egg, unfortunately, but we are on board with Evil right now. Fresh mag going into the battle rifle, moving across the map. I mean, Paradox, they need to heat up soon if they're not going to let this game run away from them, because with Digital Nation already have 1 flag on the board, they're going to be sitting pretty going into this game. And we talked about it pre-game. A team that comes out hot in this situation can get an early cap going and an advantage. And Noble sneaking that OS away, and there's a friend behind him grabbing the one. The nade comes in. Leho goes in for the challenge. They do shut down that OS player, but they had to give up a lot of resources to do it.
Yeah, very good timing for Noble to slap that OS into his chest there. Managed to pick up 2 kills. It was a trade out. Didn't really manage to get a lot of space made with that. Sort of just cleaning out their corner there. Rice is immediately back in it as well, pushing Rice Q back into their bar area. This is the thing, Justin, with CTF on Bazaar. If you manage to make a break really strong, cap that first flag, it's very defeating for the other team. And also, it just makes it so much easier to lock down the rest of the map for pretty much the majority of the game. All you have to do right now is focus a lot more on defense than you do offense, and it sort of gives you more leeway into the windows that you can play with.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tekerai was doing so much work just there, Blue. There was 3 guys bottom mid, and he got a couple of kills and distracted the third. He just shut down that push completely, all on his lonesome. Lunching going down, but Noble with a couple of rockets here, long range across the map, connects on 1. That's a double kill for him. Triples there if he wanted. I think Rice Goose 1 shot, but Noble valuing his life at the moment, but he gets cleaned up by Evil, so he goes into the respawn screen, jumping on board with Evil. The man on a mission. Look at him pushing up in the base. They did get a couple of kills, and now they're trying to get some map control here and pushing into the base. He finds another one. Tekerai 1 shot. Easy pickings for a man like Evil. And look at this. He's waiting for his teammates to push up, but a fresh angle on him. He does go down. Now on board with Riceku as he's pushing up. Nice crispy shots on the Noble. Blacks him off, but ignores him. He doesn't get hungry for that kill. He's more about pushing up on the map, but he gets called out and he's taken down there, Bluey.
Power-up timings have been absolutely disgusting from Digital Nation. They have been watching both of them, Rockets and OS, like a hawk the entire game, and I'm pretty sure they've managed to continuously just grab all of them. Nice little flank coming out from Tekerai, just peeking their corner and picking up a kill and an assist himself. In that hand-in-hand, just the team shots coming out from Digital Nation right now are so strong, and Paradox just hasn't been able to answer back very well at all.
No, they haven't, and squeeze me, Bluey, but look at Tekerai, 15-4 right now.
Flag in hand as well.
He is putting on a clinic, and Noble styling on him. Double kill for him, grappling up into the bar. Doesn't quite make it, but it doesn't matter. He's got a fresh grapple ready to go as well. Finds himself another. That player does go down, but I mean, Digital Nation, they just seem so comfortable, Bluey. I mean, they're outslaying. They've got flags on the move. Paradox just seems to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, comfortable is actually a really good word here, because it doesn't really seem like any plays that Digital Nation have had to make during this entire playtime have been out of desperation, have been panic moves, and I feel like that's a lot what we're seeing from Paradox right now. They're really struggling to get any footing on the map whatsoever, really getting any kills down on the map, enough to make sort of an impactful play, give them enough space to move up. They're pretty much just being held on their half of the map for the entirety of the game.
They are, and very disconnected as well. Not seeing a lot of teamwork coming out of Paradox just yet. And then there are 2 flags on the board, and they do have time to bring things back. But, you know, warm-up is over. We're in a tournament situation, so no excuses. But Digital Nation just going in. Ryescu doing everything he can, but Rice doing very well, getting the double there now on board with Alejo. Moving along the flank, sees Lunchy. He gets taken down by Grenade coming in. Now Brattles, crispy BR shots across the map. Brattles needs to do something for his team here, and he finds Lunchy. He does get the cleanup grenade, but you know, players from Paradox, they're just falling down left and right. Digital Nation just has their number, Bluey.
Yeah, it's absolutely on lock for Digital Nation right now. I do, once again, want to shout out Lunchy with 11 assists to his name right now. We love a support player. We love Lunchy here, Justin. We honestly do. Such a fantastic head on his shoulders. And I think right now, even though I think it's a little too early for me to make a massive judgment call, but seeing how he's playing with this team is really fantastic. I love the kind of movement that Lunchy's being able to make on the map, which something in the past we haven't really been able to see come out from Lunchy, but right now he just seems so comfortable in his teammates and so confident that they can make the plays.
Yeah, I mean, Lunchy's one of those players that suffered from the roster mania. He just couldn't find himself a home, and it looks like he's got his bedroom set up, or, you know, he's chosen his bunk and he's ready to game with the boys, because he is putting up a monstrous amount of assists, and all the other players are just putting numbers onto the board. On board with Tekerai, who's 17-6. He's just dumpstering so far in this game, and they're 2 flags up at the moment. It seems very quiet though. I wonder if Paradox is starting to get a little bit worried and they're hiding.
Yeah, it is very quiet right now, but I think the silence from Paradox comes from the fact that Digital Nation are 2 up on the board. Looks like they're about to cap 3, with Rice being able to just slide that flag right in. I imagine the call would have come out that there is a player, or was a player, located in their palm trees, but it seems like the members of Paradox have backed down a little bit, not really taking advantage of the picks that they've gotten here and there. 2 members from Digital Nation are down, so you would hope to see more members. All right, yes, we're seeing the 3-man push come out from Paradox right now. They do manage to catch Rice, so this could be a bit of a turnaround if they can get more picks of their name, but unfortunately Aleo goes down in the bar. Brattle goes down in their palm side as well. It looks like Digital Nation are just going to be able to turtle here a little bit, get the picks they need to sort of give themselves the space to leech out a little bit more.
Yeah, they had the right idea, though. You could see from the observer angle that there was 3 players from Paradox pushing up and trying to work together, and they just lost their gun battle. So if they were able to get their kills in that situation, then they may have been able to get a flag going. So it does look like they're trying to do the right things. They're just losing those critical fights for them to make plays. Noble, he's stuck here a little bit. He's a little bit panicked. I'm not sure he knows what to do, but that OS has been picked up as well, and it's just mayhem down bottom mid. And it's a free-for-all down there, Bluey. Look at them all desperately trying to stay alive, and they're looking at each other going, is that my teammate? Is that the guy I'm meant to be shooting? Absolute bedlam.
I could be wrong right now, Justin, but I've had a bit of a memory flash. I believe Rice is off of KBM at the moment. I think he might actually be on controller. He did send out a tweet a couple of weeks ago saying that he was making the switch, just felt that it was more competitively viable for himself right now. And if that's the case, if this man is in fact playing on controller right now, he's doing a fantastic job. I think this is the first tournament that we've seen him off keyboard and mouse. I can't be too sure, but just sort of seeing how he's playing, it's a lot different than what he usually does.
Yeah, he was very flicky and very quick with his KBM. I kind of noticed it myself, and I agree. He's going 17-7 right now, and as someone that isn't known for having a controller in their hand, it's very impressive to see. But it's all those, you know, fine motor skills and your Halo brain. That's the important part, and he's just made that choice for himself that he thinks that controller might be more viable in this situation. Strafe Noble with a double kill there and a Team
Justin,
Rocket.
stop. That wasn't a double. That was a betrayal.
I thought it. No.
No, that was a straight up betrayal on Lunchy.
Hey, stats on the board is stats on the board, in my opinion, Blue. It doesn't matter. And when you're up 3-0 in a CTF, you a few Team Rockets
you can
go
make
out.
a mistake here and there, yeah, for sure.
100%, but we are on board with Rice. We were talking about him, and looking at the scoreline, we've got 2 players on Paradox. They've got 20 bombs each, and Lunchy with 11, 11, and 10 deaths right now. So everyone seems to be putting up big stat lines so far, and Paradox, they're just struggling a little bit. Poor Alejo on 7 and 21 right now. But I don't want to discount them just yet. I reckon they'll warm up and things will start switching around, but it's just all Digital Nation at this point.
All Digital Nation indeed. I do want to give a shout out to Evil on Paradox right now. We've seen him on the map a couple of times. He's going 14-16, managing to try and hold his own. Even though Ricehue as well, very strong player in his own right, in an individual right, but it just seems like as a team right now, again, we keep saying this over and over again, but Paradox just seems to be crumbling. Another flag in the hands of Rice. Digital Nation as a whole going to be moving up right now. The overextension does come out from Paradox, as they would have gotten a back tunnel spawn. A Dynamo Nade comes out, does clean one of them up as well. Paradox might be able to make a good pull here. That is 4 members of Digital Nation down. It looks like for the first time in, you know, what is that, 11, 12 minutes that Paradox has been able to make a very convincing flag run.
Yeah, and look at it. All the boys that help parry him back as well. They're there to try and push those players back. But Techrai, the human turret, manages to get a couple of kills. But no, the Paradox boys, they're putting 2 and 2 together and they're on the board. What a beautiful run. You can see that they just organized their experience there in CTF in Halo, and they got that flag moving and they put it onto the board. Only 30 seconds left in the clock, so it does look like their head's in the game. So I'd be thinking about the next matchup.
Don't want to sound like, doubter trembling in my boots here, but I just don't think the 2 flag counts in 30 seconds is going to be
not with that
doable. But that kind of reversal might be the change maker right now. 2 members of Digital Nation do go down. Lunchy was locked back in flag. Did get taken down, but the team shots coming out from Digital Nation off of the base spawns are just too strong. 10 seconds left on the board, and I think, Justin, it's very safe to say that Digital Nation have this one in the bag, and quite convincingly for themselves as well. 3 seconds left, and it doesn't look like Paradox are going to make too much of a push. They won't, and there you go. Digital Nation take game 1, CTF on Bazaar. As I said, very convincing win for this team, looking very, very strong right now.
Looking really strong, and pretty pathetic performance from Strafe Noble there. Only getting 29 kills, just falling short of that 30 bomb. So he'll need to lift his game in the next map.
That's pathetic. You need the 30 bomb to...
You can't let that happen, mate. That's unfortunate. But Digital Nation coming out hot out of the gates, and that was just a stomping, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic to see from Digital Nation. You know, as we were we took 2 sides of the coin, Justin. We did, saying, you know, I was sort of looking at Digital Nation as being the stronger team, and you're looking at Paradox being very excited for them. Obviously, this is only match 1. We do have many more maps to play from here on out. Things could take a turn yet. It might be that game 1 loss. Again, CTF Bazaar is a very difficult map to come on for your first map, for the first match of the day on broadcast. But for these guys, you know, it might be a bit of a kick to them right now that they need to sort of pick up their game, pick up the pace, and sort of answer Digital Nation in a sort of a correct and according way.
Yeah, well, so much experience on the Paradox roster. I would not be surprised if they just get their heads back in the game and it'll be more even fight in the second map. It's just, you know, they've done this a million times, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. But I mean, is that discounting Digital Nation? Have they just been putting in their hours and it's really starting to bear fruit in terms of the grind that they've been on, and Paradox were just not ready for such a well-oiled machine in Digital Nation?
That's a very good point you actually bring up, Justin, because looking at the Digital Nation roster with Lunchy on it now, these are all very committed and dedicated players. Lunchy especially so. You know, he's constantly coming into these online tournaments and, of course, coming into DreamHack as well, and he's going to feel like that he has something to prove. You know, he's been a man of the shuffle, constantly being switched from roster to roster, as you said earlier on in the game, never really being able to find his place. But if he's able to set up his bed, so to speak, in Digital Nation's house, then it's going to prove dividends for him, because coming off of this first game and sort of how he seemed to be on the map, reading his opponents and his teammates, it was a fantastic performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And what you want is teammates that can just read the situation of what's happening. Yes, he didn't put up 20 plus kills like everyone else, but the amount of assists that he got early on just proved that he was setting himself up in the right positions to allow his teammates to get those kills. So for people sitting at home and go, oh, you know, they should drop, you know, Lunchy, he only got like 12 kills and the other guy's got like 25 or whatever. It is your ability to be the best teammate possible, and it does seem like Digital Nation has finally done that. Out of all the roster mania, they're looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, maybe Digital Nation sort of took a step back after the amount of sort of online tournaments that they've already participated in, and sort of how their rosters have been shuffling, and just realized like, hey, we need someone to come on this team who has a lot of experience, has had, you know, the experience of sort of being on many different teams, because that kind of individual is going to be able to bring a lot when they sort of get set up, when they set up camp within, you know, one team and feel really comfortable with the rest of the team members that they have.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are going to be launching in the next one, which is going to be Slayer, a Catalyst, first to 50. But Paradox, they're got to, you know, rub some dirt into the wounds and get ready for this next one, because they got slapped around a little bit in that first map. But there's no excuses. It's tournament time, and guys with that amount of experience, they know that if you don't come in prepared, then you can't be surprised when a more experienced and well-oiled team takes them down. So they're going to have to refocus themselves if they want to keep going in this tournament.
Yeah, we're going into a Slayer now for Map 2. It means, of course, there is an objective that you have to worry about, and that might make a team like Digital Nation that much more dangerous on the map. But again, the same thing can be said for Paradox. They might just need the shackles of the objective sort of taken off of them to sort of think, okay, all we need to focus on right now is team shots. We just need to focus on map control, sort of being in the right place at the right time. We have seen that happen in the past, where a lot of the teams have sort of stumbled with an objective type, gone into a Slayer, performed really well, and then taken that momentum and bounced back. So that could be the kind of situation that we're headed for. That being said, Catalyst, I feel like it is a map that a lot of the teams, especially in the ANZ region, sort of haven't gotten very acquainted with very well. It's something that a lot of them seem to struggle with a little bit more, and I'm hoping that both of these teams have sort of played this map enough, played the Slayer game mode on it enough to really realize where they need to be on the map at all times.
What's interesting about this map is that on the one hand, there's lots of tight corridors, but then on the other hand, there's really long sight lines for long-range BR fights. So there's this interesting mix where you go long-range BR fight, then right up in people's faces. So it's really critical that a player has the ability to 180 on those two different play styles. And a player like Brattles, I think, would do really well in those long-range fights, but might struggle in the close quarters because he's more of an angle supportive player. But we are on board with Lunchy, who was the assist monster that previous game, trying to do everything he can. You see that he's just checking on his teammates. He knew that there was players coming around that corner, Blue, but he's like, nah, I've got enough time to check if my teammates are right. And then he looked back on the target that was pushing him.
Ryskew had already dropped 3 on the board in that short period of time, just managed to back up his team every which way possible. I'm actually not sure where he picked up the first kill. It seemed like it could have been a cross-map kill just straight off the break, but not too sure about that one. Might have to sort of do my own research on that later and see what strategies he employed there. Digital Nation, though, already seeming a little less aggressive than they were on the opening of the CTF on Bazaar. I feel like they may have been taken by surprise a little bit on the opening break of this map, Justin.
And you know what? I'm going to call him out and say you don't want to do that. When you're hot, you've just got to keep going. You don't take the team out of the frying pan when you've got them sizzling. You just got to keep cooking them until they're done, right? You can't take your foot off the gas when you have the other team on the back foot. And it does look like Brattles is playing a little bit more confidently in terms of his timing. He's playing at his own pace. He's not trying to match Digital Nation's aggression from the previous game. And he's just being patient. He's like, boys, someone's going to come around that corner eventually, and I'm going to cut him in half with my sword. And there's nothing they can do about it.
The map overall seems very quiet right now. Just while you were talking there, Justin, I'm pretty sure there was probably about 1 or 2 players who were actually, you know, pushing forward on their thumbsticks there. It seems like everyone else is kind of just standing still, looking around, trying to pay attention to those sound cues to see if they could pick up on any players whatsoever. Noble does have the skewer though, so this may enable him to get a couple of long-range kills. Techrai did manage to grab that OS, grapple it to himself, so that does deny a little bit objective from the members of Paradox. Looks like good stuff coming out from Digital Nation right now, as Noble did pick up a kill with that skewer as well, so that just inches them a little bit more forward to being able to meet the score of Paradox right now. 10-9 in favor of Paradox.
And what I could see there through the screen, Bluey, Digital Nation, we could see all the players. We knew that there was no Paradox players left on the map, but Digital Nation collapsed as a team to make sure that every player was out of that side of the map and that they could turn around and focus on the other spawns. And that's what you want in a well-organized team, is everyone on a singular focus. Is like, hey guys, this is what we're doing. We've got our kills, we're gonna push, we're gonna clear it out, and then we're gonna turn around on the spawners.
Yep, especially on a Slayer game type where kills are the score, right? You know, that's what you need. It's not just about statting in an objective game. You need that number to go up alongside your kills. So it takes a lot of team shooting, a lot of communication. And again, I will throw the map into here, especially on a map like Catalyst. You really need to make sure you know where the players are at all times and sort of communicate with your team effectively. This is where you should be pre-aiming. We're going to fire on this particular person now. You know, using those names, using the actual names of the players that might be one-shot or might have taken 1 or 2 bursts from the BR is paramount. Super, super important in situations like this.
Oh, Brattles getting up in the face of Techrai there. Does secure the kill. I love that play with the spike grenade to push him into the corner and then grappling up to him. Brattles feeling a bit better this round. 3-1 currently. Some nice shots into Lunchy there. He tucktails and runs out of there. Overshield in just under 10 seconds. So this is going to be really critical for Digital Nation. They had so much power-up control in the previous map, Bluey, that they just cannot let Paradox get organized on those power-ups and power weapons. And I say that, but Rice, he drops down and smacks that OS and the sword in hand as well. That's a scary combination.
Yeah, scary combo right now because it means he can just tank as much damage as possible, get in the face of Alejo like he just did. That OS is now worn off. One too many bursts of the BR, managed to whittle that thing away. See, this is just, it's actually quite fascinating right now watching how this is playing out. It's so slow, so measured, everything that both of these teams are doing. I will say Ryskew is typically a player that is very sort of wild, uncontrolled, does like to run around the map, pick up his own kills, take his own fights and take them with confidence. But I feel like right now, it's sort of, he's restraining himself. He's playing very close to his team and he's actually showing face for it. You know, 7-4 right now on the board, and we've seen some very convincing kills come out from him as well.
Well, you touched on it before the game, Bluey, in terms of you take away that objective aspect of the game and then they can just focus on getting kills, which means that they can break it down and they can just work together. You know, they're baiting and switching, their team shots, their rotations, and their small talk as well. It's like, hey, I'm pushing up, top man. It's like, yeah, I'm with you, I'm watching you. And it's like, hey, I'm weak, I'm backing up. And, you know, all that kind of small talk does get a little bit easier when you're just playing Slayer, and it looks like it's working out really well for the Paradox guys. They're warming up, and Digital Nation probably weren't ready for Paradox to just like, hey, we lost that first game, but whatever, we're going to beat you down in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think Digital Nation probably underestimated Paradox a little bit coming into this Catalyst game, sorry, especially considering how outslayed Paradox were on that CTF game. I feel like Digital Nation might have looked at it and been like, all right, boys, yep, absolutely, we can slam him, we know we can. But, you know, that just comes from straight sort of underestimating every member of Paradox. These are strong individual players on this roster, and you sort of unshackle them a little bit, make them worry less about an objective. It means that they can just absolutely focus on beaming, which seems to be what they're doing right now.
Yeah, you can't get complacent, Bluey. I mean, if you stomp the other team, you can't just go into the next one expecting that you're going to be able to do it all again. And, you know, that's what happens. You get a little bit complacent and you stop playing how you were playing the last game because you're so confident and you forget to play the game properly. And Paradox on the flip side of that have started warming up, and that's what happens when you have this matchup. But we say that it is basically tied up, but this has been a long Slayer game so far, Blue. We haven't even crossed the 30-point mark and it's all tied up. Lunchy with a nice little double kill there, skewer in hand as well. So he's going to be looking to snipe some kills for himself. Completely tied, 27-27, and I think we're going to see as soon as we cross that 30-point mark, it's going to hit the NOS and this game is just going to take off.
All it will take is a couple of misplays from Paradox to just lose their lead completely, which seems like what we're starting to see right now. A little bit shaky that they are, even though how strong they came off the break. Lunchy still has skewer in hand. 2 shots left in. It does miss that one, though, which is very unfortunate. A nice little clean on Rice. He would have been fantastic there, and he would have been able to save Rice as well. He's going to back down from that. Not entirely sure why.
The timing
was just so off. Unfortunately, he went to reload his skewer as well, which means he couldn't just try to turn around, maybe give a quick flick, cheeky little no-scope. Unfortunately, didn't get that. Paradox, once again, in the lead, did manage to eke themselves out a couple of kills to get themselves in a very comfortable position here, and once again slowing down the game, taking it away from Digital Nation.
They are now on board with Ryskew. Wasn't able to connect on the skewer that he threw out, but he's playing very patiently. You can tell that he's just thinking about his angles, not getting too hungry, and just trying to win those fights. He does get one, but he gets cleaned up right away. But Evil, while that's going on, he's grabbed himself a fresh OS. A lot of fire coming across the map, but he's still got a little sliver to play with here. And coming to help Brattles, look at that bait and switch. Rice didn't know what hit him, and now they're pushing up. Digital Nation on 29 kills, and Paradox starting to take control. They've got 8 kills. The difference right now, Techrai desperately trying to stay alive, and he manages to clench around that corner and get away, but Rice, he pays the price, take it down, and Evil turns around, gets some damage down as well, and that's what you need. Every life, you get yourself a kill and put some damage down on the map for your teammates.
This Paradox right now absolutely putting the pedal to the metal and making sure that they're not giving Digital Nation much room to breathe at all. This is one of those classic Slayer things that we sort of see, Justin, is once you get past that sort of 30 kill mark, the games really start to accelerate. And unless Digital Nation can actually manage to slow this game down, I think from this point on, we're just going to see kill after kill come out for Paradox. They have a very convincing sort of just forward momentum out from them right now. Their team shots seem to be incredibly on point, saving each other one after another and just following up on those kills where need be.
Yeah, look at that. They're practically holding hands, the Paradox boys. Moving around in pairs, attacking people together, and they're never left alone. Now, Ryskew with that sword, it's slice and dice time, and he's hungry. He's ready to cook himself up a meal, and it does look like Digital Nation is going up on the chopping block there, but Ryskew not able to find his next meal just yet. Spots a player across the map, and that's the thing that I was talking about before in terms of the map. There's a lot of long sight lines, and then it's up close and personal, and, you know, Ryskew's kitted out with that sword, but he does go down. Scoreline is 44-39, so Digital Nation not over quite yet. That's just one rotations of spawns, Bluey. So Digital Nation, they're still in it. Paradox, they need to be careful.
6 kills left to go for Paradox. They need to be very smart with their picks right here. Need to take their team shots convincingly in order to make sure that they don't lose that lead. 10 kills left for Digital Nation to be able to acquire. OS is up on the field, and Ryskew looks like he's going to barrel towards it. Does manage to grab it as well. The repulsor play comes up, jumps up 2 spikes, and he's sort of just making sure he can close that gap on the pings that have come out. Should be a kill on Strafe Noble right here. Looks like a lot of teammates with the assist for Ryskew as well. Going to be backing up Evil here, turning around as the spawns have come out. Nice shots onto Rice. A team shot once again. Alejo cleans him up. 2 kills left to go. A perfect coming out for Aleo as well. Going to take the challenges. Something that we love to see Aleo do. 1 more kill left for Paradox Gaming right now. The pings are coming out. Teammates surely following up, backing up Alejo on this. Surely jumps up to their frag nade spot on Ivy. Knows that all members are in the base. Tekrai going to eat that nade there. Strafe will probably take some damage as well as he does back off. And a challenge from Alejo does not reward him with that last kill, but RiceQ does pick it up in the backline with the sword, cuts him down, and that's 50-42 for Paradox Gaming, so that makes it 1-1 in terms of this particular round, Justin.
Yeah, and what I like from Paradox there is that they only needed 1 more kill, but they didn't just, turtle up and go, listen, boys, we're just going to, hide around a corner and wait for the final kill. They kept that pressure up and just, put all of Digital Nation into the corner of the paddock and just, they herded them like sheep to the slaughter and able to secure that map. And what a turnaround. They just couldn't get anything going in that CTF game. And now they look so confident and they had complete control of that map the whole time, I want to say, Bluey.
Yeah, with the situation that Digital Nation were in at the end of that game, they were sort of holding out for a miracle. There wasn't a lot that they could do. There was only 1 kill that Paradox had to acquire there, and they were sort of locked down into the base. What do you do in that situation, Justin? Really, you try to take a 1v1 on the other side, you get picked off by a team shot, that's game. They barrel in towards you all at the same time, and they only manage to clean up 1 kill from that sort of interaction, that's still game. So you're just holding out that someone could sort of pop off, get an overkill, but Digital Nation, unfortunately, didn't have that kind of gas left in the tank, and that series did get taken from them there. 1-1 going up for these teams, Justin. It's the yin and yang that we were talking about before. I feel like these teams are very equally balanced, especially seeing after that performance on this Catalyst map here.
Yeah, I love it when teams are head-to-head like this, and just when you think, hey, Digital Nation, they're so strong, they're going to dominate, they're going to 3-0, and they're just going to take them out. Nah, Paradox went, hang on, boys, the series ain't over. They recovered, and they're able to take this first map, which means we've got a series on our hand, which is exactly what we want. It's more exciting for the folks watching at home. It's more exciting for us to cast, and I cannot wait to see how this third game goes, because Digital Nation probably, yeah, all right, Paradox, we got a little bit lazy that game, but don't worry about it. We'll spank you like we did in the first map, so watch out.
Yeah, Digital Nation are not a team to sort of put under the covers at all. They are still very scary. There are a lot of really fantastic plays, a lot of really fantastic bait and switch team shots that were coming out from them, which just shows how confident they were in each other as a team. And of course, we saw that in the CTF Bazaar. Right now, going to a Strongholds on recharge, so very rotation-based, very lockdown-based, sort of making sure that one team can hold another team in spawns for as long as possible in order to get that timer ticked up to make that gap as big as possible. Justin, I'm going to put you on the spot here because we're going into Game 3. Who do you think's got this? Who do you think has the capability to lock the other team down better than the other?
Well, I am a bit of a Paradox fanboy, but I mean, the Paradox roster has a lot of players that competed heavily during Halo 5, and Strongholds being such a pivotal objective game type for that particular Halo title, I would probably more lean towards Paradox in the experience department. All the players on that roster have played Strongholds at LAN events competitively over a few years, so maybe giving them the edge in that department. Digital Nation, if I was one of those guys, I'd be angry about that last map and ready for some blood.
Oh, yeah, Noble seems to be the one angry right now. Triple kill right off the bat after 3 members of his team went down like dominoes, and he answered for him, taking it strong. The backpack is already on for Noble as he's got camo. Right now, he's going to challenge Alejo. Nice little perfect 4-shot for him as well. I think that's the second one that he's managed to get into the first 30, 40 seconds of the game, and I love these little jumpy rotations he's doing right now, just trying to collect information for his team, trying to see where the members of Paradox are. Digital Nation right now, they're chilling. They've got A and B. All they need to do is do a little bit of a lockdown and make sure that they can keep the members of Paradox sort of down and, into the gutter, curb stomping them as much as possible like they did in that opening.
They did. Straight Noble just doing absolute work for his team there. And but we say that Paradox, 2 Strongholds on the board and starting to get some points rolling. It's pretty even Steven so far, very early on in the game. But those camos are just so critical for this map. And your rotations and how you can move around the map with that camo, it just changes completely, right? You can just go straight up the guts and really surprise people. So Digital Nation doing really well on that that one, but we now are on board with Evil from Paradox Esports moving through, gets some fresh shields, gets a clean up to defend A, hit Lunchy going down now, Noble putting some shots onto Brattles, and here comes Brattles to clear out that, hits the one shot, but he does cop a grenade and goes down now with Raisku putting some work down on the C, gets a cross-map shot there, and we've got Strongholds switching over left and right here, Bluey. Both these teams, they seem to be just brought up a couple of notches in terms of how fast-paced this game is. No one's taking it slow. They seem to be up in each other's faces.
Yeah, Digital Nation for a little while there were caught in the unfortunate fly trap. That is the C's Plat long haul spawns. Took them a little while to get out of it, but they did manage to swap it a little bit. Brattles, though, with his teammate coming in hot and heavy, they do manage to take out those members from A, so we're going to see another flip here. It's just not going in the favor of Digital Nation at all, though. They flip the points, get spawns where necessary, but they're only capping 1 point, so they're not putting any actual points on the board. And when you have Brattles, you know, shooting off like this, getting these picks where necessary, it just means that no members of Digital Nation are going to be able to go out of the map, get that footing necessary in order to break the setup that Paradox currently have.
Yeah, the amount of pressure that Brattles is just putting across the map there. Yeah, he only got the 1 kill, but the fact that they just can't push up without sorting Brattles out just means that he's doing so much work for his team. And little plays like that, they go unspoken about sometimes in Halo Esports, is that just because he didn't hit the triple kill and get perfect headshots every single time doesn't mean that he wasn't doing the right thing. He was creating pressure and shut down that push. But as I was saying, that Digital Nation still made it work, and now they've got 2 strongholds and they're going to be racking up some points. Paradox with a little bit of a lead at the moment, but those points, they rack up so quickly, don't they, Bluey? So I wouldn't discount them just yet. It's only 40 points of difference.
Yeah, pressure is a key word when it comes to the strongholds game type. You've got to make sure that you're bringing as much of that to the table as possible in order to shut down any of your opponents. Make sure that you blow out that scoreline as much as possible. Just as you were saying, Justin, that scoreline ticks up so fast as well. 60 points going into the favor of Digital Nation now. Alejo coming in with the sword from the back. Might be able to pick up Rice here. His teammate does for him. Gets clapped in the back there. Raisku sort of making a rotation right now, grabbing B as well. And we're going to see once again points ticking up in favor of Paradox, looking like they want to clear out A as well and get Digital Nation back into that C plat long haul sort of spawn trap, hold them down there for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I like those plays from Raisku there. You know, I think he thought he had a grapple to get himself out of that situation, but he was taking kind of obscure angles there to get damage down on the map. He did end up falling, but that's what happens when you have 2 guys shooting battle rifles at you. Generally, you got a ticket to the respawn screen, but Alejo now with that camo, and Digital Nation, they got that first one off the rip, but it has been all Paradox after that in terms of the power-ups. Translating to a pretty comfortable lead right now. It's starting to blow out a little bit, and Alejo, you can see his playstyle just changes dramatically. He's being very patient, just trying to gather information, and he can see and he can hear things, and here he comes. The camo's gone, Predator mode is over, but it doesn't matter. He's going to take Strafe Noble by surprise. And what a surprise, Alejo, not expecting that. Strafe Noble doing very well to shut that play down.
Yeah, I don't think Alejo had the read at all that Strafe Noble managed to have the sword on him there. What could have been an easy backsmack for Alejo turned to him being split in half, which is very unfortunate for him. Really good stuff, though, coming up from Paradox. As I do say that, though, Curse of the Caster, I guess. 4 members from Paradox go down. Digital Nation should be able to just get a good setup now after a clean sweep like that, holding Paradox members down once again into the fly trap that I mentioned before of C long haul, C plat. It's very, very difficult to break that, especially against high caliber teams like this. Evil going to be making his way up, try to sort of push his own way through glass, but of course Noble has the angle on him from Whirlpool's going to just be able to lay out some of that tickle damage on him, and Raisku as well. Does get taken out there from Whirlpool. Good little picks from Lunchy, double kill as well, rocking the long range, short range combo there. Gets picked himself, but now we're just seeing sort of trades go back to back, and look how close-knit the scoreline is right now, Justin, from these massive blowout leads that we were seeing from one another before. Now it's neck and neck.
Yeah, and Digital Nation actually managing to claw it back, and now they're in the lead, and they've got themselves a camo. And just speaking about Digital Nation, a Strafe Noble, 15-7 right now, and with Tekrai with that camo as well. Paradox, they need to watch out, and Brattle's thinking he's got a clever little angle there, almost landing that stick. And I love that he backs off there, because it's kind of like, hey, I got camo, I can run this around this corner, and suddenly you don't know where I am anymore. Really playing it to perfection. And a lovely stick. He, you know, the first time he didn't quite hit it, but the second time he really nailed that one. And Digital Nation, they've brought things back and they've taken this game.
Really good stuff seeing from Digital Nation. They had a bit of a rough start, even though Noble managed to pick up that triple kill very early on and secure camo as well. But from then on out, that was kind of the star play. There was a bit of a swan song for the team coming into it. They are bouncing back quite a lot, though, which is what you'd love to see. Lunchy with a cheeky little repulsor play. Should be able to pick up Brattles here. Brattles does back off. He is one shot hiding on the box. I don't think Lunchy is quite aware, though, of how many members of Paradox are there as they fly out onto him, taking the 1v1 and taking Lunchy's name for themselves, sort of grabbing his dog tags and just picking up, walking along with them. Unfortunate stuff for him, but once again, Paradox, they're just playing so smart. Such good reads from them coming out, and that's why they've been able to sort of get these leads, fall behind a little bit, but then inch on more and more. Gonna see Ryskew sort of making a peel for B right now. Does have sword in hand. Can't pick up Tekrai though, as Tekrai does sort of bleed him out and gets the sword for himself.
Love that Strafe Noble there. He had a guy up in his face and he backed him off, but he did not hesitate to just switch targets and put some damage down. And you know, we talk about it sometimes, don't we, Blue, in terms of that internal Halo timer. It's like when you take a fight, you just know how long it takes a player to traverse the map, and you go, listen, I'm not going to see this guy for another 3 seconds, therefore I don't need to stand around the corner waiting for him. He'll be there when he rounds the corner in a few seconds. So doing really well to focus on his targets and put damage down on the map for his teammates.
Paradox once again hitting that double cap. Noble does get taken down there. Rice, last one alive for the Digital Nation squad, is stuck on A. Has the sword in hand. Doesn't quite connect the melee though. Unfortunate little choke there for him. Did manage to use a lot of his life timing there against 2 players. Did manage to stay alive for quite a while as they had to focus on him, especially since he had that sword. But that does give Paradox a lot of time to sort of play around here, get that scoreline up for them. They know the 2 members of Digital Nation are stuck in tower right now. Rice does go down. Lunchy is one shot. Evil gets pinched right there from Strafe Noble as he came through gold pipes. 2, I believe 3 members of Paradox right now are on A, elevated. The sword from Ryskew does beat out Tekrai. Does notice that one player was above him with that A flag cap. Lunchy turning with Rice right now, trying to take this battle on Brattles. Brattles does back down, did head down to Camo Pit. Alejo is following there with him, and it looks like we will see an A cap from Digital Nation, but it doesn't matter because Paradox still have B and C to their name. B being taken right now.
Yeah, they're rotating things around really nicely, and the patience from Lunchy and Rice in that situation too. They went in, they got a couple of kills, and they hadn't jumped in the flag until they, the stronghold, until they were confident that that area was completely cleared out, and managed to hold on to their lives as well. Now Lunchy just holding this area down. Crispy shots onto Brattles, taking him down. Digital Nation just seems to be doing really well together, and Strafe Noble with that shock rifle as well. He's on 16 and 11, massive amounts of damage onto the map, and the scoreline is really starting to blow out here. Paradox, they need to do something soon because Digital Nation not far away from putting this one in the bag, Bluey.
Paradox, they did jump on A, but it looks like they got cleared off it very quickly. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. It looks like there's going to be a very convincing Digital Nation win. Paradox Gaming can't manage to sustain themselves and get on a point fast enough. Unfortunately for that, Digital Nation do go up 2-1 now. And once again, Justin, I would like to say that was pretty convincing for the most part.
It was. What I found interesting is both teams had their moments of control over the map. I think the true test of a Halo team is not how well they can win, but how well they recover when they're down. And Digital Nation, they were trailing a little bit early on, but they were able to compose themselves and end up having a pretty convincing win. It wasn't a stomping in the end, but the fact that they were able to bounce back just proves that they're here to play.
In those early seconds of the game, it was quite scary scary to see 3 members of Digital Nation go down pretty much immediately. But of course, you had the man, the myth, the legend, Strafe Noble there in those immediate seconds, just wrap himself up, bring himself to a peak and get that triple kill, which was fantastic to see from him. Amazing performance from him as well. 4 perfects. His BR that game was just on point, doing so well for him and the team all around. And just once again, it seems like looking at how these guys were playing overall on the map, the kind of reads that they had. Okay, that was unfortunate little play there for Rice. Didn't know that happened.
The observer really did Rice dirty then. That didn't need to be in the highlight clip. Oh man, the poor guy.
Unfortunately,
it happens.
I don't think that's the kind of play that Rice is going to be putting on his future esports resume, but hey, if it lands there somehow, he knows where it came from. Just good stuff all out from Digital Nation. Apart from that that play that Rice had there, but it was just a lot of confidence that I was seeing on the map, and I love to see from the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And that reverse play as well. Lunchy getting a nice double kill there. There's a lot of really great plays from both teams. They individually had players that did some huge things that influenced the map pretty heavily. Look at that nice play from Rysku there, racking things through. And this next map's going to be very pivotal. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry,
Yep.
I'm mumbling my words, Blue.
It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday. It's fine.
I'm practicing. I'm trying to get ready for DreamHack. Apologies, everyone. I'll get to the point. But Paradox, they're in a little bit of trouble here. They've only got 1 more life left, and that map was very back and forth. Yes, Digital Nation was in control and was able to close that one out. But Paradox, they're not down and out just yet. They've already proved that they can take a map convincingly, and then in the Strongholds game, they were competitive. However, this next map, they've got to turn up. There's no excuses. They're just going to get it done. Otherwise, it's elimination bracket for them.
Oddball Livefire is, I feel, a very make or break map and game mode. If you together as a team aren't really focused on, you know, each other, just general synergy as a team, you're going to crumble. And we've seen that time and time again on this particular round of map and game type. So with how strong both of these teams have been, with how neck and neck it's been, I hope that they both are looking at this. Obviously right now, this is make or break for Paradox, right? They need to bring their A game right now. But I'm hoping Digital Nation themselves also don't slack. I hope they don't look at this and be like, well, we've taken 2 games very convincingly so far. I just hope that they don't slip up in any way, shape or form, Justin.
No, he can't slip up in any way. And look at this, Noble gone straight down the guts. He's a man on a mission. Look at that. Lovely nade placement. Gets the sniper rifle. He wants to get this game done. He wants to move on through the bracket. He's just locked and loaded, Blue. You can just tell by the way that he's moving around the map, and he's just anticipating where people are. Gets the body shot with that nose scope and not able to connect on the other ones, but he's just dialed everything in. Feeling good, looking good. Doesn't hit that one. Brattle's in a lot of trouble there, and he just hunts him down and takes him out. Noble, blood's in the water, and he's sniffing him out.
Yeah, he did make a rotation there for the power-up. Still is up on the map. Someone did manage to take it there. I believe it was a member of Digital Nation. No, sorry, it would be Paradox. Rysku looks like he might have had it in the bag. Is faded right now as he does take a lot of team shots. Noble just so tricky with that sniper rifle, barely missing these shots that are coming out. Just such a good performance from him. He's a wild man right now, completely unchanged, and he's putting so much damage, so much awareness on the map that it makes it so hard for any members of Paradox to answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Digital Nation coming out of the gates really, really hot. This is the Digital Nation we saw in that bizarre CTF game, isn't it, Bluey? They're just so aggressive, and Paradox just not knowing what to do with it. And look at this. I love this. Super aggressive, getting the kills, and they're just instantly scooping up the ball and rotating it around, not wasting any time and working together. And it's translating to points onto the board. 2 players do go down, and another one in that kill feed. Rysku in a little bit of trouble here. His shields are flashing. He's doing everything he can. A ballsy challenge from him to take him out. He does get cleaned up. And, you know, we're talking about how confident Digital Nation is, but the fact that Rysku was able to challenge like that, bag himself a kill while he was one shot, they must be feeling good as well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That being said, they might not be able to keep that good feeling for much longer, as Digital Nation does have the OS now and the heat wave in the hands of Lunchy. The ball's in a bit of a precarious position right now, being a sort of at B bend. It means that as soon as any heat any heavy heat comes on the ball player, they can just simply throw that ball off the edge, make a play, and sort of reset them for themselves and the team. They do have a lot of positions right now to lock down Paradox, and it seems like that's exactly what they're doing, as Paradox did spawn in the back of back warehouse there. You can see a member, Alejo, did make his way through Rat Tunnel, sort of looking big door for a pick. The call does come out. Lunchy is on him with the heat wave. 2 shots ringing out, does take him down to 1 shot, and a cleanup comes from as well. Raisu does manage to sort of leech in a little bit. Reese still with the ball, and look at the amount of time that they're making up on this first round, Justin. In B Bend, I'm actually so surprised with the amount of heat that's come out on this particular position that they haven't played the ball immediately. They held onto it for such a long time.
Yeah, it's all down to Lunchy there with that OS and that heat rifle. You could tell he was just hanging around the lower sandbags there, and he just shut down that entire area of the map. You couldn't come through the garage, you couldn't come through the front doors there, because he was just sitting there waiting for him to take him down, and they were able to rack up so many points. And as well, when the pressure comes, you know, hey, I don't need to play this ball. I've got Lunchy sitting there with the heat rifle. He's just going to smack them as soon as they put their heads out like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, the calls would have been coming out very strong there. Like, you know, you don't need to play that ball yet. That player is 1 shot. Do not worry. Good stuff coming out from Digital Nation once again, as they did have the ball in back A. Unfortunately, they lost that hold position and a sniper as well. So Evil now with this sniper. Nice little hit onto Lunchy there. Killing spree for him as well. So he's sort of running around the map. A bit unchained himself at the moment right now. Going to take a challenge against Lunchy, and does manage to just reverse Tekerai. The body smack comes in as well. Does get a melee onto Strafe Noble in the hands of Strafe Noble. That sniper, once again, we saw him use it before, how dangerous he was. Doesn't manage to land a shot, but it doesn't really matter when Brattles had OS anyway.
Yeah, Strafe Noble as well, 13 and 4. I swear he's gone triple positive every single map so far today. But still, Paradox Gaming, despite that kill deficit there, have held on beautifully in this game. Digital Nation now getting some more points on the board. They're extending out that lead. It's fragile at the moment, but the control, it does seem like Digital Nation just knows what they want to do on the map, and that was a bit cheeky, wasn't it, Blue? He was not expecting that. A bit of a 360 back smack, and picked up the ball as well. That was a perfect play.
Oh, I'm so disappointed it didn't actually give him a 360 there. I think we might need someone to go back and see how many rotations he did, if he even managed to get the 4-1 off there. Just a stylish move he decided to put on for us. Fantastic stuff coming out from him. Does look like the members of Paradox right now did have a good collapse onto the members of Digital Nation there. They are making a bit of a tower hold here, and surprisingly enough, Alejo is not moving it to top tower. I wonder if that's just a call that's being made from the team in general, because that sort of top tower rotation, that top tower rotation is generally something that you see come out from these teams as soon as they get tower control, but Alejo's just sort of staying down at the bottom in this position, and actually, it's working out really well from them at the moment. Alejo doesn't seem to be taking that much fire on himself whatsoever.
No, doing well to get quite a bit of ball time. It does look like it was played, though, Bluey, thrown off the map there, and played really well because that push has come through. Brattles has been alive so long at this bottom tower. He does fall. Caster's curse. Brattles, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. Please still be my friend. But that ball's sitting down bottom mid, get ready to get scooped up, and Paradox doing really well to hold on so far, but Digital Nation, they are just holding them at bay every time there's an opportunity for Paradox to get some points on the board. Someone like Strafe Noble coming in and taking them down. I say that, but now Paradox with that OS, it's fresh, and he's hunting down some players now, and he's just making sure every angle is clear and doing his... He doesn't know where he wants to go. He's got a spinning top. He's a Beyblade on the map. Rip him up.
Too many calls might be coming into his ears right now as to where his position should go, but he does barrel back towards OS. As a team member, Alejo does hold the sniper here. Doesn't quite connect that shot with Rice. Or Lunchy, who's sitting up at top sandbag nades there. Sniper is back in the hands of Rice right now, doing some nice little rotations here to try and see if he can find a target. Did land a shot, but it looks like he's probably going to be picked off here unless he can play his life. Gets enough support from his teammates, and that's exactly what happened here. Challenges Alejo, does take him down as well. Misses a shot against Brattles. Brattles takes him down. Brattles with the double kill, grabs ball as well, and is making a convincing little run with it. Doesn't connect that ninja. No stylish points for you. Good shots coming out overall from the members of Digital Nation. This is once again that confidence that we're seeing in all these team members just backing each other up time after time.
It's really just been a brawl the last couple of minutes, hasn't it, Bluey? I mean, we're talking about Digital Nation taking control, but it's just, you know, they just keep, you know, one dies, then the other guy dies. They're just trading out kills. Nice reversal from Tech right there, Bluey. But the scoreline may as well be completely even. Tech right does fall. That Heatwave ready on the ground to be scooped up. Ryskew, they're trying to get that kill. Double kill for him. Ball does get played, so that's going to respawn every second. And look at this. He has his boy Brattle's help, and they're rotating through, not wasting any time after the couple of kills, rotating through, trying to get some ball time. Lunchy taking Ryskew by surprise and able to grab that kill. And that little repulse play there, Bluey, just gave his teammate enough time to rotate around the map and then throw it out. Little things like that, those macro plays mean all the difference in the world. And
oh my God.
As soon as he grabs that ball, cops a couple of grenades.
No, little things. There was only 2 seconds left on the board in order for Paradox to be able to stop that ball. They did have some nice little fumbles there, stopping the ball right before the round was going to come up, but Digital Nation do take the first round there. Such a neck-and-neck competitive round right now with both of these teams just seemingly going back and forth, Justin. So many times we would just experience these brawls, especially down bottom mid or sort of looking up at tower way, and so many of these players who were just getting away with their lives time after time.
Yeah, just scuttling away, scampering around the corners, just desperately clenching, trying to stay alive. And both these teams, they seem to be very heated up at this point. This is a very different series matchup than we saw earlier on today when Paradox was kind of a bit of a slow start. They both seem to be mobilized and at full strength right now. Really good challenge. Tekrai doing everything he can to stop that overshield grab. But now Alejo, Heatwave in hand. Good opportunity for Paradox to start taking this map away, and here he comes. That plasma pistol shot not connecting. Alejo concentrating on the wrong player there. Lunchy burning down that OS, and Alejo into the respawn screen, but it doesn't matter because Brattle's got that sniper rifle ready to go, Bluey.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alejo was just too hungry on that one particular target. Could have turned around, challenged the second one a lot faster. He had some OS to burn, but unfortunately just gets taken down right quick in that situation. Good stuff from Paradox Gaming coming out so far. Brattles with the nice little sniper beatdown gets picked off by some splash damage there. Once again, Digital Nation opting to hold this back warehouse, sort of back A position in order to get some ball time. We might see them rotate B with this ball once again so they can opt for a play ball stance, but there's a lot of pressure that's going to be coming their way, especially when Brattles has sniper in hand on Rice right now.
Yeah, and he did really well to corner that player. And the double kill, the patience, he just knew that player was coming and timed it perfectly. I'm paying that triple kill. Evil, you're stealing this man's kills. He was just trying to get a clip for his montage, but Brattle's playing out of his skin there. Paradox really starting to heat things up quite a bit, and that OS does pop, but Evil not able to get away with that one, Bluey, so it's sitting down on the ground, but here comes Tekrai with that Heatwave, taking down Ryskew. He's into the respawn screen. Alejo got that OS, but it's just been completely melted. That weapon just too hot to handle, bringing the heat.
Jesus, so much damage coming down on Alejo. As soon as he picked up the OS, he probably thought he might have had a couple of seconds to breathe, could have tanked a little bit more damage than what he did, but unfortunately, that was not meant to be as he was melted right quick off of that position. No footing gained for his team. Right now, we're seeing Paradox Esports just sort of inch in their way into Big Door in Warehouse, just trying to clear out these members of Digital Nation, get them to stop holding that ball. About 50 seconds of ball time in the hands of Digital Nation right now, and that counter is just ticking up. Push after push from Paradox is just not connecting, going completely unsuccessful. The heads of Digital Nation are just so strong. They are untilted right now in this hold.
What I find really concerning if you're a Paradox fan is that every time Paradox has gone on a little bit of a run, they've had all the power weapons and someone's made like a big play. However, Digital Nation, they seem to be just shutting them down. It's like, hey, you've got OS, it doesn't matter. You got Sniper, it doesn't matter. You got Heatwave, doesn't matter. They just take them down the old-fashioned way, and they've got more points on the board than them. And Paradox, do they need those power-ups and power weapons to be able to scrap some time together, Bluey?
You know, I think in a particular situation like this, especially when you want to start breaking some of the holds that, you know, these teams have, you definitely want to be paying attention to those power-ups as well. You know, OS is huge in either tanking a hold and fighting one off or being able to break through one as well. Right now, Digital Nation just being so strong, so confident in this A warehouse sort of area and holding the ball there for the majority of the game that they've had the ball in hand for about 70 seconds now. They've never really given up that position whatsoever. It does seem like Tekerai is opting to do that right now. Chaining some slides together one after another with the repulsor play, and he gets out with his life. They're going to need to turn on this OS. Ricecue does pick it up, slaps it in his chest as well. So he's going to be able to push a little bit here, fend off the members of Digital Nation. I don't know about that particular play, Justin. That fly out, yes, Tekerai did get away with his life, but they did give up OS and the ball hold positions they had for so long.
Yeah, sometimes the burn is the play that you want to go with there. He was incredibly weak. Maybe things would have played out differently, but sometimes you've just got to dive on the OS and just burn it so the other team can't get it. But they singled out Ricecue. He couldn't move off the pillar. He was just completely stuck there. Yeah, they were able to get a little bit of ball time, but they weren't able to utilize the OS in the way that they would have liked. Tekerai with another perfect. And I just want to shut the front door for a minute here, Bluey, because 32 and 15 for straight. He heard me earlier on the day and he's lifted up his pathetic performance. He's now in the 30+ gang. What an absolute monster.
Yeah, Noble has just been performing super consistently throughout all these games, being a main slayer and an objective player to his credit as well. He's had 97 seconds of ball time overall in this game. So he's doing a bit of everything, Justin. He's dipping his toes into every single pool that he can find right now, and he's doing an absolutely impeccable job of it.
Absolutely. He's not only dipping his toes into the pools, he's full on swimming. He's dived in like it's the Olympics and just racking up lap after lap, getting himself around the map. Tekerai, lovely shots there onto that player. A little bit of a scamper behind him, and they're chasing around that pool, doing a little bit of a dance, and Tekerai coming the better off in that situation. Alejo in a sticky situation does get one kill. The ball has been dropped, and Rice doing what he can to play that ball. He does manage to do it, and the scoreline right now, Blue, 89 to 68. Paradox, they're in big trouble right now. They cannot lose this round, otherwise it's elimination bracket time. And now Evil and Brattles with that OS, Blue. If they're going to bring this game back, now is the time.
Yeah, Paradox are in a bit of a sticky situation right now, but they did manage to secure OS. Maybe them holding this tower position, if Brattles can make his way to the sniper, does get slinked away by Tekerai. Looks like he's going to chase right now. Hopefully he gets this little assassination attempt. Tekerai peeking out. Sneaky with that sniper, and I'm pretty sure he did manage to get himself a kill right there. It's so back and forth. Every member of every team is so scattered right now. 3 members of Paradox down at the moment. Ricecue being the last one alive does manage to get a kill on Rice, and he is juggling the ball back to his teammates for A. There is a lot of time to make up here, but with enough pressure that they can apply, Paradox might just have this one. They are opting for that back A setup. Once again, Ricecue sitting in a window with the ball. 4 seconds left to go. Do not peek, my man. 2 seconds left. And it gets fumbled right at the last second. Digital Nation now have 10 seconds to make up on the board. And the spawns come out for Digital Nation as well. A beatdown with the ball comes out. And that appears to be just about it. Strafe Noble, if he can stay alive, hold himself long enough. And he does, jumping back and forth with that ball like he's playing jump rope in elementary school. Gets the seconds needed to clutch it up, and Digital Nation take it over Paradox, knocking Paradox down a peg that they just might have needed to, Luke.
Oh, that final round was rough. A half a second, I'd imagine, was probably in that. It is... You hate to see it. You really hate to see it. I think Paradox certainly would have liked to have had their time back once again. They could have maybe set this to an extra round, but I think, boys, at the end of the day, this felt like it was Digital Nation on top 90% of the day today. Obviously, they dropped one map up against Paradox, but to me, it felt like Digital Nation were on top for the majority of this series, right, Justin? They came out on CTF Bazaar, absolutely blew Paradox out of the gates. And then they slowed down a little bit, especially with Paradox getting that second map under their belt. But ever since then, they were able to pick up their socks. And as you said, Strafe Noble dropping some big numbers for these last 2 maps. And now he's really being able to carry his team to victory. And now they get themselves into a, one more series or a few more series away from getting themselves to DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, listen, Digital Nation, credit where credit is due. I think they really earned that victory there. They played out of their skins. Each of their players went huge in their each individual games, and it's really nice to see. And I mean, poor Rysku there, that like split-second decision to go left rather than right, that's the kind of thing that you think about. You sit at the bottom of the shower, leave the water running for 30 minutes and just rethink your entire life going, why didn't I go right? Why didn't I go right? But Digital Nation, yeah, they were strong. They had control over that series a lot of the time. And yeah, Paradox gave it to them a couple of times, but, you know, it was kind of just biding time until Digital Nation got themselves together. So playing really well, and I can't wait to see what they do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and especially with a lot of the individual performances that we've seen here from Digital Nation as well, I'd imagine looking forward in the rest of this bracket, he might be giving these guys a bit of an outside chance to try and come forward here. Yeah, this is the heartbreaker once again.
That's PTSD material right there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Especially because the nades weren't able to just clean up Strafe Noble at the end there, and Paradox unfortunately just weren't able to get that one done. It means that Digital Nation comes out on top, and we're able to get ourselves a 3-1 and are moving forward in the bracket as well for Digital Nation. They've got, you know, 2 series left here, so 2 more series victories for these teams that are still in the winners bracket to be able to get themselves all the way towards DreamHack. You drop down towards the elimination bracket. It's still a little bit of extra series. I think it tacks on an extra series or 2 there that you're going to have to try and win, and backs up against the wall as well, Bluey. So I think it's all important for Paradox to kind of just try and shake off that series loss and see if they can make an elimination run.
Yeah, classic kind of Australian thing to say right now. Paradox just needs to cop that one on the chin and move forward. That's all they need to do. That we know, not to discredit them in any way. They played fantastically. They had so many good plays back to back to back, but at the end of the day, it just seems like they played against a really good Digital Nation. We are seeing a really good Digital Nation today. I'm pretty sure Rice tweeted earlier this morning, he said, woke up feeling good today, good luck, have fun. And I feel like that's exactly what we're seeing come out of this team right now. It's just, it's a good luck, have fun scenario. They're having fun with it, and they're doing so well.
Yeah, they definitely seem like they've got a lot of structure. They've got a lot of that team play together as well, and they're obviously having some big individual performances. Let's have a look at our bracket to see how it is going. I did misspeak a little bit beforehand. Immunity did take down second to none in a 4-map, a 3-1 scoreline at the top as well. Digital Nation looking pretty hot right now, but can they take down Immunity? That is the real question for me. Kit Bash made easy work of Vertex getting a 3-0, and Flow State get themselves a 3-2 over the Bandits and now set themselves up in a semi-finals. For a team like Kit Bash here, Justin, you are looking at this run and saying, we're on a really good side of the bracket. Don't really have too many big names for us to deal with. Pardon me, I almost sneezed. But there is a winners final that you're going to have to try and get through. But if you want to try and get towards DreamHack Melbourne, you're going to have to get through the best anyways.
Yeah, you are. And, you know, you're setting me up to talk about Kit Bash and Flow State. But I want to talk about Immunity, damn it. This lineup right here, I mean, you're talking about the fact it's like, hey, can Digital Nation take Immunity? I think the fact that second to none turned up and took a map from those guys, and with how hot Digital Nation is being playing, that is gonna be one banger of a series, I think. And, you know, Kit Bash, they seem to be hot themselves with the 3-0. The only 3-0 there. Each of the other matchups were a little bit more even Steven, but Kit Bash looking really hot, and they're second to none, waiting down in the elimination bracket, ready to pounce on whoever awaits them in that round.
Yeah, I'd imagine there is going to be a few more of those names that we've seen from the winners bracket to be able to make their way towards it. Obviously, the elimination bracket is a little bit more thicker than it does show here on the graphic, but either way, when we get in towards that pointy end, it's going to be all exciting for us, lads. I'm so excited because we're getting ever so close to being able to crown our first team going in towards DreamHack Melbourne, and that's where we're able to give these teams that little bit of extra, you know, start to analyze them a little bit more, give them those flights, give them those accommodations, give them 2 weeks of preparation to go in towards DreamHack. So ladies and gentlemen, before we get towards that point, we're going to have to go to another short break here. On the other side of this, though, we do have Kit Bash taking on Flow Set. Who's going to come out on top? You guys have to wait and find out.
Let's get the money. Get the.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here. Regional qualifier for the ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne are well underway. We're only a few series away from being able to crown our first team that's going to be joining us here in Melbourne on September 2nd to the 4th. Lads, from what we've seen so far, Blue, we'll start with you. How are we feeling about these teams that we've seen so far? Obviously, we haven't really been able to see all too much from Immunity. We saw one side of second to none, but out of the teams that we've seen so far today, how are you feeling about the competition?
Yeah, I said coming into this that a lot of the teams that we were seeing today were going to be sort of like the newer sort of teams that we really haven't had a lot of experience with casting before or seeing up on main stage. But at the moment, yeah, I'm looking towards this, and I'm super confident in the games that we're going to see are going to match, if not be better than the match that we just saw between Paradox and Digital Nation. These, in terms of a tier list, if you want to tier these teams, it is very neck and neck between a lot of these teams and sort of how they perform and how they play, their play styles, and sort of where these players have been sitting in terms of the competitions that they've competed in, etc., etc. So looking towards the rest of the day, I think we're going to get a lot of really roughneck games, and I think a lot of them are going to be a lot closer than probably what people are predicting.
How about you, Justin? How do you feel about it so far? Do you feel the same as Blue?
I think it's really exciting in terms of the way Digital Nation was just playing. You can tell that they've been putting time in and really figuring out how they want to play as a team, and it's translating to some good Halo. But then you have the flip side of that with Paradox is a very newly formed roster. Yes, there's a lot of experience, and there was some glimpses of how well they can play, and it's kind of a question of when we get to DreamHack Melbourne, whether or not they're going to put in the hours that Digital Nation is clearly being put in and be prepared for that LAN event. So there's a lot of stuff that's very, big question marks over it in terms of how things are going to play out for the rest of the day and then into DreamHack. But it just seems like there's a lot of good Halo to be played, and we don't even have the top 4 teams here. They're sitting back and relaxing, already qualified.
Yeah, it's going to be the scary thing, especially once we start to see these teams in towards pool play as well. So, lads, enough about the ifs and buts. It's all about the series that we've got ahead of us right now. We've got Kit Bash taking on the Flow State. I think it's probably one of my favourite team names we've had so far in a lot of these open brackets, open qualifiers, what have you. But Kit Bash, this has been a team for me, Blue, when we look across these guys. Every single time that we have talked about some of these teams missing, this is a team that we always talk about as being on the cusp. And I think for me, Kit Bash, if they can't get the qualification today, this is probably their best shot to get it done considering where they are in the bracket right now. This is probably a team that I would look at DreamHack Melbourne to come through the open bracket with ease.
Absolutely. Kit Bash is a team that's gone through a couple of roster changes within the past couple of weeks. Looking at them now, they picked up the big scary green man himself, Lith, and I'm very excited to see how he performs with this roster today. Lith is known very well within our region, very strong, very head-confident player. Seeing him with a team of some monsters that are on Kit Bash right now, I just think he's going to be able to hulk out a little bit more than what he usually does.
Yeah, especially when we've seen some big numbers that Lith has been able to put down. I remember at the Super, he was dropping some absolutely monstrous numbers. So he's able to translate that into today, then maybe Kit Bash might be in for a chance. And the other side of things, so just we've got Flow State, another team that haven't seen all too much of, coming in towards a lot of these HCS tournaments. We've seen Deathruptor a few times floating around. Some of these names are familiar to us at least, but it's all about what these guys look like as a full 4-man roster competing in a tournament like this.
Yeah, and I want to highlight Deathruptor here. He's a guy that's been around the traps for a really long time, and when you have a team that's only been together for a couple of weeks, is my understanding with these guys is that sometimes you need an old head like that to kind of shepherd everyone and push them into the right direction. He's a very passionate player as well, and one thing with Deathruptor is because he's got so much land experience as well, is that when you put him in a tournament situation, he just locks in, and he just doesn't matter how much practice he has, he just turns up on the day. So Flow State, they're a team that you don't want to sleep in. It's like, oh, Flow State, who are they? There is some experience on this roster, and they have everything that they need to take this series, in my opinion.
Okay, so, maybe it might be a little bit of a dark horse here, and I think that, segues nicely into my next question then is, do we feel like this is going to be a pretty even Stevens kind of series then, Blue, or do we feel like this is going to be Kit Bash relatively easily getting through the Aspire and then setting themselves up for their winners final, which is their final series here at the qualification towards DreamHack?
Speaking on a level that I sort of know where the players are at right now in this sort of new roster that is Kit Bash, they're coming into this competition very confident. They know exactly exactly where they need to be as a team, even though they're sort of relatively new. From what I've been hearing, they've organized themselves as a 4 very, very well. So hopefully they're able to bring that to us and we can see that actually, perform in front of our eyes on the main stage, because these are only murmurs that I've been hearing, right? So we can't really believe it until we see it. That being said, I feel like this one is really on Kitbash. I don't want to talk down on Flow State, but Kitbash is a team. These are players that we've all seen consistently perform, coming together as a 4-man squad, and hearing from them that they're all pretty confident in where they're standing. I think I can put my money pretty confidently on Kitbash themselves.
Okay, lads, well, let's have a look at these maps. Let's get into this series. Let's start looking at some Halo Infinite gameplay. We're going to be starting out with Oddball on Streets. Going to head over to the Slayer that's going to be on Aquarius. So we've got some King of the Hill action. That's going to be exciting for me to be able to round out this series potentially in its lowest form. If it is a 3-0 here for Kitbash, Justin, they're going to have to get it done there on King of the Hill. I think to me, in a game like this, we're not really quite sure what Flow State's looking like. Yeah, we've got a bit of information on Kitbash, but we haven't seen them recently. That Slayer is going to be the biggest 50-50 for me, and obviously, as I say this every single time we get into a series, if they start out nice and hot here, Kitbash, and they blow them out of the water, maybe they might be able to get that confidence and pull it through the rest of the series.
Well, I mean, Blue's pointed it out that the guys themselves are saying that they're very confident. Their roster looks very good, but sometimes what happens, you come in too confident, too cocky, strutting around, going, we're going to take this series easy, and then Flow State, they can surprise teams like that just aren't quite ready for them. So I'd be looking for Flow State. If they want to take out this series, then they need to put the pressure onto Kitbash very early on. They have to come out of the gate very aggressive and kind of take Kitbash out of by surprise.
Okay, so we're feeling like, maybe this could be a tale of Kitbash coming in with confidence, maybe a little bit too much confidence. I feel like going into a series like this, you're probably looking to try and get this one done. Considering Kitbash, I don't think they've really dropped a map throughout the entirety of today, so they are certainly feeling themselves when it comes to this. But I think, the next question is, do you kind of get yourself tripped up if you look a little bit too forward into the future, right, Blue? It's kind of what Justin said with this overconfidence. Like, if Kitbash are looking towards their winners final where they're playing up against Digital Nation or Immunity, could they get themselves a little bit too tripped up if they don't just, finish this series out nice and clean?
Well, look, to speak on that point, I think that's a position that any team, no matter how much experience you have, can always be caught up on. I think we've seen in the past, a couple of our big league teams have sort of tripped up themselves a couple of times by sort of not taking the games, as a precursor to the games that they see in the future very seriously, and they've dropped maps because of that, or, they've lost a couple of things here and there. And it's something that is very mental, especially in these players' aspects. I think the big thing is to just be humble as players. This is a region where all the teams, all the players already know each other enough. So when you're coming into an official competition, you've got to put all that stuff, all scrims, all the ranked 8 servers, to the wayside and think, okay, this is competition now. Every game is serious. We can't be putting any of these games on the back burner.
Especially with so much on the line as well, right, Justin? You being able to get yourself into the moment and really just kind of play each match as it comes, right?
Yeah, and sometimes, I agree with Blue 100%. That mental game just so pivotal to be able to take down a series. And yes, everyone's playing at home online right now, but there is a lot on the line right now. You grab yourself a pool play spot and then you get travel and accommodation to DreamHack. Like, that is a big prize in itself, even if you don't end up, placing very well at DreamHack itself. So you just got to turn up on the day. Like, no, sorry boys, I'm just scrolling through Twitter or something like that. I'm just going to go make a sandwich rather than, focusing on winning the map. And sometimes that's what happens when you're sitting at home getting comfortable. So I am looking at these teams that it's no nonsense game time, and that's how they need to play.
Especially now that there's only one series away from getting yourself potentially in towards DreamHack. I think that's where it starts getting really pointy, and that's where we're able to see some of these players really start to step up right now. That's where we're looking towards some of these really star players, like Lithuania coming in on that Kitbash roster to be able to stand up when this team really needs it and be able to dominantly get through this team in Flow Set. And hey, maybe if Flow Set make themselves a little bit of a miracle run right now, then we could be singing a completely different tune later on. But if you come into a series like this, you go, okay, we get this one done, we get a lot of confidence, we go into that winners final, and if we smash that one out, start out nice and hot, Blue, then maybe this might be the Cinderella story for Kitbash to get in towards pool play and make a mark on DreamHack Melbourne. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start out with map number 1 of Oddball on Streets. Let's jump into this one, boys.
Fantastic stuff. Oddball on streets. Here we go. This, I would say, is a fan favorite. Many people like the sort of chaotic and competitive nature that leads to this map being played. But once again, these teams are facing a very harsh sort of first map to go in for their first map of the broadcast. You know, this is not going to be an easy task for these players, and especially when I think we can all collectively say us at the desk are putting a lot of money and a lot of pressure on Kitbash to perform. You know, alternatively, do you think Flow State are going to be able to meet up to that sort of standard themselves?
We'll just have to wait and see, Blue. But, I mean, we're talking about the fact that Kitbash seems to be very well prepared and very confident, and you can see they have their starting strats down pat. Lith, he committed completely to what his opening strat was. Didn't translate to much, but he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and that's what you want to see from your teammates. You know, you need to be focused, have a game plan, and then execute. But we say that Flow State has managed to grab that ball and holding down, getting some ball time already. Konzi with that Stalker Rifle, putting damage down on the map. I like this little angle here, just waiting for players to come in and spring his trap. Another player there, will he get the double? No, he won't. Lolly comes in with the help to clean that one up, and here comes the Kitbash push to shut down that ball time there, Bluey.
Konzi picking up 3 kills before himself managed to get taken down by the pack of Kitbash themselves. It was a good little starting setup that Flow State had, but they didn't really seem to keep that momentum until the end. Lith does trade out there with a grenade from Cheese, the man himself. Scoop just looking down at bottom C right now, getting good bits of damage in here and there, flicking side to side. Reminder for those watching at home, Scoopmaster is actually playing on KBM. He is one of the most dedicated KBM players that we have here in the ANZ Halo region, and he's going to be making quick work of a lot of these players on the field if he gets his shots in.
Yeah, absolutely, he will. And I like these angles that Lolly is taking here. He's got that Stalker Rifle in hand, trying to get some damage down, grabs himself a kill, but that ball is just sitting down there. Pretty vulnerable position. They need to make sure that you get some kills before jumping onto that one. Just going to leave it down there. Lolly trying to stay alive. Got 2 players that have his number there, pushing him back, with Sam J putting some shots across the map as well. Lolly, he's putting damage down across the map, but he's very locked in to this position here, Blue. He can't move.
Good move for Lolly there, just providing Scoob as much cover as possible. The rockets in the hand of a KBM player, incredibly deadly. 360 after 360 for Scoob as he follows up on the damage of his teammates. It was a good position and good timing, I think, for the members of Kitbash to take there. Instead of taking any fights, they were just holding out for the rockets to come out as long as possible and be able to secure themselves as much as kills. Though Scoob is taken for a bit of a chump there, as he sort of looks around, doesn't manage to see Konzi just sitting in the corner. Konzi does pick him off with the red gun. Makes quick work of him himself. Does take the rocket onto Lith. Connects the damage, but not the kill. Gets a beat down onto Divinity as well. And these pushes from Flow State, I love the confidence the team overall is displaying right now.
Yeah, and we say that though, Lith with that double kill to shut that one down. Bulldog in hand, grabs himself a 3rd, and he's got that dog sitting in his back pocket on the leash, ready to be taken onto the other team. And looking at the scoreboard right now, Kitbash, they've got a little bit of a lead right now. They do seem to be more confident, more comfortable on the map so far, but also very patient. They don't seem to be making a lot of mistakes and ballsy pushes, Bluey. They just seem to be taking their time, getting their kills, and then making it happen.
Scoop doing God's work right now, being the objective player dedicated for Kitbash. Racked up 35 seconds of ball time. He's going to play it down bottom mid just to be safe, as a lot of his team members seem to be falling one after another. Scoob is the last one alive, taking a 1v1 against Konzi. Doesn't manage to come out on top of that trade, and Konzi now has control of the ball in this back A position. This is a position that a lot of teams tend to favour when it comes to holding ball. It's either here or the opposite side of the map in Tram. Good control coming out from Flow State right now. Neck and neck, 2 members of Kitbash pushing through. Scoob in tires right now. Lith is sitting arcade corner. Good damage onto Cheese there, forces him to push back. And Konzi does get picked, but it's a trade for either side. So not really an opening, as Lith does manage to pick Cheese, and Divinity grabs rockets as well, making short work of Death Ruptor as they push in, and they should have control of this back A position right now with the ball.
Yeah, and Divinity, really good positioning. He's got that Bulldog and he's got that Rocket. He can just hold down this side of the map all on his own and shut down any push. Deathruptor there, we can see him through the map with the blue outline there. He would have a nasty surprise if he rounded out that corner. And Divinity opting to rotate around. I'm not sure I agree with this play here, Bluey. It's kind of, he could shut down that area of the map and just needed some confidence that his teammates would do, take care of business on the other side of the map. And now Flow State are coming in to break that setup.
Good trade from Scoob there. Does manage to take down one player before he falls. Played the ball as well, but it looks like Flow State are pretty much immediately going to grab that. Looks like it might be a rotation over to Pink Street side with the ball as players from Flow State seem to be spawning in Tram. Lith on his own right now, taking on a 1v1 with Deathruptor. Does come out on top of it as well. Good stuff from the green man. 3 members of Flow State are located over Cafe, P Street side. Bit of a pinch battle right now as Lith gets the angle down on Cheese, picks him off. Lith doesn't quite manage to see the BR barrel poke out from that little side angle that a member of Flow State was taking there. And they are looking to take this for a Tram hold, Justin.
They are. Lolly with that shotty in hand as well, finding himself 1 second there if he wants it. Killing spree for him, putting in a lot of damage. And look at this, he doesn't care that his shields are flashing. He's pre-firing corners.
Warning
He's just
shots.
min-maxing every type of damage he can get down. And with that, round 1 goes to Kitbash. And yeah, Flow State had a few moments there, but Kitbash seemed to have control of this game so far, Bluey.
I really liked what Lolly actually did at the end there. Just those warning shots were enough to make Deathruptor sort of double take as to the push that he was going to make. Down in driveway, it just pushed him back and it just gave them so much breathing room and able to get those last couple of seconds. By then, you know, the round was probably more so in Kitbash's favor, as was, but I just really like the play that was made there. Not really something that you see every day. Scoob with a triple kill out from the back end, sorry. Fantastic stuff from him as he was flying across the map, as these KBM players seem to do. And objective time as well, 64 seconds in his back pocket.
Scoob just flickering around with that mouse all over the mouse pad. Grabbed himself a triple and a killing spree for him. Really good start out of that second round there, Bluey, for him. And Sam J clearing out the base, grabbing the ball and trying to get his boys on the Flow State roster back into this game. And he decides to throw it out and kind of bank the ball a little bit here. And, you know, maybe his ears were burning because there was a couple of players that were kind of pushing him up, handing that ball over so they could rotate and he could hold those players off. So I like that play from him. Lith doing a bit of a cheeky jump here, ready to push in. He's got Scoob Nicer at his back to break this setup here, and they managed to do it. No players going down, and Kitbash just breaking open that setup, and now they're going to be racking up even more points.
Touching on the conversation we had going into this game between the sort of mentality that Kitbash might have had where, because they seem so confident as a team coming into this, they might not have been taking the game as seriously. I think that's just doing them every sort of credit, every sort of favor right now. They know exactly where they are, sort of on the map, where they are as a team at all times. And when you have a player like Scoob on the KBM just being able to flick, make those really fast reactions to his teammates' calls, it just makes him such a dangerous teammate, such a dangerous utensil to have in this 4-man crew, and it's doing them a world of wonders right now.
Yeah, and we just saw it just then. Yeah, he didn't manage to get any kills, but he put 2 players one shot, and he made himself such a nuisance that they had to take him down, Blue. They couldn't just let him live, so he just divided so much attention all on his lonesome, and on board with him. We'll have a look at his scoreline. He's 19-8, Bluey. The KBN Master is just dumpstering right now, and it's translating to a really nice scoreline in terms of the oddball. It's a little bit slow, but they are leading.
Even when he's not getting those confirmed kills on the board, he's putting enough damage down so his teammates can follow up on it successfully. Nice little challenge, good little back off from him there, and they are going to opt to grab the ball, take it Tram side once again for another hold. Their previous hold here didn't rack up a lot of seconds. They opted to play the ball quite quickly after they had originally gone for this setup. But hopefully some good trades come out the way of Kitbash and they can sort of hold onto the ball. As soon as I'm saying that, that's Curse's cast. Custer's Curse? Justin.
That's the one that you want, Bluey. You got there in the end.
Help
It's
me
all
out
right.
here, buddy.
I'm usually the one that fumbles their words, so I'm glad I'm not the only one that's human here, Bluey. But we are on board with Konzi from Flow State. Have a look at his scoreline. He's 18 and 17 right now, so he's leading the scoreline in terms of kills for his team so far. So hanging in there in the Slays department, and you can tell he's a bit of a man on a mission there, trying to put in damage to multiple players. Sam J with a double kill there. Cheese going down, respawn screen for him now with Death Ruptor, and he's trying his best to keep his teammate nice and safe. You can see that red oddball in the corner of your screen as Kitbash are putting some points onto the board.
You know, Flow State, to their credit, are still managing to keep things pretty neck and neck. There are some good trades coming out from their side as well. But seeing right now, you know, individually, you look at the members of Flow State, Cheese seems to be struggling a little bit here. 7 and 15. He does have 7 assists to his name. But unfortunately, it just comes down to those team shots. It seems like we're seeing a lot of individual fights being taken from Flow State that just aren't advantageous in any way. They're not really getting a lot of momentum out of them. They're not getting any sort of positioning on the map. They're taking them, sort of coming out on top. They may be one shot, but then immediately getting picked off, so they have nothing to say for them. 4 members, quite briefly, of Flow State did go down right there, so it just means that Kitbash have even more time to work with.
They do. You know, Cheese struggling a little bit, as you pointed out, Bluey. And sometimes when you have a game like this where you're dropping a lot of deaths and not translating those into kills, you just got to back things off just a little bit, play a little bit more passively, and just focus on staying alive, and suddenly your influence on the map and your confidence gets reset as well. But I say that, and in the scoreline, 40 points the difference right now. Kitbash with a pretty sizable lead, or nothing that can't be made up with a couple of strong rotations of the ball. Here comes Sam J doing some remote detonations over in the arcade, but he does get taken down now. Death Ruptor, and he's got his claws firmly gripped onto that oddball. He's got to rack up some points if he wants to get his team back into this game.
Yeah, you know, Flow State right now really need to put up a fight in order to keep Kitbash off the oddball and them just being able to rack up even more points. Kitbash only need to take this round, and then they take this game away from the members of Flow State. And Cheese, good bulldog shots coming out there on Lith. Does manage to meet up with Lolly as well, but Lolly takes him down with the Mando. I always love to see that gun being utilized, and Lolly, an absolute demon in his own right, being on the Demons roster previously. It's fantastic, fantastically sort of utilizing that gun to the best of its ability. Oh my god, again, there you go.
Very crispy shots.
There you
If
go.
he wants it, and he does use it. The commando comes in, breaks open that setup, like scrambled eggs. Third one's there if he wants it. Does get the trade, and his teammate comes in and scoops that ball up. Wonderful play from him, and sometimes that's all it takes, Blue. You get a couple of kills to break open a setup, your teammate scoops up the ball, and suddenly you're back into the game. That rocket coming in, using both of those. Sam J doing everything he can right now. 30 points, the difference. That oddball just sitting down there on the ground. A little bit of a baited trap so far. Sam J struggling to stay alive, but doing very well. A lot of heat coming his way.
Feels like there was too much haste, too much foot on the pedal there from Konzi with those rockets. Feel like in a situation like that, it would have been more beneficial for him to just play a little bit more patiently, let them rack up a couple of seconds, maybe lull them into a false sense of security. Unfortunately, that's not what happened. 3 members of Flow State are down right now. Just want to make a special shout out here, Justin. Flow State is a series of words that I'm constantly getting fumbled over. I feel like that's probably one of the hardest team names we've had to pronounce.
A little bit. I mean, you just have to get it flowing from your mouth there, Blue.
There we
You're
go. I
working
shouldn't
on a
have
little
said
bit.
anything.
I shouldn't have said anything. I think that might be my first dad joke of the day, mate. You know, be nice. You got to let me have one each broadcast. But we say that, and Flow State really starting to get in a nice state in the game right now. Only 20 points down or so, and that's really only one rotation. That ball, he was trying to play it out into bottom mid there, but not able to get it over the palisade into the open area of the map. And Kitbash in really good position now. But look at the timer. The timer's going to come into play, Bluey. Only 5 seconds left on the clock. They can just keep them off that ball and able to secure this first map. And Kitbash, they take it 2-0 on this first oddball round.
I love, at the end, I always love this, especially in King of the Hill and Oddball. I love seeing those timer plays. It's no longer more about being in the objective and having to haul your entire team onto the objective to secure as many points as possible. It just comes about asset denial, and it's fantastic to see these teams do this back to back to back. Unfortunately, I am getting a little ring in my ear. It looks like we have lost Justin, so I am unfortunately the only one with you guys right now. Hopefully we can get him back as soon as possible. Just fantastic stuff to see overall once again from Kit Bash. Touching on what we were talking about before in that sort of pre-game section, that there was an air of confidence about Kit Bash that I previously spoken to one of their members about, and he said that coming into this particular, set of games, going into DreamHack as well, they really loved where their team was sitting and how this new 4-man roster was stacking up, and I think that came across in how they were playing. One player in particular right here, Scoob, was just absolutely dominating the entire map, really showing off what a very focused KBM player can do all throughout, and it's just good stuff from this team and from these particular individual players, just all making plays one after another.
Yeah, exactly. And being able to get themselves into a position where they're able to, as you said, make those individual plays is always a good sight here for a team like Kit Bash, who comes in a bit dominantly, and being able to get themselves this first map on the board certainly set themselves up for the rest of the series. And I think the fact that players like Scoob as well are really dropping big numbers here for Kit Bash certainly goes to show that these guys are feeling themselves. No fault to Flow State, though. They definitely did put up a fight. There were a few of those numbers there, being able to, put themselves up towards the, the competitive side of this map, but it just seems like it wasn't their day so far. They can certainly bounce back, though, Blue, right? Like, Slayer, second map, I think is probably the perfect place for it to be in these best of fives, because it gives these teams that are a little bit of backs against the wall. It gives them that free kind of map to be able to get themselves to unleash a little bit. You don't have to worry about the objective. It is all about the slays, and I think that's where a team like Flow State can really get themselves into a good state and try and be able to get themselves on top of a team like Kit Bash.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. It was something that we mentioned, I think, earlier in the day before, when it comes to going into a map 2 and going into a Slayer. It does become one of those sort of mental games of getting your team together and sort of realizing, okay, we have one less thing that we need to focus about. It's all just about the kills. That's how we're going to get on top of the board. But it's that kind of thing where you always look to see if the slays from an objective game can translate over into a purely Slayer-dominated game. And I think that's one of the things that we don't often see translate very well. That being said, Kit Bash were really heavily fragging that entire game. So going into a Slayer and just seeing how stable they were throughout that entire thing, I have a lot of confidence in Kit Bash. And of course, we saw there, ladies and gentlemen, Justin, the boy is back. How you doing, buddy?
Mate, I get knocked down. I get it up again. They're never going to keep me down. I'm back. Straight into it as well. I don't even need the pad for time. We're just launching straight into the next map. I'm going to crash more often.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't think the production side of the team would be too happy if he opted for, what you call optimal crash times in order to just get straight back into the game. But fortunately for us, you are back right now. We're getting straight into the game. Already off the break. Things are tied up as expected on a CTF Aquarius map. But the Lith, the man, the myth, the legend himself, the green man, does pick up a double kill and then gets picked off himself. Very sort of stagnating kind of game that we're seeing already, with both teams opting to stay more so on their side of the map. But they are, very heavily challenging this camo.
They are, and they get rewarded. Well, Flowstay, Konzi managing to get away with that one clean, and two players caught completely unaware. Lift not knowing where to turn. Double kill. Lovely play from Konzi there, really just surprising those two players and able to shut down that rotation that they were setting themselves up. And that's just the power of Camo, able to take players by surprise. And look at this. He's got another player in the sights, but that team nade coming through doesn't matter. Gets the killing spree. Konzi on a little bit of a run here, helping out his teammate. Just a little bit too slow to help him out there, but utilizing that full camo, that's what you want to see from your teammates.
I want to give a special shout out right now to Konzi. He's a player who came into the Halo scene, and sort of earlier on in the game, he was very dedicated to sort of improving himself in playstyle, his individual skill, because there are a lot of moments where even he realized, looking at his gameplay, sort of reviewing his own VODs, that he wasn't confident in a lot of his plays, that he wasn't sort of confident in his own individual skill. But over, the last game that we saw, and sort of just throughout his Halo career, he's become a much more confident player. He's become very, very strong, very confident in his own abilities, and I just want to give him a special shout out in particular, because I think he's one of those sort of star stories that we see of a player who sort of goes from one end and then sort of comes out shining in the other.
Yeah, and that can be difficult to do if, you're a new player and, you're trying to find yourself on a decent roster that wants to take practice seriously. If they don't know your name, and it's like, hey, hey, can I trial for your team? It's like, no, who are you?
Yeah, we don't know who
you are. Doing very well to find himself on a strong roster and potentially qualifying for pool play at DreamHack, doing so well so far. Now Lith managing to get that camouflage, and look at the patience there. It's just putting Deathruptor in his place right away. Ice in the veins from Lith here. Bluey doing very well. And sitting up top mid, you can get so much information when you're up there, but you're so vulnerable unless you're invisible with camo.
Absolutely. You know, Lith utilizing this camo, not really aggressively, just using it for intel. Has spotted Konzi down here on his own. I believe he has the heat wave. Cheese cleaned up the kill, helping him out. Konzi does get picked off as well. Sam J picks off Lith, and that camo didn't quite sort of burn out right before he died. So that's unfortunate for him. 3 members of Kit Bash now down for a period of time. And, you know, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised at how things are going so far in terms of how close this game was. I, going into this, was pretty confident that Kit Bash would be able to take this quite convincingly and sort of steamroll, snowball a lead in sort of the first part of this game, but they don't really appear to be doing that.
No, Flow State really getting into the groove of things right now. The scoreline is basically tied up. They're doing very well to make sure that the scoreline doesn't blow out and they stay within the game this entire time. Deathruptor doing what he can to kind of survive there, but he does get cleaned up. Now on board with Scoobmeister, who's checking all his angles very cautiously. Not the same kind of confident, flicky person that we saw the previous round, and he does go down. A couple of players just had his number there, and there wasn't a lot he could do. Now with Konzi looking at the scoreline, he's 8 and 6 right now, top scoring for his squad, grabbing a couple of nades on 3, and he has all the goodies right now. He has the thrusters, he has grenades coming out the wazoo, and he's got the commando in his back pocket, Blue. And look at this, he's going to grab himself a camo as well.
Oh, I love that.
Scooping that one up, unfazed, but he does get called out and taken down. What a critical kill that Lith picked up just there, Bluey.
Super unfortunate for Konzi, but you know, that being said, that was asset denial there. He did manage to burn the camouflage before he does go down, so that is a positive for the members of Flow State. Now they don't have to wait out, you know, a player for Kit Bash having that. They don't have to be cautious of that up until the next round of camo does spawn. Nice little pizza coming in here from the members of Kit Bash. As 3 members of Flow State do go down. Make that 4 members of Flow State do go down. And we are now seeing this scoreline blow out bit and bit more. 32-28 in favor of Kit Bash right now.
It's starting to heat up a little bit. It's only 1 rotation of Slays, but I don't know. There seems to be something in the air. They've just gone up into the next gear and putting on the pressure into Flow State. They seem to be feeling very confident like they were in the previous round, taking control of this map. And now you say that, now it's 7 points the difference. They're starting to just collapse on the Flow State players and take them down. That scrappiness, you know, trading situations are gone, and Kit Bash seem to be hitting their stride.
Yeah, once again, Cheese seems to be the player that's struggling here a little bit. Again, 7 assists to his name, so the most assists on his team, but going 4 and 8 right now. A little bit unfortunate for him. You know, Cheese is a player that I think a lot of the members in the ANZ region know. He's very, very frequent in the sort of the ranks 8s Discord and sort of playing 8s time and time again. But right now, just doesn't seem to be performing to the best of his ability. You know, I wouldn't say he's letting down his team because he is sort of applying the damage, the pressure that needs to be for his team to follow up on it. But sort of being, you know, the 8 deaths on the board with only 4 kills is a bit unfortunate for him. Make that 9. Caster's Curse.
The Caster's Curse is real, but I mean, I just went on and on about how Kit Bash was starting to run away with it, but it's only 3 kills the difference. But Lith with yet another camouflage. That is not what you want if you're on the Flow State roster and you're trailing by a couple of kills. You want to be shutting those things down and not managing to get that kill there. Lith still Predator mode at the moment, hunting players down. He's got a lot of help here, but Deathruptor trying to stay alive, but he do shut down that camo player. What a critical kill if you're on Flow State. 3 kills the difference right now. We're really starting to get down to the pointy end, not able to trade that one out. A very critical kill. They could not afford to go down there. And it's Scoobmeister here. He's 12 and 11 right now. Stellar performance from him. And he's looking to close things out. And he's just whipping around that mouse pad, checking every single angle. Sam J caught out a little bit, but Scoobmeister valuing his life and responding to a call out to help out his teammate there, not getting greedy and going for that kill, trying to be a good team player. I love what I'm seeing from Scoobmeister.
6 kills, 5 kills left to go in order for Kit Bash to take this match home. going 2-0 up on Flow State. The boys have got on Kitbash got to be feeling very confident right now, especially when Lolly is hitting shots like that, opting to try and go for this disruptor nades. Does get taken down. Lift in the backline on top of Konzi. Nice little reversal coming out from there. Perfect nade placement. Can see Sam J as well. Does get taken down by Divinity. 1 kill left for Kitbash to take this series 2-0. That little electric nade doesn't take him out right there. Divinity gets away with his life. 1 kill left. All 3 members of Kitbash in the one position. Konzi does take him down. Deathruptor is 1, opts to stay in mid, and he gets punished for it. 2 up for Kitbash over Flow State in this series. 1 more map left to go for Kitbash to send these boys down to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, Kitbash, they're looking really strong. And I just had this feeling that entire game with Flow State that, you know, they're almost like Mufasa hanging over the edge of the cliff edge, and Scar's hanging them down, and they're just trying to hold on, and they're just taken out. They're just hanging on by their nails that entire time, trying to stay within the game. Yes, it was very close in the end, but Kitbash, they just seemed to be in control that game, Bluey.
Yeah, especially near the end of the game, you saw that snowball effect sort of peter out, and there was like a lot more confidence that they had when it came to their like BR duels or taking on 2v2 situations. It just seemed like Kitbash were more so in the state of mind or in the area where they're like, yep, we know we can take these with confidence. We can leech out these last couple of kills. Divinity performing fantastically for himself, shooting at that 60% accuracy. Killing spree on the board for him, which means he was keeping himself alive too. There's just a confidence in this Kitbash crew that I don't think we've seen for a lot of these members in a long time.
Yeah, and confidence. You see a lot of really well-placed grenades by Lith throughout that game. We saw a little bit of a highlight there, but I noticed that a few times in the game his nade placement was just perfect. And when you're feeling it and you know the geometry of the map and you're just banking grenades exactly where you want them to, that kind of oozes the confidence that you're feeling the game and you're really playing to your best of your ability, and it's translating to map wins.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there was that in particular near the end of the game where Lith just sort of slid into yellow util, and he naded straight off the bat knowing that, okay, like this is the call has been made, this is where Konzi is, and he gets the reversal. It's those kind of plays, it's that kind of confidence and that sort of pre-aim knowledge that is going to grant you the upper hand in every single one of these matches. And I think it just comes down to the calls that Kitbash are making out to one another. Like as a whole team, the calls that they're making out to each other are just giving them a lot of confidence to enter these situations where they know they're in a 1v1, but they have enough sort of information and communication support to be on top of the fight before it's already started.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, you know, Kitbash looking really strong. And yes, Flow State is trailing a little bit, so they have it in them. You know, now is the time, if they want to take out this series, that they've just got to brush those first 2 maps off and go, boys, a few tweaks here and there. We get another couple of power-ups, maintain the power weapon control, and suddenly they're back into this game. But we are starting things off with Lid, who performed really well in the previous couple of rounds. He does go down. A couple of kills on the board already for Deathruptor, and Cheese from Flow State on board with him. Konzi grabbing that camo. That's what you want. You have to be utilizing those power weapons on the map when you're trying to get back into this series.
Domination from the Flow State boys already off the break. Deathruptor got himself a double kill as he was sitting on the plasma nades on top of blue there, C-Plat, whichever you want to call it. Scoobmeister just getting out with his life. They're opting to go for the hill, potentially, as long as he knows that everything is all clear. It looks like the spawns of Flow State are probably going to be coming from top elevator if we haven't seen them out yet. I believe a member is still sitting C-Plat. Konzi getting his head taken off there by I'm not entirely sure who, but a fantastic kill. A lot of pressure being able to be made there, and a lot of free time for Scoob to be able to dance on that hill, rack himself some points. But right now, with how the bars are looking, it's pretty even with how much hill time has been racked up, even though it looks like actually, no, I was going to say, you know, kills are more sort of heading towards in Kitbash's favor, but it's pretty even right now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and something interesting in talking about a bit of a tangent here, Bluey, was Scoobmeister was down in the bottom hill, really vulnerable position, but because his mouse and keyboard, he could just switch angles so quickly, and he was able to just, you know, flick around, check all of his angles very, very quickly, so wouldn't find himself in a position where someone's shooting him in the back and he wouldn't have enough time to turn around and at least put some damage down. So that's just the strength of having those high DPA plays that you can make with a mouse and keyboard. You know, just a flick of that wrist and that you're already 180.
Cheese backlines. Lith here takes him out. Should have a double kill on Scoob himself, but it doesn't look like he's going to challenge. Scoob is going to sort of run his way out for long haul, and Cheese is going to give his teammates the ability to spawn on this C-plat area. And the first hill does in fact go to Kitbash. Throughout all that chaos, all that sort of disruption that was happening, Lolly just decided to take it into his own hands, jump down on the hill and pick himself up camo as well.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't even realize it was there. He just kind of looked to his left and was like, yep, yoink, I'll take that, thank you. And it's moving through. Konzi just hiding in the corner. Didn't even know it was there.
Oh my
and he gets
God.
shut down by Lolly. Wonderful shots from him. He's got that pink mist in his back pocket. Hopefully we get to see a needle apply. There it is. Not able to connect. And he does get him. He gets away with his life too. I thought he was going to go down there, Bluey. I was getting a little bit nervous. Death Drop the court in the corner there. Lolly being very aggressive with that camo.
Yeah, you know, it's Lolly is historically a very, very aggressive player. We saw him a little bit out of competitive Halo for a short while there, but now knowing that he is back and seeing his playstyle just come out in full force, I think he's definitely on a squad which enables him to play like that. As we were talking, Justin, the second hill went to Kitbash quite easily then, you know. Flow State didn't really have an answer or being able to shut down any members of Kitbash throughout that entire engagement.
No, and I wonder if Flow State's mentals are just kind of wavering quite a bit at the moment. They're 2 maps down. Kitbash is looking really good, and previously Flow State was doing really well, just hanging on and trying to stay competitive, but Kitbash seems to be running away with it now, Bluey.
Yeah, they're about halfway to this third hill here on Recharge. It is 4 hills for the game to be won on your end. Couple of members scattered around here and there, but they're doing that to just keep control of the spawns. Make sure, especially on King of the Hill, if you can lock a team down in that C position for as long as possible, especially having this A hill here, you're pretty much guaranteed to have it. There's not a lot of ways, unless there's a massive solo play that comes through, that can be shut down. Kitbash does not get shut down, however. They are up 3 hills, and now they only have the last hill down in Blue Hall, down at the bottom here, to be able to capture.
That they do. On board with Lolly, scoreline 9-4, doing really well for his squad so far. Sam J caught on the boxes there. Nice little grenade just popped out there. Scoobmeister with that back smash. He's got the shock rifle. He's got the camo. This man can just shut down anything that Flow State wants to do. Very dangerous position if you're a Flow State fan. Deathruptor cops a shock rifle to the face. Perfect shots from Scoob. And he's just watching these angles. He's the most dangerous man alive right now, and it does look like Kitbash are going to be able to secure this last hill and take away the series, Bluey.
What happened there, Justin? 2 Flow State, 3-0 for Kitbash, and that last game was just a steam train all over. There were no moments at all whatsoever where Flow State sort of picked themselves up and got back into the game. It just seems like they were just being trampled all over time and time again.
That was a record finish, I think, for a King of the Hill. That was insane about how fast that was coming out from Kitbash. That was a 4-0, fast 3-0 as well for Kitbash. Now they're going in towards this winners final, and they await the winner of Immunity versus Digital Nation. So those guys right now are certainly feeling pretty hot, especially coming into one final series going in towards that winners final. By the way, if you guys do want to catch that other semi-final, Blue Panda is streaming it on twitch.tv/Blue Panda. If you guys don't want to go over and suss him out, he's going to be a part of the DreamHack crew as well, so might as well give him some love straight away. But this is some dominance coming in from Kitbash. And Justin, we talked about this going into the series. Is Kitbash coming with a lot of confidence? Are they going to make this look simple? And they did. And this certainly is going to give them a whole boatload of confidence going into towards that winners final.
I think so, particularly that last game. It's a really good way to bookend the series if you're Kitbash, is that you played pretty well, and even when the team kind of challenged you, you still were able to clutch things out, close the games out, and then the last game, it really was just a stomping. They just took them out. The fact that Lolly has the needler out when he has camo just proves how confident they were. You know, anytime someone picks up that needler, it's like, boom, okay, they're feeling it. They know they're going to win. They feel it in their loins. And poor Flow State, they just could not do anything in that last map.
Yeah, it really did feel like that it was kind of just a shutout in that final map there of King of the Hill. And sometimes that's what this game mode can look like, right? If you have one team that is certainly oozing confidence and feeling like they are on top, they can just take control and make that one look simple. These game modes, even though that, you know, there's a 2-0 the oddball and 4-0 here on the King of the Hill, I think we just scratched that third map. But the Slayer and the Oddball, I think, Bluey, they were still relatively close maps. It definitely looked like there was points there where Flow State could have taken a round or even a map there, but it just wasn't to be done. And I think Kit Bash are really kind of showing us that they've got a lot of team play, they've got a lot of individual performance, and this might be, the final evolution that Kit Bash need to get themselves onto a big stage.
Yeah, those first 2 games in particular, there was only really like 1 or 2 spawn cycles, which were just the definitive answers to how those matches closed out. And at the end of the day, I think that does just come back to how much more Kit Bash had those games, had those moments on lock in terms of flow state. Again, I said it before, Kit Bash are a team that have come into this saying, yes, we've made a bunch of roster changes, but we're really happy with where we're sitting now before DreamHack. So them coming into this region, I think, just further solidifies that.
Yeah, exactly, and especially with the way that they're playing, as you said, with players like Lith coming into this roster as well, this might have been the final iteration that these guys need to really be able to get it done. But then it all comes to the question is, if they falter here at the final hurdle, do they have enough, gas left in the tank to try and get themselves towards the end here? Because even if they do lose this winners final, it's only one more series that they have to play after that to try and get themselves a dub. So that's all it is so far. They've secured themselves that all they need is an extra win to get themselves towards DreamHack. So that's a big positive for the lads of Kit Bash today, right, Justin? The fact that they know that they are only one series victory away from getting themselves in towards DreamHack. That's going to make them feel good.
Absolutely. And one thing about that is when you're only one step away, that can help make or break you mentally, because if you're jumping into a series and you only need one more series to get you through, it doesn't matter who you're coming up against. You could be coming up against Immunity and you just go, hey, listen, I'm almost there. And if we just push through Immunity, we're going to make it, boys. We don't have to worry about running into the Chiefs or Divine Mind or whatever. We're just got to pull it together, play the best Halo that we can, and then you've qualified.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's going to be a big little check mark here for the lads of Kit Bash to be able to get towards it. I think on the other side of things, teams like Second to None, who are currently in that elimination bracket, if whichever team does falter out of that that winners final, pardon me, they've still got some big teams to try and go through. We've got also teams like Paradox that are down there as well now. So I think that it is going to be a pretty hard run for whoever's going to get down there. But the fact that there is only one series victory done until they can get that one finished, then that's when it's going to be really good for a team like Kit Bash. But Bluey, looking across at Flow State right now, they're going to drop into that elimination bracket. How are you feeling about those guys moving forward? Do you feel like they can try and make a second play at the title here? Or at least
I definitely think that they have it in them. I'm hoping that they sort of just took that game again and once again copped it on the chin and can move forward with it. I do have a lot of confidence in their team and their roster. They definitely have some things to iron out. But that being said, this is a team that we are going to be seeing at DreamHack as well. So even if they don't make it through today, being where they want to be, which is obviously at the top of the list, they're going to come into DreamHack, and hopefully the time between now and then they can use that time very, very well. Go back, review the VODs, do a bunch more scrims, and just iron out those things that they don't quite have, in the bag at the moment.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see what Flow State are going to look like, because lads, we've got our winners interview here with Lith. So let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to the man and see how he's feeling after that series victory. Lith, mate, it's a good victory for you guys to be able to get this one done so far. It seems like throughout the entirety of this qualifier, you guys have not skipped a beat. How are the lads feeling? How are you guys feeling going in towards this winners final here?
Yeah, listen, we're feeling pretty good, boys. We put in a lot of work behind the scenes, and I feel like I'm obviously by myself. This is my first tournament with these boys, so I feel like I've got a lot to prove in the community. But I really feel like we're gelling really well together, and we've got a lot to prove going forward. But obviously, there's some big monsters waiting for that final game, Immunity. But look, honestly, we're really confident, and the spirits are pretty high with the boys, so ready to get it going.
Good stuff, Lith. I love to see you on the roster, man. Always been a big fan. I just want you to give us a sort of a quick talk through, walk us through how you originally came to be on this roster, because I think for a lot of people watching, and especially within the ANZ community, maybe looking at this and being like, oh, this was a bit of a weird pickup, a bit of a weird change. What put you on this roster with these boys here?
Yeah, definitely. I think the community there was a lot of people that were like, the green man. I don't know if that's the best thing to be doing, but look, I think where I've been through a lot of teams in the community, so I've just been trying to find a team that I can really settle in and play the same as me, and where my play style is quite aggressive, that I can kind of fit in. And I think these boys picked me up really well. I think every team that I've pretty much been with in the past, I kind of haven't really been able to shine or play the way I wanted to play. But these guys just open arms, and they've really allowed me to just kind of play my game. And I'm hoping I can just keep causing destruction as I go through this bracket. So, yeah.
That's really awesome to hear, mate, that you found yourself a home. You're feeling really good. So why don't you give us a little bit of an insight of how you're going to be preparing for DreamHack Melbourne? It's only a couple of weeks away, so how are you guys going to be preparing?
I think the biggest thing is probably just putting forward a good effort in this tournament, showing those big fellas above us that, you know, we can hang, you know what I mean? And we've got the potential to be able to perform, so we can get those scrims with them and then obviously use that to improve going into DreamHack. I think we've got the potential, I think we've got the camaraderie to really push us all the way deep in the bracket, so at DreamHack. So yeah, like I said, we're all really keen, and I mean, it's just the grind really, isn't it? Like, you just got to put the work in, and like I said, hopefully this showing here really puts us in a good standing with those top teams so we can get some scrims and get that practice in.
Yeah, I mean, definitely from what you guys have shown us so far, there's definitely a whole lot of passion and a whole lot of work that you guys have put in to be able to get to this point right now. So congratulations, Lethal, getting towards this winners final. Good luck in your final series as well, and good luck for the rest of the bracket.
Cheers,
as well
boys.
today.
Legend.
Cheers, mate.
Later, mate.
Good to hear from some of the big fraggers that we've got here in our community. You can hear the raw passion, I think, coming in from Lith there. He is definitely one of those players that is extremely hungry, and even he said it himself, to prove himself to the community that he is here to play and he is here to be able to put up some big numbers. We've seen some good performances from him in the past, Bluey, and now I think this, you know, showing from these Kit Bash guys as a group and him himself really goes to show that maybe this is a pretty good squad and we might be able to, you know, sing their praises even more at DreamHack.
Look, at the end of the day, Lith is the green machine, mate. We should have no doubts in our mind whatsoever that he is going to come in smashing and perform. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he does for the rest of today, and then obviously into DreamHack as well. And I'm hoping these Kit Bash boys really just stick together, iron out a whole bunch of the issues that they may think that they have. Because, yeah, I definitely look at this team and think, all right, yep, this is a roster that can roll with the big guns that we have in the region.
They definitely can, and they've certainly got one more hurdle to go before they get themselves that guaranteed slot towards DreamHack. They are awaiting the winner of Digital Nation and Immunity. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to set our sights on this elimination bracket. We're going to be going in towards our next series. We've got a quick little break before we get there, so make sure you join us on the other side of this, more of the ANZ Regional Final. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the ANZ HCS Regional Final Qualifier. We're getting a little bit deep here, but we're going to be setting our sights on the elimination bracket. We've been in the winners bracket all throughout the entirety of today, but our third series of the day is going to be an elimination one, boys. So one of these two teams is going to say bye-bye, and the other team is going to be able to trudge forward here in this qualifier and keep their hopes alive for DreamHack Melbourne, and that is what it's all about here today, Blue. It's all about DreamHack Melbourne. We've seen some really good series so far. We've seen some dominance so far from a lot of these teams, and I think there might be a few question marks about, how many of these teams are actually going to be able to cut it, even if they do make it towards DreamHack. What are the open bracket going to look like? What's our pool play going to look like if these teams do go forward? And I think it is a nice little mixed bag for us here in an open qualifier.
Yeah, it's definitely all about having their sights set on DreamHack here today. But that being said, looking at, obviously we're missing the top 4 teams in our region from being able to play today, and a lot of these teams are looking to vie for those positions to be versing against them. That's exactly what they're here for today. But exactly as Lith said in the interview that we just had with him, he said that, especially he was feeling confident in his team being able to definitely tango with those giants, and seeing the performances that are coming out here today with the teams and these new rosters that have been made, I definitely think that from all the teams that we've seen here, that they can definitely tango with those big top 4.
Yeah, they definitely can, and I mean, that team in Kit Bash, they've certainly got a series ahead of them now with Immunity dispatching of Digital Nation 3-0. Winners final now. Winner of that series, ladies and gentlemen, Immunity between Kit Bash, gets their ticket punched all the way towards DreamHack Melbourne. They're going to be a part of our pool play as well, and I think whoever does come out on top of that is going to be more than happy with their performance today. And even if, Kit Bash or Immunity goes down to that elimination bracket, that is where it's really going to be spooky for a lot of these other teams. Teams like second to none right now, Justin, when we're looking at this team, look how strong they were up against Immunity. They still got a pretty massive run, and they're going to have some big teams that are going to be in their way as well. Teams like Flow State, Digital Nation potentially could be there as well, or even teams like Bandits or Vertex. It is not going to be an easy run for any of these teams left in the elimination quarterfinals.
Yeah, you nailed it, Luke. The second to none versus Paradox, that is going to be a very interesting one, because second to none, they surprised Immunity a little bit and took a game off them. So they're going to be feeling confident in their ability to be able to take maps off anyone. So I don't think there's any other roster that we're seeing here today that second to none won't be confident in being able to take down. So we might see them go on a healthy run through the elimination bracket here.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are certainly trying to look for a little bit more of their confidence as well. And I think if we start to see some 3-0s creep up, that's when it's going to start getting interesting for us. But lads, let's jump into this one. Elimination round 5. Bandits versus Vertex right now is going to be the series we're going to be jumping into. Haven't been able to see these teams just yet on our screens, but this is where we're able to look at these teams and some familiar faces once again here, Blue. I feel like this is going to be the stale for a lot of these teams that are remaining in this qualifier. But this Bandits roster, they've been able to do some stuff in the past, be able to at least be able to give us a nice little smile when we do ever watch them play. But I mean, it's all backs against the wall right now in this elimination round 5.
Absolutely, but that being said, Bandits are no slouches to this kind of level of play or the kind of pressure that's on them right now. Bandits is a team that's comprised of a lot of old heads in the ANZ Halo scene, particularly around the Halo 3 era. And these are guys who have competed and played Halo titles for many, many years. So them coming into this competition, particularly today, and then looking forward into DreamHack, it's nothing that they're not used to.
Exactly. On the other side of the server today is going to be Vertex. Now, this team, those of you who are playing along at home, these guys are all ex-COD players being able to come into here. And the last time we saw players like that come into our game here in Halo Infinite, Justin, we had some pretty top-tier players come out of that. The Vanguard escapees were able to get out of that. But Bluey, looking at Ryu right now, being able to come back into this Vertex roster, he's got some COD buddies being able to come around him for this qualifier. And hey, this might be the run that Vertex might need to do to try and get themselves towards DreamHack.
Well, here's the thing with Vertex as well. These guys have been putting in a ridiculous amount of hours to make sure that their skill transitions over from one game to another, and particularly in Halo, there's a lot more that you have to pick up, especially when it comes to team dynamics. You can't just be running in solo bolo all the time, making sure you can secure as many kills as possible and then just being successful in that, right? There's a lot of team synergy that you have to get around, and seeing how often these guys have been scrimming and have been jumping into the Ranked 8's Discord here in ANZ and competing in that way as well. These guys have been putting an absolutely disgusting amount of hours into the game to make sure that they can perform at the peak with the rest of the players that we have here.
It definitely feels like, a lot of the time when we do talk about some of these players be able to come in from other esports, it feels like there is a lot of time that they put into it straight away to try and get those fundamentals down pat. Obviously, when you're coming into a different esport, you're already behind the 8 ball because you don't have those same fundamentals that everybody has had, that they've been in this esport for a long time. So it's always good to see these teams and these players put in so much effort to try and get them towards that upper echelon. And I think so far, looking at this, Vertex so far, they're already, in the top 8 technically when they're looking at this, so it's not a bad shout for them either way. And if this team isn't able to get the qualification and DreamHack today, even for both these teams, Bandits as well as Vertex, I'm sure they'll be able to do a whole lot of damage in that open bracket too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not, that's the kind of thing that we need to put as a little side note on here. If these players don't make these top spots here today, there's still going to be teams that are competing in DreamHack come 2 weeks time, and they're still going to be making their way up through that open bracket as well, and that just gives them another shot to really prove themselves. And between now and that time anyway, they still have 2 weeks to scrim, VOD review, do everything under the sun to make sure that they are ironing out as much of those faults that they may have as a team as possible.
Welcome back, Justin, once again. Be able to get yourself back here onto the broadcast, mate. So, your thoughts so far here on Bandits and Vertex?
I think it's going to be a close one. And apologies for the PC crashes, by the way. It is very annoying. You spend all your cash on a fancy PC and it just doesn't hold together. So I'm a bit ashamed of the crashes so far. But on topic, I think this is going to be a bit of a bloodbath. And you see that quite a lot in elimination brackets, is that a lot of teams, they're knocked down and they're kind of still angry and hungry that they want to go all the way. And the competition can sometimes really tighten up in the elimination bracket. So I think this one's going to be back and forth.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like a lot of these series that we're going to be having for the rest of the day. We've only got a few left in us for this bracket as well. It feels like they are going to be certainly very hard fought and very tight. But either way, lads, elimination round 5 is here on our screens. We're going to have Strongholds on Streets to start this one out, and the Slayer is going to be on Livefire, and then it's CTF on Catalyst. So I think, looking at this map pool here, Bluey, this is definitely a map pool that's going to allow us to have a lot of these bloodbaths. Strongholds, I think, is definitely going to be one of those game modes that's going to give us a whole lot of blood, and same with the CTF on Catalyst. So I think we might be in for a treat with maybe a 4-5 mapper.
First map, especially being Streets in particular, it's very common that there's a lot of CQC action going down on that one. A lot of members of any team that we see under the sun always opting to take the Bulldog rocket launcher combo, which is just always explosive whenever we see it happen, and then going immediately from that into a Slayer on Livefire. We're going to see snipe after snipe. Obviously those fights over the power weapons, the power up as well, being the OS. There's a lot for these teams to go back and forth here now. I think it's going to be very neck and neck, and as we keep saying, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, and I think, looking at the Slayer on Livefire as well, it's also one of those maps, Justin, where you don't really have those extremely slow Slayers like you do on things like Catalyst, where there's a whole lot more of these longer sight lines. You can kind of play around and hide around a little bit. Livefire, a lot more condensed, a lot less places for you to try and hide and hold up, and it means that there's just going to be a whole lot more movement, and it means it's just going to be a whole lot more cerebral from these players. And I think that is kind of what we want these players to play like when we get down towards these elimination brackets. It's just kind of play with the flow. Just kind of let a lot of your structure and let a lot of your basics really kind of pull you through in these team games, and just kind of play your own game.
Yeah, it's spot on, Luke. It's not a map where you can just hide away and just, hope and recompose yourself. You just get hunted down. You're one shot, you get called out, and it's just so easy to collapse on Livefire. So if you're a team that's kind of struggling, you've just got to slap yourself in the face and game face on. There is no time to, put your controller down and reset yourself mentally. You've just got to get in there and get it done.
Yeah, and I think that is where it really all starts here on this first map of Streets. And I think if you can really just get yourself in there and kind of assert a bit of dominance, then maybe you might be able to blow out the other team when it comes to confidence. Because I think when we have a look at some of these teams, it is all about confidence for them to make these big runs. But that is the real question for us to answer here on Streets. Map number 1 of Strongholds between Bandits and Vertex. Elimination round number 5 is on our plates, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into it.
Quite excited for this one, Justin. As we've said before, these are two teams that we haven't really gotten the opportunity to look over a lot, and I think throwing them in to the deep end with the Sharks here on Street Stronghold should give them plenty of opportunity to showcase for us the kind of talent and skills that they have underneath their wings.
Absolutely, and we are launching in and on board with talent from Bandit. Moving on through, Luna, a little bit of a glitch there, folks. It's so aggressive, just launching himself out into the map. He does get taken down in the respawn screen. Lovely rocket from Commando just there. He does go down. Both rockets have been fired out, but Mido from Vertex able to capture B without much trouble, and now they're moving through the map. But you know, when you capture a point, the players know exactly where you're going to be. Mido trying to hold down this angle. The collapse comes in to use that thrust beautifully to survive. Now on board with talent. He's got that Bulldog challenging this player. They're desperately trying to stay alive. The help's coming in, but he does manage to secure that kill and scuttle away.
It was the first B and C hold, I believe it was, in the first 25 seconds of the game, coming in from Vertex. Flipping it now once again as Vertex do spawn A, PD side. Unfortunately, I think we had a little bit of a obs.
It wasn't my PC, folks.
Yeah, but that's fine. I was like, what is going on here? Sound cut out and everything, but it seems we are saved. Don't worry about that one, as we are back on board here.
Nothing.
Vertex seems to be struggling a little bit here. We're flipping those spawns time and time again, but as soon as they get a point, they have another one sort of taken away from their control. As soon as it happens, both A and B now once again in control of Bandits.
Yeah, Mido pushing up into B. This looks like his favorite place to hang out on the map here, Bluey. It's just his home. He loves it. He's getting set up. He's putting pot plants up in the corner and just really making it his safe space. And that's translating to some points onto the board. It's neck and neck right now, but Vertex in a position to get a triple cap. That's 3 kills in their control right now, and they're really going to start snowballing.
This should be a point where Vertex sort of takes more and more control of the map. B isn't fully captured for them right now, and they have cleared it out, so now they're getting 2 points a second rather than the standard 1 when you have 2 captures on board. Now it just becomes a game of how long can we hold this triple cap for? How long can we bloat out this score, putting as much pressure onto Bandits as possible? And it seems like that's exactly what they're doing, as Ryu just turns around with these rockets, fires the second ones out, though doesn't manage to hit either of the targets that were in his field of view. Alakazar going to be just sitting back right now with this red gun, putting good bits of damage out on the map, but it doesn't really seem to be enough for his teammates to follow up on right now, as he gives a nice little back smack on Kamado. And B and C hold still in the hands of Vertex, but it looks like Bandits spawn C side, Tram side, managed to get that, but it's an instant flip on the side of Vertex.
It certainly is. Vertex doing really well so far. They've got an 80-point lead and still have control. Lovely shots from Luna there for the double kill reversal, and just going through and clearing out players. Luna, have a look at the scoreline right now. He's 3 and 4 right now, so not top fragging or anything like that, but just little plays like that double kill just opens up the map and just changes things extensively when you're trying to get control of the map. Now on board with Man of Chicken from Vertex, and the scoreline, it is starting to blow out quite a lot. Bandits, we've seen them perform before in online tournaments, but right now they seem to be struggling a little bit, Blue.
About 100 points ahead. In fact, now over 100 points ahead for Vertex, and it seems like Bandits right now are really struggling to make any plays for themselves enough. Luna picking up a nice little double kill there might give his teammates the ability to get some footing on the map, but he does appear to be a little bit on his own in PD corner right now sitting cones, just trying to look out, get his teammates to sort of readjust as Renal goes into tires there with natural talent. They all get taken down. Luna, the last one up, left alive. That's 4 down for Bandits, and it looks like the map control in the hands of Vertex is it's going to remain that way, as there are 2 seconds till Rockets comes up, and it looks like that's probably Rockets in the hands of Vertex.
Yeah, you can't be letting power weapons go in the hands of the opposite team when you're trailing by over 130 points right now. Able to get that triple kill as well. I think he's still got 1 more rocket to play with as well. He does get called out and taken down. A critical kill. Talent doing very well to make sure that he didn't get away with those rockets. I do believe they're just sitting down on the ground, Bluey, so it'll be interesting to see who manages to scoop them up. Ryu working really well with Man and Chicken there to push them back. And, you know, Vertex, they just seem to be running away with this. They're about to cross over the 200-point line. Bandits not able to get anything going at all.
I believe Chicken did actually manage to use both of those rockets before he died. It doesn't matter if he doesn't have rockets anyway, because he's still got the Sentinel Beam in his hands, picking up a double kill. Not much to contest against this man right now. This Man of Chicken is just being completely uncontested, running around the map and just putting as much damage as he can. Back and forth, nice little trades coming out too on the timeline as 1 point goes for one team. The other, you know, the flip comes out immediately. And the points continue to tick up for Vertex as they're going to have an A and C hold, forcing members of Bandits to have to stay close to B.
Certainly. Now on board with a Commando and trying to find a player. He does go down. He was waiting around the corner, but still came off second best in that situation. Now with Alcazar, with that Stalker Rifle, drops it down to get the easy switch. Hold this. Killing spree medals coming up for him and doing everything that he can to make sure that his team just pulls this game over the line. And listen, they've got such a massive lead, Bluey. However, they haven't taken their foot off the gas. That pressure just keeps coming. Bandits are just, you know, they're really struggling against these guys.
Yeah, the members of Vertex really haven't lacked in sort of any way, shape or form throughout. Even though they have this massive blowout lead, they're just not letting go. They're not releasing any of that pressure that they're putting on Bandits. It's just always just, you know, they've got him in a headlock and they just will not let go. The time is ticking up, only 20 points left for Vertex, and they're able to be, so they can secure game one here, sorry. Luna still answering back on his own, seeming to be the star player for Bandits right now, as he's picking up a good amount of kills to his name and making some very confident challenges, but unfortunately it's just not enough when the rest of his team needs to follow up on that same kind of energy that he's putting out here, and it just doesn't seem like they have the pace to do so. 4 members of Vertex go down, so he might see a bit of a momentum shift, but there is a lot of time to make up for Bandits.
Yeah, I mean, right there, you saw Luna. He got a double kill, almost landing the triple, and it still was not enough for his team there. Yeah, Talon got the cleanup, but you shouldn't have to have Luna pulling off potential triple kills to keep their team in the game. They need to work together as a squad and get consistent points, not wait for someone to make a big play. Now, back on board with Mido, looking at his scoreline, he's 15-9, so he seems to be pretty dominant so far in this game, Bluey. And look at this, there's nades coming in, but he's putting himself in a perfect position. Amazing peak there, and he barely lost any shields in that situation. There was a lot of heat coming his way.
Always support from his team, and that support goes far and wide when they manage to take the first game incredibly convincingly, 250-72. The boys on Vertex absolutely dominating a bunch of old school Halo players in kind of a way that I don't think anyone really expected to happen.
No, not really, particularly because we've seen Bandits perform really well in other online tournaments so far this year. So they have it in them. Potentially it might have been a bad game for them, or, you know, whatever. But the fact of the matter is that Vertex was very, very strong there. And if they can maintain that momentum, then they're going to quickly close out this series. Bandits, they really need to just pull it together.
Yeah, coming from the backgrounds that Vertex have, you know, they're always going to be aggressive players. It takes a lot for a team, especially in a Halo game, when you're sort of facing off against that aggression and you're constantly being pushed back, you know, into your spawn or into these situations, these areas that you don't want to be in. You have to come up for an answer with that very quickly, because otherwise the game is going to completely snowball out of your hands, and that's exactly what we saw happen in this game. It snowballed in the kills, it snowballed in the overall score, it snowballed in just how the rotations were coming out in hand in favor of Vertex. So Bandits have a lot to make up for going into these next couple of games. Otherwise, this series is pretty much just going to be out of their hands, Justin.
Yeah, but you know what? I do think they have it in them. I keep saying it. We've seen them do it before. And players like Natural Talon and Luna, they've got quite a bit of experience. They've been competing for a really long time. And I know for a fact that Talon has quite a bit of LAN experience as well. So hopefully he can help rally his team a little bit and get their composure back and get them back in this game, because they do have it in them.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have, as you just said, we've seen Bandits in the past do very, very well for themselves, and even put in very in positions that they probably, you know, didn't like to be in, positions where they felt completely backed up against the wall. It just takes for them to now reach into that pocket where they have in the past and be able to pull out, you know, a game win in their favor. If they can take the next match, that's going to restore a lot of confidence in themselves, in the whole stack, and, you know, put a little bit of fear in the hearts of Vertex, which is exactly what they need in this scenario.
Yeah, well, they need to do it right now. Now is the time, because they drop another map, then their confidence will be at an all-time low. But Slayer Livefire is a very different game type to Stronghold's Street, so good opportunity to kind of just brush away that previous game and just focus on the next one. So that's the key to victory for Bandits in this next one, is just forget about that first game. Yes, it was a blowout, didn't perform the best, but you've just got to think about the next map. What's done is done. You can't do anything to change it. So I'll have to see how things play out. But Vertex, they must be going into this super confident, and I'm just hoping that they're not coming in too confident like we saw early earlier tonight with Digital Nation when they were playing up against Paradox. They dumpstered in the first game, and then the second map they got taken down a couple of pegs there. So, you know, Vertex, they can't take their foot off the gas. They've just got to keep playing on through.
In this particular instance, though, Justin, when you don't really have a lot of wiggle room, and obviously you're playing on the line for so much, you know, you're playing for the ability to punch your ticket to DreamHack, you know, flights and accommodation included, do you really have that time and that space in your head to just brush off that first game? Should you really be looking at that more in the sense of, okay, what faults did we make there? We need to improve on that. We can't let this kind of thing slip out of our grasp once again.
I mean, everything, whatever meant. I mean, it's all speculation, right? In terms of what their mental state is like. You know, maybe they're all just having a big laugh and a bit of a joke, and like, hey, boys, we really stuffed that one up, didn't we? Or they could be angry and arguing. You just don't know. But the fact of the matter is, they're just going to stay focused on the task at hand, and it does look like just that, because Talent working really well with his teammates there to secure that sniper rifle. You could tell that he was holding down angles and putting down damage as his teammate pushed on through to grab that power weapon. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far, and that overshield is about to pop, so you've got to make sure you're secure. But Renile, they did so well to get that sniper rifle, and he just gets shut down. Now Alcazar has it in his greasy mitts.
It's not only being shut down from the sniper rifle, it's being denied the overshield as well, because that's where the next fight was going to take place. But seeing as that positioning was just sort of thrown by the wayside, lost so quickly, then OS falls back in the favor of Vertex. And once again, we are seeing how aggressive the boys on the Vertex squad are playing, how quickly they are rotating and moving through the map. Look at Alcazar right now, just how freely he's sort of moving around with this sniper, and he can take that 4-shot as well with such confidence. Might be able to get away with his life here. Does try to turn around, get the cheeky no-scope. It doesn't connect with any bullets whatsoever. And once again, the sniper does fall in the hands of Bandits. Talent is going to have to do a little bit of work here to back out with his life. Doesn't quite connect any of those shots again. A little unsure as to why he took that challenge. Didn't really seem like he had a lot of support coming in from the favor of his teammates, but Bandits do seem to come out kind of on top of that little scrap there down at Big Door.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. I mean, it was good to see that, you know, Talent was very confident with his ability to hit that no-scope, but it's one of those situations, it's like, do you go for the no-scope and be the hero, or do you just put in a couple of bursts with your BR? It's an interesting situation to debate. Maybe the chat can have a debate and decide what was the best thing to do there, but we're not the ones in the moment having to make split-second decisions. We have the benefit of seeing everything that's going on in the map. But now, Luna, with that sniper, just picked it up off the ground. Scoreline is basically even Steven at the moment, anybody's game, but Renile now with that OS, and here comes that Bandits collapse. They're hunting down these players. I'm liking what I'm seeing. They're working together as a unit. Man and Chicken, he's caught, but they overshield played, and he's still got a little bit to work with as well. Jumping up, trying to help his teammates, and he does get melted and taken down. Trying to be a little bit too flashy maybe there, Bluey.
How that entire push from Bandits just collapsed by the wayside. The overshield was pretty much completely wasted with only one kill sort of being made in that transaction there. That is really unfortunate for the members of Bandits. It seemed like they had everything in their favor right there. They went for the tower control. They had it, you know, with one bullet left in the sniper. They had the member of the team pushing with OS, but they just seemed to all get shredded. Before long, 3 members were down from Bandits, Renal being the last one alive, and he just got picked off out in field.
Yeah, look at the confidence that Ryo had just down there to push in and secure that kill. He just went in. It's like, yeah, I'm just going to clean up this kill. He's around the corner. I'll take him out. No worries, boys. And he just seems to be doing whatever he likes on the map so far, just jumping out and challenging everything. He's in so much control right now. And I mean, look at the scoreline. 11-5 for him right now. Of course he's feeling confident, Bluey.
Even then, you know, we see those 3 assists next to his name just come out from that one sort of instance of those fights. You know, it was 3 assists back to back to back. So even if he's just not getting kills himself, oh my, what is that? That was such a quick, smart play from him. His brain is just firing right now. All the synapses are going off, and he's doing everything he needs to on the map to just make successful plays for his team.
Mate, I mean, I could see the players through the wall, and I didn't even see that guy coming, and he just, like, repulsed him straight off the map and turned a situation where he shouldn't have got a kill into a trade situation. I mean, little plays like that, they start adding up big time in the grand scheme of the entire game. Man of Chicken now looking at his scoreline. He's 7-6 right now, so just keeping things pretty even, but they are going to get rewarded with this overshield by the looks of things. The play does go down. He's sliding out to grab it, slams it onto his chest. A lot of grenades coming out. Look at that challenge as soon as he gets it out. Easy double kill when you've got that overshield there, and the killing spree, and slinks away with his life. Man of Chicken ain't no chicken. He's got claws and a sharp beak.
Yeah, Man of Chicken is you know, one of those roosters that they slap knives on the end of their talons for in order to make them fight. That's the kind of aggression that he is coming in with these plays right now, and you'd love to see it. Just the confidence, the aggression from this entire Vertex crew is, you know, exactly the kind of thing, especially in Slayer matches, that we seem to be missing a lot when it comes to these game types. And it's the thing that I think a lot of players just underestimate, and how earth-shattering it is when it comes to just absolutely fracturing the confidence of another team. If you can constantly be on top of them spawn after spawn and just pick them off one by one, you start to feel like there's nothing you can do. You have no control over the map, and you have no control over how the game is playing out. You're just kind of like a plastic bag in the wind, just being thrown around in every direction.
Yeah, what's interesting is that it did seem like Vertex was just outplaying them, even individually, but the scoreline is basically completely even at this point. Bandits really holding on, and it does look like Talon is leading the charge in that. 12-9 currently, doing really well with his squad. No one going hugely negative. Everyone's basically trading out each of their deaths, and it's really going down to the wire in this one, Bluey.
Looks like Bandits right now have the members of Vertex all sort of pinched in this back warehouse A side. Couple of shots coming from Talent, turns around to Mido, does get taken down. Man of Chicken challenging Renile right now, gets assistance from Alakazar down in Rat Tunnel. Looking to help out his teammate once again as they collapse onto Luna. Does get that Heatwave kill, completely disintegrated. 43-37 the scoreline is right now in the favor of Vertex. And we might just see things topple over very quickly for Bandits. Alakazar picks up a kill on Kamado. A challenge from Man of Chicken. He reloads his BR. Kind of accepted death there, but it doesn't matter as the trade came out anyway. 4 more kills left for Vertex to be able to wrap this up. Another collapse, double manned onto Kamado as he spawned back A. Not really much he could do there, but the sniper is in the hands of Alakazar. If he can connect these last few kills, they know that the player is tower side. Did see the drop down as well. No connection coming up from that sniper. No shots fired. A 2v1 right now. He hits that no-scope. The foot shot. The Achilles heel he managed to grab. 2 kills left for Vertex, and there's plenty of sniper rounds for Alakazar to be able to play with right now as he's just sort of backing off. 2 sandbags, all members of Bandits sitting back tower as Luna picks up a kill against Ryu. Couple of players moving down to Rat Tunnel. Bandits having to play it very safe right now as they know that Alakazar has this sniper. All it takes is 2 more headshots. Luna does get picked off by a BR. 1 more shot left to go. Alakazar looking to snipe this. He's got his eagle eyes on right now. Might play for a little bit of flake here. He does hit the no-scope. The beatdown comes out, but Man of Chicken already secured the kill before it was game-ending. And that score is donezo for them. Vertex picks up this series 2-0 over Bandits. Justin.
So much confidence. Just pushing mid there with the sniper, just shooting off no-scopes left and right. You could just tell that they knew that they were going to win that game. And, you know, it's one of those situations, you know, charged because you can't lose. But still, just the confidence that those players are having in the plays that they can make. Even though Bandits was playing really well and they're hanging on that entire time, it did just seem like Vertex just felt so comfortable the entire time. They never really felt on the back foot.
That foot shot at the end there, absolute play. You know, that's the kind of thing that completely disrupts any hold that Bandits thought they might have had down in mud, sort of bottom tower area. Fantastic stuff from him, and that was earth-shattering at the end there. The amount of pressure that he was applying just by looking down mid with his scope, making sure that none of the players of Bandits could hang around top tower side just to peek for cheeky damage is huge, and gave Vertex so much space to work with until that final collapse came out.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? Considering the performance the Bandits put in Map 1, the fact that they are able to play so much better in Map 2, like, I don't want to say get too ahead of myself and say that they potentially could take the series, but it is looking like they're gearing up. Maybe they're just a bit of a slow starting roster, and they're starting to heat up now. So reverse sweep, dare I say it?
You know what, Justin? I'm not sure I really have confidence in that statement there, because it's going to take a lot from these players moving forward. They are down 2 already, and Vertex just seems to be absolutely ripping and tearing with everything they have right now. Just being able to push all these lanes with such confidence, be so confident in their team shooting and their individual skills as well. You know, Bandits have a lot to answer for in this particular instance, and I just don't know how much gas that they might have left in the tank moving on to Game 3.
Yeah, well, listen, they better fill those gas tanks up, because they lose this next map, they're gone skis. They're going into the spectator seat and watching the rest of the stream and everybody else play Halo. So if they want to keep playing, they need to take this map and then the next 2 after that. So they are very much on the line right here. One more map and they go home, and Vertex will push on forward. We are on board with Renile now from Bandits, peeking out. I like that he didn't peek there. He knew his shields were flashing. He's in a lot of trouble here, a lot of heat coming his way, a lot of attention gravitating towards him. His shields haven't come back completely. Player above him, he is trying to sniff him out. Not able to connect on those shots, and he's backed off once again. Renile off to a pretty rough start. He didn't have his shields straight off the respawn there, Bluey. Every single time his just shields are flashing.
Catalyst CTF is definitely a game mode and a map that rewards heavy aggressive plays, which is something that we've seen come out from Vertex back to back. If they can keep up this momentum, then they're going to have this series in the bag in this Game 3 here. As we did see Mido in the backline there, did manage to pick himself up a kill with that skewer, so it is in the hands of that particular player as he challenges Kamado right now. Man of Chicken following up with that damage as well. Mido does get pinched though, sitting on the red base side on Spike's veranda there. And there is a lot of pushback, a lot of back and forth right now, as a lot of members of Vertex seem to be sort of more in their base or sent back to the respawn screen of death.
You know what? I feel like they're still in the Slayer mindset. They just seem to be slaying out and challenging each other, and not really a lot of objective plays starting up just yet. So maybe a bit of a slow starter in the objective department. Both teams trying to do what they can, but here comes that push from Bandits coming through, trying to get a flag moving. As I'm talking about OBJ, they must have heard me in their headsets, and Mido taken down, doing what he could to try and hold that push back, but he did get taken down into the respawn screen. Now Renile scooping himself up another couple of grenades. Really good area denial in that doorway. The timing on that perfectly placed, and calling it out to his teammates with that marker. Overshield is about to pop. The next team to grab this one could potentially turn that into a flag run, Bluey.
That was a huge push from Bandits that they had into the blue side, Vertex side base there. They had 3 members at one point on the flag, but unfortunately they did manage to get scattered quite quickly as the members of Vertex just answered back simply with their spawns. Kamado right now has OS. And it is gone, just as we say that. Does get a nice little reversal there on Man of Chicken, him being able to tank those couple of shots there. Was the moneymaker play in that particular instance as he moves under their skewer side. Killjoy for Mido onto Renile. Renile obviously doing very well for himself right now. 7 and 3 on the board. 0 assists though, so he might just be scrapping up the rest of his team's kills. But Mido right now just sort of pushing his way through, making his own individual plays here. Does have the sword in hand, so he knows if he gets in a close quarters combat situation, he's going to be the one to come out on top. But he does face 2 players right now. He's going to have to make those happy feet work for him as he sort of plays around blue side, bridge side. And once again, it is very back and forth situation. Push, pull, one after another. And he does get beat down, even with sword in hand, Justin. That's huge.
It was very unfortunate there. And you could tell what he was doing too, is even putting himself in a position, like he stepped back from the ledge to make sure that he didn't hit collision from his lunge with the sword, but he still wasn't able to connect it. Now Luna with that flag moving across the map, a little bit of a fumble hitting it there on the roof there, but he's still on the move with his teammates. Does opt to just drop it down for a minute because he could see that his flag was out as well, so I like that. Just a little bit of patience can go a long way in terms of securing a flag. Sometimes it takes another round of slays to get it over the line, and look at that, the flag has only got a little sliver. He does get the touch and the double kill. Ryu able to shut that one down, but the help is there. It is absolute bloodbath around that flag. Whoever wins this next 1v1 is going to get the flag moving. And look at that. Luna going huge for his team, but no, he goes down as well. So many grenades coming in. The flag's just sitting there. Is getting the touch, so that flag does get reset on the timer. Alcazar right there. Is he going to try and desperate return, putting in shots while he can? But look at this, Bandits doing everything they can. They want that flag, Blue. They're going in. Luna going in for the touch. Gets another reset. Oh my gosh, they're doing absolutely everything that they can. And now the counter pull comes out. Man of Chicken with that OS gets a return, and the flag's on the move. Counter cap on the way, Bluey.
They tried so hard to get that flag, touch after touch, reset after reset, but unfortunately it all just fell by the wayside. Vertex now seemingly the ones to come out on top of that, as Man of Chicken was just able to make his presence known, rush in with Overshield, and anything would have been fine for him. He could have tanked a whole bunch of damage during that entire flag cap time. Mido making a nice little run for the flag, and that Bandit's flag is so close to being captured by Vertex. They just need to make that final push for themselves. But right now, Natural Talent scores himself a triple kill on that flag, frees it up for himself. The return as well comes out, I believe. So much trading going back and forth, but it was a huge play on the side of Bandits in order to make that work.
Natural Talent going huge just there. Triple kill, getting the reset and just shutting that flag down. I mean, he just had to play out of his skin, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to secure that play there. So amazing stuff from him. Now Kamado challenging Mido, gets the perfect 4-shot BR, shutting him down, and he just, it's such a strong position right now. He's really pushed up on the enemy base right now, waiting for his teammates to push up, but no, he's not waiting for anything. He's going in, Bluey. He wants that flag, he wants it moving.
A flag touch right now will just give a little bit of disruption on the side of Vertex. They are 3 down, but now obviously they have to focus on trying to return that flag as fast as possible. Ryu gets a nice little kill on Ronaldo there with some nades flying out across the map. Such a clean juggle from Kamado, leading it to the hands of Luna, who had the grapple in place. They can sort of play a bit sparingly with this now. Renile is going to cap it. A good little throw-off to his team. Shuts down Ryu as well, who was making good progress on their flag himself, as Man of Chicken comes into the base to try and give support, but does get shut down as well. And Bandits are now 1-up Catalyst CTF. Good stuff coming out from Bandits. That was a very, very convincing run.
Yeah, and with that little pause there, with the flag cap going in, he almost did it. The intention was there, Bluey, not able to secure. Mido pushing into the base to get a flag moving and trying to get his team onto the board, but it does look like the flag is also moving on the other side of the map as well. Maybe we'll see a bit of a flag joust, Bluey. And look at this, that Luna running that flag through. Not a lot of fire going onto him. He does get taken down, the skewer in hand, but Man of Chicken not able to connect, but look at that, able to help out his teammate, and it is just absolute mayhem, Bluey. I'm struggling to keep up.
Shots coming out from either side of the map right now, as you said before, Justin. Flags are being run in parallel to each other. We're going to probably see a return right now as a touch doesn't get landed. 2 kills for Man of Chicken as he stops anyone being able to make a touch for that flag and get the reset. Luna right now peeking there. Ivy nade side does decide to back off as there's a lot of heat in that section. 3 members of Vertex seem to be over on their side. Ivy pushing up. Luna's going to have to play it smart here if he wants to get a shutdown on this push. Mido playing a little bit backline right now as he does have the skewer. It is locked and loaded. 2 more shots left in it. If he can get some long-range picks, that's going to open up a lot of space. Even some short-range picks right now, opting to get a little bit close and personal with it. No calls coming out from that now. I believe he spotted Natural Talent running out to their skewer side. But he's just going to play it sneaky. He's going to opt for a more quiet role, wait for them to push up a little bit, and he might get a little bit of a disruption, a little bit of a distraction if he manages to touch that flag when Kamado does. Kamado gets sent flying sky high. Man of Chicken gets a convincing kill right there as well. Players from either side dropping. 2 for 2. Mido right now making a run with this flag. Hopefully he's going to be able to meet up with his teammates so they can secure this and make it 1-1. Justin.
Yeah, Mido, we saw him before. He was just chilling at the other base, really taking his time, waiting for the other players to push up all the way on the other side of the map. Scoops the flag up, still has that skewer in hand, being very cautious, checking all these angles. He can't get that flag in just yet because it is out, so got to wait for that return. But he's got that skewer the whole down the line. That flag, it's almost returned if you need to get that touch, but no, it goes in. 1-1's the scoreline. Mido with that full skewer sitting there, 2 bullets to play with, and he's just, Mido seems to be doing everything that he can for his squad, making the right plays, and really think about it. You can tell, moving around the map, the way he's moving, the way he's positioning himself, that he's being very calculated with each of his moves.
Skewer and Sword right now in the hands of Vertex as Vertex makes another flag pull, dropping it down Ivy side, opting for this Ivy side run again, but he does get met face-to-face with Luna as Luna shows him some aggression on his end. Man of Chicken has the advantage right now with the sword. If he can get in close, his teammate Alcazar sitting there as well, looking just to make things all clear as two members of Bandits go down, so that does give him plenty of room to be able to grab this flag and inch it ever closer towards his base. Natural Talent goes down as well. Killing spree for Man of Chicken as he continues to make this run. Now it all is dependent on the return to see if they can make it 2 up over the members of Bandits. And it looks like, yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. 2-1 in favor of Vertex.
Yeah, I'm going to take a pause and just look at the kill department at the moment. Everyone on Vertex seems to be firing on all cylinders. I mean, even Alcazar, who's a -6 right now, he's got 14 assists. So, like, he's definitely performing in the Slays department himself. And that seems to be translating into some clean flag runs as well. Every time they've pulled the flag out, it seems that they've been able to secure it, Bluey.
Yeah, absolutely. The flag runs that they have made so far on the side of Vertex after that first flag went to the side of Bandits have seen a lot more cool, calm, collected, very calculated on their end as well, opting to make sure that when two members of Bandits go down, they decide to make the pulls or decide to inch the flag a little bit more. They're not really taking challenges on the flag at all, just waiting till people can sort of mop things up, make enough space for them. And it's doing very well in their favor right now as Alcazar takes this fight. Had a lot of overshield to play with there. Doesn't quite manage to scoop up that kill as a dreadfully one-shot member of Bandits manages to just slink away. Life still in hand. Alcazar looks like he's probably going to get pinched here by Kamado and another member of Bandits, and he indeed does as two members of Vertex goes down. And that looks like it will be a stopped flag for Bandits, so they may be able to regroup here and make a push for themselves.
That's got to be frustrating. I mean, you had the OS and not able to secure even one kill from it, and that player just managing to get away and then whittled down and taken out right there on the flag. It would have been so different if he managed to secure a kill. He could have got that flag moving, so that one's got to hurt. Now with Mido, who's 16 and 12, currently going pos for, so showing up for his squad. He's got a teammate sitting there to help him. A lot of Bandits players on this side of the map, so got to be careful about pulling this flag. Yes, they've got one flag pulled, but his shields are flashing already. But I say that Bandits have committed to the other side of the map, potentially getting a counter cap going, Bluey.
Alcazar seems to be the only one now left on their side. Shots ringing out. Kamado on a little pinch of Skewer side as well, as the flag is still sitting there, but there's not a lot that these players are going to be able to do. There's 19 seconds left on the clock, and right now looks like Vertex have the upper hand in being able to make this flag up 3-1 in this series and taking it convincingly. 9 seconds left on the clock, but that being said, this clock is going to stop if neither of these flags get returned. It looks exactly like what Man of Chicken is trying to do right now, as he made a nice little sword play, securing himself a kill. We are in sudden death as this clock ticks down, and if no sort of forward momentum can be made, it looks like this is going to be in the hands of Vertex, and that's exactly what it is. Vertex takes their series 3-0 over Bandits. Unfortunate loss for the Bandits there.
Yeah, very unfortunate indeed. And there was a few signs of life there too, Blue. There's a few moments where players were either going huge or they're working really well together as a squad. I mean, you could highlight Natural Talent in that respect. He went huge a couple of times that game, able to secure critical kills and also get the flag moving as well. And I could see that Luna was working really well with his squad, always juggling that flag across the map. But at the end of the day, it was Vertex that was able to close things out and takes the series pretty convincingly 3-0.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing, right? Is a lot of convincing victories here coming in from Vertex. Commiserations to the Bandits lads. Unfortunately, if they want to be a part of DreamHack Melbourne, they're going to have to do it through the open bracket. But now we get to inch ourselves ever closer to another step in this run that is going to be the ladder of the ANZ Regional Finals qualifiers, because now we get to see what Vertex look like when they're going up against a team who I feel like probably most of us would probably put on the same page as them, and they looked relatively dominant. And Blue now moving forward in the elimination quarterfinals. Digital Nation is the team that they're going to be facing in their next series. Do we feel like from what we've seen from the boys here of Vertex, they've got at least enough to make that series competitive?
Competitive Yeah, I think is definitely the good word to use there. Overall, these are, Digital Nation and Vertex are two teams that are very, very, aggressive in each other. So it's going to be like two unstoppable forces just clashing head to head. And all we're going to see is, in that particular instance, who has the stronger headbutt, right? Like, who can really crack through a skull in that particular instance. A lot of strong, a lot of very confident players on either side. But that being said, looking at how Digital Nation played before and having that added expertise of a player like Lunchy, who has been a very, very long time Halo player, especially in the competitive scene, and sort of knowing his role as kind of a team leader, I think there's going to be a lot of struggles for any other team to go up against Digital Nation right now. They seem like they were really on a roll.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting tale for us to tell a little bit later on in that elimination quarter-finals. But from what we've seen so far from the Bandits, Justin, albeit they're going to depart us here in the qualifiers, if they do so happen to partake in the open bracket, I feel like any team that's going to be finishing here in our top 8 for today of this of these qualifiers, I think are going to be in a pretty good shot in that open bracket and try and at least make a good run and try and get one of the 4 remaining slots we've got in that open bracket, right?
Yeah, it's a big advantage. Yes, they didn't quite make it today. However, there was a lot of games there that they had things going, a few critical mistakes, a couple of misplays, but they can take those things, learn from them, and then they'll be even more prepared for DreamHack. And sometimes that's like a big advantage if you're still trying to iron things out as a team. Maybe you're breaking off some rust because you haven't competed in a couple of tournaments and that kind of thing. So it can play in your favor to get knocked around a little bit pre-LAN and give you some things to work on.
Yeah, see if they can come back and be a little bit stronger here. But lads, with that, we are going to set our sights back onto the winners bracket. It is time for our winners final. Winner of this goes to DreamHack Melbourne. It's Immunity and Kit Bash in a full best of 5. Make sure you guys join us on the other side of this break for more of the regional finals qualifiers. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back here to the ANZ HCS Regional Final Qualifiers. We are getting ever so close to being able to figure out the two teams that are going to be joining our top 4 squads at DreamHack Melbourne in pool play. And one of these two teams is going to be the one who's going to join us. Bluey as well as SSJ4. Lads, let's have a look back at our bracket for today. This winners final is all about qualification. And I think both these two teams have had a relatively easy track. Bluey, mate, Kit Bash not dropping a single map so far. Immunity have dropped a map in this winners final. They've had 2 relatively easy runs so far in our winners final.
I think it speaks volumes about, we interviewed Lift before and he talked about how confident the whole squad was feeling, and I think that's just coming across in their play as well. That being said, they're going to have to come across the Titans that are Immunity right now, and it might be a little bit difficult. Hopefully they can reel in that confidence and just turn it not into hubris, but just in perfected gameplay and making sure that they have everything from their communication to how they're individually doing down, going up against Immunity.
Exactly, and having a look at our elimination bracket here as well, Justin, this is what the remaining teams that are fighting for a spot right now. Second to None and Flow State going head-to-head currently, I do believe, and Digital Nation and Vertex also going head-to-head right now. Elimination semi-finals, 2 winners of those matches will be then going head-to-head to play up against the loser of Immunity and Kit Bash for that final spot at DreamHack Melbourne. We've got some good teams that are left floating around. This top 6 right now, Justin, I feel like I'm pretty happy with any of the teams that we're going to end up here at DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, it's that elimination bracket. That's a scary place to be. Very evenly matched teams, and I think it's just going to come down to who's playing better on the day, because I think all of these teams could take down the other, and it's just being able to clutch it up, keep your mentals nice and strong, and close things out.
Yeah, especially when you've got a few more series to get done here until you get that qualification towards the regional final. But lads, it is time for us to set our sights on this winners final. Kit Bash and Team Immunity will be the highest seed and the first team qualified in towards pool play here for DreamHack Melbourne. Kit Bash so far, Bluey, these guys have been looking really good. Lift talked about it in the interview. He's feeling really confident in himself, really confident in this team, and I think this is their best shot. Going up against Immunity, yes, it might be hard, but these guys seem to be hitting their peak at the right time.
This is a limit test right now for Kit Bash, I believe. This is a limit test to see how far they can take themselves, because if they actually manage right now, not even to just come out on top of Immunity, but take a couple of maps from them, do damage, they know that they have the ability to, all right, within these next 2 weeks, we can tighten up our gameplay, tighten up our momentum as a team, and take that forward. They're really going to be able to tussle with the big guns right now if they can take on Immunity confidently.
Exactly, and the big guns that are Immunity right now, it's not the same Immunity that we've seen before. They've had a few new additions with Dante and Ads coming into the roster here, but Justin, this is still a powerhouse of a squad with these 4 members in the server.
Listen, Benno could turn up to a LAN event having not played for 7 years and still, take that thing out. He is just such an amazing player, and he's so consistent as well. It doesn't matter if he's taking it seriously or if he's just having a casual time. He always turns up for his squad, and there's just so much experience on this team. It doesn't matter how little practice they have. They're getting their team together, trying to get prepared for DreamHack. Can't discount them. I mean, Kit Bash, I hope you guys are ready, because Immunity, they are a top squad for a reason, and Kit Bash being so confident, I'm vibing it, I'm feeling it, and those guys being able to push Immunity to the limit here.
Yeah, especially because Immunity has dropped maps throughout today. So do keep that in mind, lads, as we look at our maps here for our winners final. These are the 5 maps that these teams are going to have to try and get their dubs on to secure their slot at the regional final here at DreamHack Melbourne. All important for these guys to be able to play for it. We're going to be starting it out here with Strongholds on Streets, and then we're going to be going on to the Slayer on Live Fire. CTF on the Catalyst as well. So it's going to be a relatively straightforward map pool, I feel like, here, Bluey. A lot of these maps are, all good for the aggression. There's still going to be a lot of strategy and team play needed in, things like the Strongholds as well as the Oddball and all that kind of jazz. But I'm really kind of liking the best of 5 we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this best of 5 that we have coming up right now are all very, very performance heavy. You can't slouch on any of these maps, any of these game modes, especially them being rung in back to back to back. So very much looking forward to this one, and I'm thinking in my head, my perfect scenario is we go to a game 5 on this one.
I'm really hoping that we do get a Game 5 out of both these two teams right now. And obviously, Justin, from what we've seen from Kitbash so far, how are you feeling about their chances going up against Immunity? Albeit we haven't seen what Immunity have looked like. We just know exactly what these guys can put in the server. Do we feel like this is going to be a 5-mapper?
Potentially. If there was ever a time to do it with Kitbash and how they're playing and their confidence level and that kind of thing, they can do it. Every player takes the same amount of shots to kill, and you just got to play good Halo. It doesn't matter who you're coming up against. So the potential is there for Kitbash to get things going and potentially take Immunity off guard. But I mean, this is going to be their biggest challenge yet, and I think Bluey nailed it when he said that this is a really good test for them to see if they can run with the big dogs.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a really good way to look at this series. It's going to be a test. I think it's going to be a test as well for Immunity, right? You know, going in towards the regional final, those guys are certainly going to be having one eye on the title the entire time. And I think if they can handedly get rid of Kitbash, the team who looks like they're in pretty red-hot form, that puts them in good stead, because then they can go back in the hyperbolic time chamber, sit in there for 2 weeks, come out onto DreamHack Melbourne and really start to put their LAN experience to the test and see if they can come out on top. Whereas I think if Kitbash really push them here, if it goes 5 maps, they'll really start to make Immunity struggle, Immunity still get out on top. Maybe their confidence might be waning a little bit, feeling like the young guns might be able to take over the old men. But Blue, I think this is going to be, no matter which way you're going to slice it, for either one of these two teams, there's going to be some big positives, there's going to be some big negatives coming out of this series, whether it's a winner or a loss for either team.
Yeah, look, there's a lot for both of these teams to take from this match. Either way that it lands, you know, if it's a Kitbash win or an Immunity win, there's a lot for both of these teams to learn from each other again. This is very much like a state of the new versus the old, right? You know, we talk time and time again whenever we see Team Immunity come up about how they're dinosaurs and whatever, but I guess dinosaurs just know how to play really good damn Halo if they come up every, online event and perform the way they do, Justin. So, you know, these are players that we all love seeing, and especially now after seeing how Kitbash has performed, I'm really excited to see how we go into this next series.
Yeah, and I think one thing with Immunity is probably their biggest strength is that they're always composed. No matter what is going on, they just seem to be so in control of the moment, never getting frustrated or tilted or anything like that. So big plus in that department. Now on board with Benno, help securing that B stronghold there, picking up 1 kill, and now moving through, working with Ads there. Scoob in a little bit of a precarious situation. 3 Immunity members collapsing on him, taking him out, and Lolly doing what he can to try and flip over that C stronghold. He is successful and momentarily able to score, but no, didn't even translate onto the board. So Immunity, 2 strongholds, racking up some points already.
It was an immediate flip for Team Immunity. They knew where the spawns were to come out from the side of Kitbash, and took advantage of that by capturing A straight away. But it doesn't matter. Kitbash have made progress from Tram up into B and immediately captured that from them as well. Scoop might be able to get away with his life here. Does challenge, doesn't get rewarded for it though, as the reversal comes out from Benno. Benno is though low, just hiding up driveway. And hopefully the call came out from Scoob. So a member like Lolly right now who can see NRK can respond to that. But Benno is going to make his presence known as he does touch B. So an immediate flip is going to come out. He does have the Bulldog though and gets beaten down. No trade for him as Lolly takes him out.
Yeah, Lolly doing incredibly well there, Bluey. I mean, Benno also had that thrust too. He played it perfectly. He just couldn't connect with that last one. Lolly shutting him down, and that little exchange just there has completely changed the momentum of this game so far. Kitbash now with 2 on the board, racking up some points. Lolly doing what he can to stay alive, does get taken down. Now Divinity tossing grenades up, trying to stop that grab, and Dante there able to secure that kill. Now with Hef looking around B, scouting out some players. We can see those red outlines, but he can't. Scampers away a little bit, and those rockets are about to pop. He scampered away because he's on, hang on boys, I'll be right back. Got to get the rocks. Oh, a little bit of oh no! Oh no! No!
Oh, trade!
That's unfortunate for Hef there, Bluey. Like 3 fumbles in the space of a couple of seconds. That's not what you want to see. I'm sure the Immunity boys are having a good laugh about that one. But Divinity now securing the A stronghold for his squad.
Yeah, unfortunately a bit of skill-based hit reg coming out with those melees there, but it doesn't matter. Hopefully the rocket comm has been communicated because they are still on the ground, down on the aircon jump up there. Divinity does make a grab for them, but is immediately shut down. Dante looking around this A side now, gonna make a capture for it as the bar starts to tick up. Ads looking for those rockets. Not quite sure if he managed to. Okay, he does. They were still there. One rocket left as Ads does have them. Nice little switch to the BR there. Doesn't waste the rocket. Gets the connection onto Scoo, following it up with the headshot. Lith does manage to come up behind him, take him down, and hopefully Lith realizes that right now this is a bit of a too much of a challenge to make. Gets some damage out with that grenade, but does get taken down immediately as we are seeing a reset from Kit Bash as they do spawn back C and Tram.
Yeah, have a peek at the scoreline too as well. I mean, Team Immunity and Kit Bash are going neck and neck right now, and Kit Bash actually a small little lead at the moment. So Kit Bash actually starting to prove that they can run with the big boys so far early game in this strongholds, and it's very back and forth. I think get comfortable, Bluey, because this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is going to be a long game indeed, Justin, as these trades are coming out back and forth, not only with just the hills swapping side to side, but the kills as well. Benno is definitely the outlying number here, as he is going 11-4, 3 assists to his name as well. And look how dangerous that BR is, just back and forth, landing every shot that he can. Looks like this might potentially be another observer crash here, as I believe it may be right now. Can't quite tell what's going on here. Justin, can you fill me in on anything?
No, I can't. I've got a frozen screen, but I'll listen.
Oh, good.
In my ears. There's BRs being shot. Beautiful, crispy shots down. Someone's shields are flashing. I'm sorry, folks. We'll get this sorted out as soon as we can, but it does sound like the action is playing without us. Blue, I want to see what's going on, what's happening, who's making plays, who's dying, who's choking.
We can only
bumbling the rockets again.
We can only scrap together as much information as possible just from the sounds of it. But we are hearing a stronghold capture come out from there. This is actually quite interesting. This is like a radio show, a radio broadcast now, Justin, as we do have video back now. Ads firing out a rocket just in time. Cleans up Lolly. Benno with a triple kill. So that's 4 members down for Kit Bash. We do see an ANC capture and things going in the favor of Team Immunity right now as they capture B. Kit Bash is going to swing A, but that's not going to prove to be very useful on them if they're not kills coming up on the board.
Yeah, look at Benno just hunting down poor Lith. He's running away. Please, Benno, leave me alone. Able to secure that kill. Now Immunity taking the lead a little bit there. I mean, we had that technical difficulty, and in that time, Team Immunity just able to hack the servers and take control of this game. Now they've got a triple cap. Kit Bash in a bit of trouble here, Blue.
Yeah, Kit Bash definitely seems to be losing a lot of the momentum that we sort of saw them having in the original onset from the game. They were getting some good trades down, good overall control of their spawns and just the map right now, but they seem to be sort of flailing a little bit apart as Benno just seems to be running around the map right now on a tear. Scoob getting stuck by Dante, and it's not just Benno doing work on the map as well. Look at Hef, 15-6, 4 assists as well, as this triple cap still rings out. 2 points ticking up on the board every second as we go. 190, we're going to be hitting 190 to 72, and Kit Bash really need to start putting themselves together. A frenzy for Benno. Jesus, this man is on a rip.
He certainly is, and you know what? Hef is not one of those players you see put up big numbers. He's more of like a big brain, but the fact that he's gone pos 10 is incredible, particularly when Benno's going massive like he is so far, killing Frenzy, and then a triple kill to his name. Hef must be playing out of his skin as well, but you can tell Benno's locked in. He wants to win this game.
Ooh, good rocket there from Scoob. Cross map, good little connection for him. Ads is going to be attempting the pizza jump right now. Isn't quite successful with that, as Scoob does manage to get a beat down, so we might see C captured here. Kit Bash needs to opt for maybe a B rotation right now, which is exactly what they're doing. If they can keep members of Team Immunity out of B on A in sort of PD for as long as possible, but it looks like Immunity has gotten that C tramp spawn.
They have Lith doing really well to stay alive there. He's been in multiple cross-map engagements, shooting up the top tower, shooting over the arcade, taking out Benno, then putting shots down on the Ads at the other corner of the map. Doing really well for his squad. He does go down eventually there, but a good life from him, making his presence known throughout the entire map. Now with Ads putting some tasty shots across the map here and just holding down the runway area of the map right here. And Benno able to secure C, and they're not scoring just yet. Kit Bash doing what they can to secure it. They've got 2 strongholds, but I mean, Team Immunity, they've gone on quite a bit of a run. It felt like not that long ago, Bluey, that it was like, 40 to 60, and now it's 230 to 100. It's not looking good for the Kit Bash squad.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Kit Bash seems to be sort of fumbling here and there, just not being able to connect kills or enough damage, you know, answering up on the damage that's ringing out on the map. Lith caught a little bit unaware right now as Ads is going to chase him down, get the beat down as well. Jumps back up on tires, out with his life. Once again, you can see Scoob in the back, wrapping around back A. He's going to come face to face right now with Ads as that drop shield is down. Scoob is taking on a 1v1, does get taken down by the almighty Benno. It was 240 points, so 10 points left for Team Immunity. But we do have Kitbash holding B and C right now, and they have A as well, which means that they are going to be ticking 2 points. They just need to keep this hold for long enough in order for it to make a real difference.
Yeah, Immunity, they just have to pay patiently now and wait for the perfect opportunity. They can't get desperate because the game is within their grasp. They're just going to get the kills, rotate, and grab themselves some strongholds, and that's exactly what they've done. Only a few more to go, but a really good shine of strength towards the end there. But Kitbash, they're trying to capture multiple strongholds at once. Lith with that Bulldog kill now and about to capture A, and they're going for B as well. Another triple cap. This aggression, I love what I'm seeing here, Bluey.
This is the exact aggression that Kitbash needs right now with only 2 points left on the board for Immunity to be able to get. Immunity are capturing C right now, so they need to get in B. They are upticking that B, which means they are opting for the A and B hold as they need to. Clock stop metal once again for Lith as this clock ticks up, but it looks like Benno and the rest of the crew are now on B, capturing B right now. Again, only 2 points if they can touch C, but it doesn't seem like they will. And the first map, Strongholds on Streets, goes to Immunity quite convincingly. But that being said, Justin, that little end run that Kitbash there, they still had some fuel.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's like the perfect thing to see towards the end of a map as well for Kitbash is that, you know, they look like they're down and out, and a lot of teams would just kind of go, this game's over, boys. I'm not going to try. They stopped communicating, all that kind of... But no, they didn't go down without a fight. They're like, boys, let's just play out of our skins. And they had multiple triple caps there to try and bring things back. And, you know, Immunity was able to stay composed. But I think a lesser team probably would have started, you know, sweating a little bit. Then it's like, boys, they got a triple cap. Like, we only need 10 more points. And they start snowballing and just desperating strongholds. And look at that, scoreline 250 to 140. I mean, Kitbash, they were able to rack up about 40 points. And Immunity, they only needed 10 points to secure the win. So great stuff from them.
Yeah, Kitbash did manage to bring it back quite a fair bit in the end. But look, at the end of the day, you had to shut down the monster that was Benno. And that was such a hard thing for them to do. Again, we mentioned before, Hef as well, going on such a tear for him. And as you said before, he's not particularly a player that we see being a big mainstay, putting numbers up on the board. He's more of a shot caller, more of a brains behind the brawn of his team. But he was doing so well himself, and I think that just speaks volumes into that kind of thing that Team Immunity does, where they just show up, slay out, and perform so well, so convincingly, and so consistently in these matches.
Yeah, and Benno, that tasty triple kill there, a few little body shots, and killing Frenzy for him as well. Just so many great things. And I love that shot from Scoobmeister there, just a cross-map rocket, then instantly flipping over and then taking out Ads as well. A lot of highlights on both sides here. Yes, Immunity was able to secure the win, but there was players on Kitbash that went huge in different moments, and sometimes it's just a couple of little plays here and there, securing yourself a power weapon, a good route rotation, a power-up or something like that, and suddenly you've got control of the map. So Kitbash showed up pretty well map 1. I'm excited about map 2.
Yeah, hopefully now from that game is not a write-off for Kitbash. They, as you said, they managed to do really well at the end of that game, where they didn't just sort of say, okay, boys, we know that we've lost this one. Let's throw that one in the back burner. We forget about it. They didn't do that. They kept fighting. They kept trying to go ahead, capture as many points as possible, and get kills on the board to give them enough foot space to be able to come back and sort of take that game from Team Immunity. At the end of the day, Immunity only had 2 points to get on the board, so it was a very hard task for Kitbash to do. But now we're going into Slayer, and it's a narrative that we've had all throughout the day, and it's that when you get into a Slayer match, there's a lot less that you need to focus about. You need to focus less on the time, less on the objective, because there is none, and it's all about just getting those kills.
Yeah, and you know what? We heard from Liv, he's been vibing with the boys, and when you're playing a Slayer game, that's what you want. You want to have that camaraderie, you want to have that buddy system going to secure those kills, and, you know, rather than trade out, you're getting 2-for-1 exchanges. So Kitbash, good opportunity for them to have that chemistry that they're talking about that they've got going in spades at the moment and take down team immunity. Now Benno overlook right now as his teammate secures that sniper rifle. A little bit of a slow start here. Benno just taking his time, but he goes, nah, I'm copped a grenade, boys. I'm going to go have a timeout. And Dante with that sniper rifle now, Bluey.
Dante did manage to get the sniper rifle, immediately go to tower with it, because obviously the next fight, main fight, is going to be around OS here. Scoob does assist his teammate very well, picks up a kill there. They are trying to vie for this OS, but that snipe in the hands of Dante, much too strong, takes out Scoob's head, down he goes. Dante looking for another one here, misses that shot on Divinity, just barely. Those 3 members of Kitbash now decide to wrap around Brutes in order to try and shut down Dante, because they know that he's the target they need to take out. He has too much power over here, and unfortunately on the scoreboard, Lith just stuck Lolly. That is a betrayal for Lith.
That's unfortunate. You hate to see it. And Dante, he's not really hitting a lot of snipes here, but boy, is he being frustrating. He's just up there, and when you know there's a sniper up there, it just changes how you're going to rotate around the map. You know, you're herding the players into the areas that you want to herd them into, and straight into the waiting mouths of the immunity roster. Lines up that no-scope, not able to connect, and Divinity going for the collapse, but no, he jumps out and runs away. But Dante, easy cleanup for Lolly just there. Scoreline even Steven at the moment. Lolly copping a few grenades, opting out of that one. See you, boys. Had enough of those grenades. And I'm just having a look at the scoreline here. Hef is 0-3 right now, so struggling a little bit. 0-4, I might say. But still, early game so far, Kitbash looking pretty strong. I don't think that first game hurt their confidence whatsoever.
Lolly played for his life so long then. He was one shot for God knows how long. Still managed to get a kill and melee damage out on the second person who came in and just cleaned him up. We are going to see another fight over OS right now as Dante makes a nice flank through Rat Tunnel, picks up that player, and the communication is coming out that there are more around, but it looks like most likely, yes, the OS will go in the hands of Benno. He should be able to pop it immediately here. Dante gets taken down, though, at OS Pillar, and Lolly was the one. They came out on top for that one, securing the OS for themselves.
That is crazy. They had 2 immunity players on that OS bully. I don't know who managed to get it and why it wasn't popped, but now Lolly poised to make a really strong push here. He grabs himself one. Hef caught unawares, an assist for Lolly. His overshield is gone, but there's only one more player that he's able to try to sniff out now. Dante knows that he's there, needs a little bit of help. He's cornered him down, but that collapse, it was really good, but they didn't clear it out completely. So those immunity players, they're going to be split up quite a bit. Dante now falling. Lolly playing out of his skin so far. 6-3 with 4 assists to his name as well. He's certainly showing up for the Kitbash squad.
Yeah, this aggressive, sort of hyperactive play from both Lolly and Scoob right now, sort of just moving around the map as fast as possible, just being absolute nuisances, putting as much damage down where they can, is working out really well for them. They did have about a 3-point lead there, couldn't hold on to it for that much longer, but right now we've got Lith connecting these shots with the sniper out on C-Plat. 2 members from Team Immunity going to come clean him up, but Scoob does pick off Hef from that push he made. Brute side. Sniper still should be in the hands of Kitbash, as they did manage to sort of recollect themselves into that sniper area. Scoob now has that sniper in hand, the keyboard and mouse player, and he is a dangerous one with this sniper in hand. Takes off Benno, one shot, switches to the BR, cleans him up as well, checking his back, just making sure the back spawns don't come in. No scope onto Hef. Beautiful shot from Scoob Master there. That is exactly what you love to see with a KBM player with a sniper in hand. Knows Benno is in front of him as well. Can't quite get that OS and pop it in time, so OS and Sniper is now on the ground, down by OS Pillar.
Yeah, and Dante, did he manage to get away with it? No, he didn't. OS is still on the ground, Blue. Ads is going in and going to scoop that one off the ground. It looks like he'll get away with it clean as well. A full OS, and he's got teammates to help him. That's not what you want to see if you're a Kitbash player. But Immunity trailing by 6 kills at the moment, so they have to utilize this OS well. They can't let it just trickle down and get taken out. Ads checking those corners. You don't want to get back smacked when you got that OS, do you, Bluey? Now Lolly about to cross the bridge, cops a couple of bursts there, but Ads, he's got that OS. He got away from it clean, but he hasn't really been able to be much influence on the map yet.
33-25 in favor of Kitbash. Fantastic lead that Kitbash have in their hands right now, and they just need, this is the point right now where Kitbash can play safe. They can play like, you know, like a bit cowardly if they want to. They have the room, they have the ability to do that, especially with the kills that they are picking up right now. 9-kill lead as Team Immunity picks up one more kill there. 26-36 in the favor of Kitbash. And not a lot that Team Immunity is able to do right now, as Kitbash does have tower control, so there's a lot of Overwatch that is able to come in from any singular member of Kitbash that decides to take tower.
Yeah, now with Divinity, he's got that heat rifle.
Ooh.
Nice reversal onto him. Shields are flashing. He does look like he's going to manage to just get away with his life there. Those little extra 1v1 no trade situations just playing right in the Kitbash's hands. They can just trade out kills for the rest of the map. And if they're able to keep things going and work together and not let any one-shots get away, they might be able to take this one away, Blue. I mean, the 9 kills lead currently and only 11 to secure things. 10 more to go. Very nice double kill for Scoobmeister. Thirds there if he wants it. He does get it with the triple kill, and the overshield sitting there as well. Divinity might be able to scoop that one up nice and cleanly, but no, just put some shots down. But Lolly secures that OS. Kitbash looking really good, Bluey.
Kitbash are indeed looking really good. Scoob on his own pretty much managed to single-handedly defend that OS in order for Lolly to be able to come in, clean it up a little bit and take it, but unfortunately 2 members of Team Immunity are too much for him to handle. Scoob with the remote detonation, big brain play, can't quite take Ads in the 1v1 there, as Ads did have a couple of shots on him beforehand. Fantastic stuff. 5 more kills for Kitbash to go, as Ads feels the pressure from 2 sides coming down on him. Lith manages to clean him up, and they are once again taking this tower. C-plat control. Dante is in sneaky on his own. Lith does beat him down. Lolly coming in with 2 kill assists back to back. This Kitbash squad right now is playing so aggressively, and only 2 more kills to go. Lith can hear Benno around this back tower. 2 nades come out. He must be weak. Those nades must have connected. Lolly is going to go in with the heat wave now, try to clean him up. Doesn't quite connect those shots. He does, as the sniper falls down out of Team Immunity's hands. So any thought that they could have had right there to make that the difference maker is now gone. Lolly struggling to connect that kill. He does in the end, provides the backup for his team, and fantastic stuff for Kitbash as they take the Slayer game out of Team Immunity's hands, and quite convincingly, I would say, Justin.
Kitbash boys turning up. They want to take this one home, boy. Amazing stuff from them. And they're playing so aggressively too, and they never let up. They didn't know when, all right, boys, let's just make sure that we get this one over the line. No, it was just pedal to the metal. They just went for it. And something I noticed, they were never caught alone. If they got in a 1v1 situation, even if they ended up losing that exchange, their buddy was right there behind them to get that clean up. And that was the difference maker, is that no one-shot player got away. Every time an Immunity player's shields were taken down, you know, they were just hunted down and slayed out, and that really helped Kitbash take away this win.
Big time aggressive plays coming out for the members of Kitbash. It was fantastic stuff to see, you know, looking at the idea of limit testing as much as possible. Could they have cracked the Da Vinci Code right now, Justin? Could they realize that as a squad, they need to really go off and sort of communicate, keep that pressure up as long as possible, and just keep the pressure on at all times on these players?
Yeah, well, I mean, those aggressive play styles, it's not really how you see Immunity play. They're a little bit more calm, cool, and collected and purposeful with the way that they play Halo, right? So you can't try and play that same type of Halo against them because they're just too good at it, right? So Kitbash doing really well to realize that their momentum was in how aggressive they were playing, and then carry that out throughout the entire match. If they let up even a little bit, I think that game might have gone a bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies if you can hear the dog in the background. She seems to be getting a little bit hype herself as she's watching these games. But you're exactly right, Justin. You can't play the same Halo game that Team Immunity plays because they're just going to do it better than you. These are guys that have so much experience at doing this style of Halo. You know, these are also players who, as a 4, have always been around or sort of like played with each other in a squad as well. So they have so much confidence in each other's play styles that if you're a team who's sort of going up against them, you need to do something differently. You need to play a different tactic. You need to implement something that's really going to shake them up. And I think that hyper-aggressive, sort of really proactive play style that Kitbash adopts, they're going to need to just take that full force to Team Immunity if they want to take them down. down.
100%. So the map count, 1 apiece so far. It is a best of 5. We are moving into this Catalyst game now. We've got the Skewer up top and the OS down bottom. They can be a bit of a danger zone to scoop in. So if you want to be a bit of a maverick and scoop those ones up for your team, you can. But you got to make sure that you have pressure on the map before you do so. Otherwise, you're going to be lambs of the slaughter. And also that sword, so critical in those close quarter engagements as well. Jumping on board with Scoopmeister off the rip there. He went huge in the Slays department the last game, and look how confident he is. It's like immunity who and just pushes straight in.
Yeah, Immunity Who pushes straight in and immediately gets picked. That's quite unfortunate as 2 members from Kit Bash go down off the break. Lolly does manage to trade out one with Dante. Not a trade, I say, just take him out. So now they have sort of a respawn in the back pocket. It's going to be sort of an immediate recalibration for the team, as there is a trade there with the sword, and the sword is now on Kit Bash's side of the map, which may be able to be something that they use to their advantage.
A little bit.
Ooh.
Look at that repulsor play from Ads. The sword ain't mean nothing if you're on the other side of the map from me, mate. Ads doing very well. Very heads up from him. Hasn't been able to secure a kill. Now he's on the board, doing very well. Look at these plays around the corner. Will he do it again? He does pull it off. Ads is like, no, keep the sword away from me. Keeping's off. This is absolutely unbelievable from Ads. He's just shutting down this sword player. They can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, just ducking and diving around the corner every time the sword tries to sort of lunge at him. He's just immediately finger on the button, repulsing them away. Fantastic plays from Ads there, as they do actually manage to break. They sort of manage to crack the walnut that is red Kit Bash base, make their way through and grab the flag. The members of Kit Bash right now are dropping like flies as we see 3 members go down. Now you have 2 up. Scoopmeister going to be respawning shortly, and hopefully Kit Bash have enough in them to make the over-aggressive play to push out as much as possible and get a flag touch themselves.
Yeah, but I mean, Immunity's playing a bit of classic Halo right now. Get a couple of picks, get the flag moving, and just help your teammate get it across the map. Ads, he needs to shut down Lith right now. Very critical kill for him. He's in a lot of trouble. Lith clutching things up. Oh, but he goes down as well. Lolly probably able to secure the return. And then Scoopmeister, flag on the move. Immunity was so close to putting that one in. And the counter cap coming in. Kit Bash, they were on the back foot, but now they're putting their best foot forward and they're getting that flag moving.
Mere meters away from securing that flag. Hopefully enough communication is out on the Kit Bash side in order to make sure Scoob can get enough distance with this flag. So many members of Team Immunity right now pushing into this base. They are going to make a stop for it, return their own flag, and pull Kit Bash's as well. Once again, Kit Bash was so close to securing the flag, and on the opposite side, you know, those flags running parallel just doesn't quite make it.
No, it doesn't. And Hef, so amazing play with that OS too. He did exactly what he needed to do. Get a couple of kills and push in and create a hole for Ads to rush in there and grab that flag. Benno in a little bit of a tricky situation. Lolly getting the flag out. Sometimes that's all you need to do. Buy some time for your teammate. Scoob coming in with the cleaner. Now on the flag, trying to get that return. He does get it. And another Immunity flag just not able to get secured. And look at this, Kit Bash there riding high right now. Scoopmeister on that flag, getting it moving once again, doing absolutely everything on the map. Man on a mission. Blue, look at him go.
He's doing the classic KBM quick switch flag run. We've seen it time and time again here in this region, but Scoob is putting it on full display as they are making quick work of this flag, shutting down Hef, and it looks like the first cap is going to be in favor of Kit Bash. They go up 1-0. And are just shutting down Team Immunity right now, just off the break. Time and time again, look at that. Both Lolly and Scoopmeister were on the same target. Benno just gets absolutely hammered by 2 players at once, and he can just not withstand that kind of pressure.
He just got taken out, didn't he? He rounded that corner and just got smacked in the face twice in quick succession. And now Lith not stopping for anything, moving that flag across the map, so confident in his team's ability to keep them off his back. But looks like a Team Immunity is able to get a touch. Benno rushing in. It's now or never, bro. You got to be able to stop this flag. Scoopmeister with that skewer, and 2 flags on the board for Kit Bash. They're coming out swinging. That aggressive playstyle that they had from that Slay game, Bluey, they're still going. They didn't take their foot off the gas.
They did not take their foot off the gas there. Scoob managing to trade out, take off what was remaining of that OS there for Divinity to just come across and clean up. That is 2 flag caps in favor of Kit Bash right now, which is huge for this team. That is so much momentum to be able to go off right now, because even if they want to, for the next 7 minutes, if they have it in them and they can secure it well enough, they can just turtle. But it doesn't look they're going to do that. They need to keep up that aggression, because turtling against a team like Team Immunity is the wrong thing to do in this situation. Team Immunity have been in so many positions where they've had to break, spawn traps, break, XYZ sort of hold before, and they've done brilliantly at doing that. So I think Kit Bash is making the right play here, just pushing forward, being as aggressive as possible, and trying to just get another flag in.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And it is paying dividends right now. Scoobmeister now with that flag running across the line. Their flag is out. But it does look like Scoobmeister are able to stay alive. It's a bit of an interesting position that flag's in. But it is going to make it pretty easy to defend as well. So could be a heads-up play for him. Divinity able to get that touch onto the flag, and they've got to get things moving. A lot of red X's on Kit Bash's side. Immunity, all 4 players up, and Benno now starting to get this flag together. He's debating about whether he needs to help ads or get the flag moving, but he can do it all. That flag has to get returned, and I like Benno. He's deciding to be very patient about this. There's no reason to rush things. You don't want to play at the pace that Kit Bash is setting.
No, you do not. That's exactly it. But Team Immunity right now seems to be playing with a lot of aggression themselves. They have now 1 flag up on the board. It is 2-1s in Kit Bash's favor. But it was very convincing what Team Immunity managed to do there and hold off that flag from being touched as long as possible, even though it was in such a strange position being on their spikes veranda right there. They did manage to hold off the members of Kit Bash from just getting a touch on it for as long as possible.
And it did translate to a flag on the board as well. They're able to run that thing through and then slam it into the podium. So 2-1 situation. Kit Bash still in the lead, still dominating quite a bit. Scoobmeister 13-9, so turning up in back-to-back games for his squad. Now Hef with that slice and dice machine in his hand, and Scoob moving across the map here. Bluey moving through the gold tunnels, trying to find his next victim. And I love that he just rounds the corner with a grenade in mind to try and take players down. That skewer's there to, if he wants it. And the skewer so deadly. I mean, it's a one-shot kill no matter where you hit them. And when you can flick around with the sniper, with the mouse and keyboard, it's a very dangerous person on the map.
Yeah, we did see Scoob, I think, before pick up a couple of kills with it, and it makes sense as to why the players on Kit Bash would opt for him taking it time and time again. I think it's a very smart decision to sort of dedicate a player, especially a KBM player, sort of being on those kind of precision weapons. Exactly like that. Taking out Hef in an instant, I bet you he was not expecting a kill like that. That skewer just coming straight for the face, taking him out. Fantastic stuff from him. And this is another flag cap for Kit Bash. Fantastic stuff once again for their side. 3-1 to the flag.
3-1 in favour of Kit Bash. They're really turning up today, Bluey. We're debating whether or not they could do it. An unpracticed Immunity is still Immunity, and Kit Bash really showing up and really testing them. Hef gets taken down once again. Lit 180ing straight away to help out his teammate. He grapples in. He wants to take this game, Bluey. He's not messing around. Now Scoobmeister able to get that assist. Now he's got the sword in hand as well. They're getting aggressive. 4 minutes on the clock here, Bluey, and they're up 2 flags to Immunity's 1 currently, and that skewer has popped up once again. I believe the OS is sitting down there on the bridge as well, but they're Bluey.
The OS was still down on the bridge. Scoob loses sword as well, so it means that they've potentially 2 power-ups going to be landing in favor of Immunity, but Lolly with the immediate shutdown. Beautiful grenade. Dante does pick him off though, and that OS still just sitting down under skewer side. Gonna need a team member from either side. Scoob is the one who manages to flick in, get it himself, make away with it. He's only lost about half of it, a little bit more than half. Taking on Benno in a 1v1. He's going to need to secure this kill. Lolly does come in for the assist. Doesn't matter. 3 members of Team Immunity down. This should be enough of an opening for Kit Bash to break on through.
They can, but I mean, he did survive that encounter, but the OS is gone. So that advantage there that they had with that was shut down by Benno, but he does die yet again. Scoobmeister with that flag. It just kind of landed at his feet. He was doing work, getting kills when damage down on the map, and then flag just landed landed right there in front of him and able to get it moving. Lith rounding that corner as well. Such a critical edge to get around. Not going to get shot around that corner. And that flag goes in 4-1. 2 minutes 40 to go. Immunity is in trouble. Kitbash is here to play, Bluey.
Immunity right now going to need to hit that panic button a little bit in order to try and secure 3 more flags in the 2.5 minutes that's remaining. You know, I don't want to be Debbie Downer here, but that is an incredibly hard task to do, especially for the members of Team Immunity. So experienced in being pushed up against the wall in situations like this, but 3 flags, especially on Catalyst, not an easy task, Justin.
No, absolutely not. But there's always potential to go back to back. But I mean, Kitbash, they must be feeling good. They have to keep that aggressive play style up. They've got to keep them on the ropes because Immunity will run those flags if you give them the opportunity. And I like the fact that Kitbash, rather than just defending, they're trying to get flags moving on their own.
Yep, right now Kitbash still needs to keep the pedal to the metal, keep up that aggressive play style. Even if they lose a flag here, they still have there's still 2 flags in the lead. And again, Team Immunity are the ones on the back foot right now. They're the ones that really need to step up, make plays. Kitbash has a little bit of wriggle room to sort of make mistakes, make a few misplays here and there because they have plenty of time, plenty of space, especially with these flags, in order to, you know, make something else.
They do a little bit of a fumble there, but that's okay. It happens. It happens. Lith doing really well, moving that flag across the map. He's currently 15-15 right now. Ads comes up to try and shut that one down, but Lith reads him like a book, taking him down. Hef does get the return, though, so that's unfortunate. But you know what? If you're a Kitbash player, all you want to do is run down that clock. It doesn't matter what Immunity does. You run down that clock. Ooh. There isn't going to be enough time to get it in. Perfect shot onto him now. Divinity being an absolute nuisance. What a pest, taking down Ads, and now that flag is moving. Ads had to win that 1v1 situation, but he didn't. Now Divinity with that flag moving across the map. I mean, danger zone for Team Immunity. They're in big trouble here.
Team Immunity are in fact in big trouble because one more flag simply ends this game. 2-1 it would be to Kitbash if they can manage to just inch this out. Both flags being missing now on either side. Someone needs to make a play from each side in order to just make a difference in this game. That being said, Team Immunity, even if they do get one more flag on the board, they've got a lot to make up for in about 10 seconds, Justin. And again, it's the Debbie Downer in me coming out, but I just don't believe that's possible. 10 seconds right now, the clock is ticking. We are going to go on to sudden death, but that is not, sudden death is not a lot of time to make a lot of big play moves right now, especially with how things are set up, and it doesn't matter at the end of the day. That is defeat for Team Immunity. Well done on the side of Kitbash as they went 4-2 in a CTF Catalyst. Good game from the boys of Kitbash.
Kitbash really impressing today. Immunity, it just felt like they were on the back foot the whole time. They tried doing things, but Kitbash, their plays were just connecting together. They were doing the right things and winning the fights that they needed to win, and they convincingly won that game. So Kitbash looking like they might take this series, Bluey.
You know, Kitbash up 2-1 right now. They still have one more game. They want to knock Immunity down a peg, which is something that, you know, a lot of the teams outside of those 4 Titans don't really get to say that they do often. And even Team Immunity has upset some of the big names that we have in the ANZ region here. But, you know, right now, again, if this is just limit testing for Kitbash, if they're, you know, they're playing very, very well right now. But if they're sort of getting a feel for Team Immunity right now and seeing how they can place, especially against some of these Titans of the ANZ region, this is a very dangerous roster we are looking at right now, Justin.
Absolutely, and I was just having a bit of a think, and I can't remember a time when an underdog team has taken down Immunity, right? They've been beaten by rosters that, you know, you're arguing, you know, who's the best squad? Who's the best squad? You know, who's the top 3? They've been beaten by teams like that. However, I've never seen Team Immunity on the back foot against a new roster like this that's up and coming. It's very interesting to see. So Kitbash really impressing and treading on new ground.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, we've touched on it time and time, but especially after we interviewed Lith, you know, knowing how confident this team was coming in today's competition and just in future in general, it's fantastic to see them actually bring this kind of play to the forefront when going up against Team Immunity. You know, this is we talk about it all the time, but Team Immunity are made up of giants from the old ages of Halo here in the ANZ region. They come into Halo Infinite and Team Immunity is still playing just as well, but Kit Bash, this team that's just come together seemingly out of nowhere, there are some murmurs, some rumors on the grapevine like, is this really a team that we can look for being a top contender? I think convincingly now, with them taking 2 maps away from Team Immunity, I think we can say yes, in fact they are.
Absolutely, and however this series plays out, it's not over just yet. Watch out for them come a DreamHack Melbourne, but there are some games to play here. Kit Bash 1 map away from being able to take this one out. Immunity needs 2. We're going to a best of 5 and Oddball on recharge. This will be an interesting one. Oddball, a very old game type, a lot of experience from the Immunity roster on this one, Bluey. But I mean, Kit Bash, I bet you they can taste it. They're probably just, boys, one more map. We're going to take these old dogs down. They seem to have the confidence. They're playing good Halo. They just have to get it over the line now.
Might be a little bit more difficult for the Kit Bash boys here to really, put it to themselves, because in order to have effective ball time in these sort of group sort of fight scenarios, you're going to need one player to actually be holding that ball. So that pretty much takes out one player from being able to go into tough 4v4s. And I think that's definitely how Team Immunity is going to want to be playing. They're going to be playing, in a very synergistic, manner, pushing forward, all 4 at a time. We're seeing it right now, a push from either side up in gold and just clearing out all members of Team Bash. Hef now holding the ball, does have camo, is going to drop it off, was expecting to see that. And that shock rifle is still up for them as well. So there are a lot of plays that can be made right now in the very early stages of this game.
Yeah, Immunity just trying to do old classic and just set up, give yourself a little bit of a buffer on either side so you can rotate the ball out either direction depending on where that push does come from. So Immunity playing things safe now. Lolly peeking around the corner, seeing 2 players, deciding I could use some backup before I push on out on that one, but he is getting hunted down. Lolly shut down completely. Immunity doing well not to let that player get away, because as long as that player's alive, they're going to be a thorn in your side.
You can see Divinity right now challenging Gold Stairs, does get a kill for himself, but Dante does shut him down. Lolly once again sliding through C long haul. Scoob's going to get picked down by Benno as Benno decides to fly back up for that top tower control. And we're seeing Dante rotate the ball back elevator side, I should say, because that seems to be where most of his teammates did spawn. Dante's still just watching on bat ledge there, landing out some shots on Scoob, as Scoob did challenge a little bit. Scoob manages to grab the ball, sort of displace it a little bit. Some good kills coming out from Kit Bash right now as 2 members from Team Immunity do go down.
They do. Dante doing work here, flashing shields in the pipe area there, but applying so much pressure. Scoob Nice are now with the ball in hand. Immunity, they have gone on a little bit of a run so far, but Kit Bash in a good position now. It is Scoob. He's got a lot of help here. He's just chilling out in the corner, checking out some of the beautiful textures on this Halo Infinite map. And now Benno making a play to push into the map, but he gets shot in the rear a little bit, so he's going to go into that fight weak, taken down. Lolly able to take down Hef as well. Dante grabs himself Scoob in the kill feed, and that ball is now bottom mid in a very precarious situation. Ad's peeking his little head out, but Lolly's ready for him, and Kit Bash getting that ball out of there, rotating it around, and now in a position to string some points together.
Immunity had a really good sort of opening lead right now. They held it in gold for so long, but right now it looks like Kit Bash coming up with a good answer for that, as they managed to break the sort of hold that Team Immunity was looking to go for. That being said, 3 members of Kit Bash do get taken down. That ball is down bottom by Camo. Dante does pick up yet another kill, and he's going to rotate this back up to the elevator position that Team Immunity originally was opting for with their first rotation. It's going to take a lot for the members of Kit Bash to sort of come through, break this setup, as they are now halfway to taking this round. 50 points on the board. Going to drop the ball for a little bit just to take some team fights, as Benno is on a killing spree for himself. Does immediately get shut down.
He does. Scoreline's pretty even so far, Bluey. It's anybody's game still at this point, but I mean, Benno's starting to heat up a little bit. He is 9-4 currently. Dante, ball in hand, racking some points up. They have got control of this first round so far. First of 2 rounds for anyone tuning in at home will take this map away. Kit Bash only needs to win 1 more game and they win the series. The Team Immunity needs to win 2, so opportunity for Kit Bash to have a little bit of an up upset, I'd like to say, Bluey. Divinity coming in with that sword, taking down one player, breaking that setup wide open. Good opportunity for Kitbash to get some points here, Bluey.
Fantastic setup break from the members of Kitbash there. That being said, Team Immunity did manage to slink their way in, displace the ball a little bit. It doesn't really appear to be enough as Divinity picks himself up a double, grabs ball just to hold it for a couple of seconds. The point differential isn't that big, but if Immunity can keep taking fights in the way that they do, where they just manage to pick out one or two members of Kitbash without them getting a full hold, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back. Lith whiffing a couple of shots there with the shock rifle, not what you like to see. Very unfortunate for him as that camo goes out as well. And that might spell the break for Kitbash's setup here at Elevator, and I believe that does. Lith might just opt to play for his life.
Yeah, maybe a lapse of communication, because they did have presence in top gold there too, and they could have rotated that ball all the way through pipes and got it safe and sound, but no, that ball carrier didn't make it over to that area of the map, and now Team Immunity has control of that ball again. So they had all the goodies, they had good positioning, and the ball carrier just maybe a bit of a misplay there, Bluey. So Kitbash in a little bit of trouble for this first round. They do have control of the ball right now, and that scoreline can close up so quickly. Those ticks move so fast. Now Dante getting super aggressive here, taking out Scoob, but another player's waiting for him around the corner. He does go down. Immunity only needs 13 more points to secure this one.
Oh no, the board, you read it correctly. Benno manages to ninja Lolly somehow there. Of course, as the tagline goes, you hate to see it, especially in an instance like this where Lolly was really the last member of Kitbash holding that top elevator position, making it so that they could regroup there with the ball. The ball was played down in pit, is going to reset batteries here. Good shots coming out from Ads there as he takes out Divinity, shutting him down in his place. And we do have 3 members of Kitbash down. Camo and shock rifle was in the hands of Benno, but he gets taken down immediately. Good team shot communication coming out from Kitbash.
Great stuff from them, and you know, it seems like eternity since anyone's got any ball time. As I say that, Divinity scoops it up and starts putting some points on the board. Immunity need to be really careful here. They can't make a lot of mistakes. Yes, they've got the lead, but it can dissolve really, really quickly. Benno with the fastball. That's a medal you don't see too often. Now Ads with that sword comes in and doesn't get either of them. He goes straight down the middle. Unbelievable. Scoob holding down the fort for his teammates. Benno comes in to just try and score it. Look at that flick. That flick of that wrist taking him down. And now Scoob Bice are racking up the points. And just as I said, look at that lead. It's just dissolving, Bluey.
Yeah, the lead is disappearing before our very eyes. 3 more seconds for them to be able to get with that ball for them to tie it up in this particular round. And if they can hold this elevated position, shut down Benno right now, which they do. Good pinch coming out as 2 members from Immunity break top elevator. And there was only 11 seconds left to go for the members of Kitbash to be able to take this round. Lith playing for his life right now as Dante and Ads do collapse on him. But Lolly right now with the sword might be able to make a play. Does slash one. Can he get the double? Fancy feet right there, but Benno and Hef break through bottom Mangler. And a double kill for Benno as he has sword in his hands as well. But Scoob slinks his way in, plays the ball. Fantastic little, just such a rat play from Scoob there, but it works out so well in their favor, as Scoob manages to throw the ball in pit and essentially reset it.
It's getting so scrappy too, Bluey. There's only 30 seconds left, and Kitbash, they do have a 5-point lead right now, so they could potentially just run down the clock. That seems like what Divinity's plan was. They have to be careful though, because 5 points is not a lot. Dante trying to get desperate there. 15 seconds left on the clock. Kitbash potentially would be able to take this round. Benno going in, securing 1 kill, scoops it up. 8 seconds on the clock, desperately trying to get it. Team Immunity, 90 points, about to tie things up. It goes down, 5 seconds left on the clock. Not 2 seconds the difference. Team Immunity has to get on this ball right now, otherwise they're going to lose around.
2 seconds,
He's around the corner. They're able to take it. 1 second left on the clock. Team Immunity! What are they doing? Amazing stuff
round.
for them. That is one of the most clutch things I've ever seen. Bluey.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from the end there. The slays that were coming out from Team Immunity's side right there just clutched them up. Just a scrappy nanoseconds of time in order for them to get the ball, and as soon as they hit that 1 second over, they drop it. They're done with that round. They want out. We're now moving into round 2, and already Benno is on a tear. He wants done this match quick and dirty, getting as many kills as possible. Already 3 kills in this round for Benno as he just trades shots across the map with the Commando. Good damage ringing out from him. Jeez, Justin, how do you even come back from that one if you are Kitbash?
Oh, mate, I mean, that is a true test. If they can hold things together and pull this game over the line, because Immunity just clutched up big time. The literal last second, they managed to pull things off, and the way Benno's playing, he's locked in. You can tell that he's in the zone right now. 24 and 13 with 14 assists. He's top scoring in every category, going ham for his team. Now Dante with that ball as well, and it's slowed down considerably. I think they all just want to have a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a gentleman's agreement. It's like, hey boys, can we just take a timeout for 10 seconds? I'm a bit tired after that one. But particularly for the old guys, their old hearts can't take it for too long before the heart attack starts setting in. But Immunity must be feeling good, Bluey.
A good lead that Immunity has right now, but we even saw last round when this early game lead happened. It just took a good break from Kitbash in order to secure time for themselves and just dissolve away the lead that Team Immunity has. But right now, with how that last round went for them, must be a little bit crushing, must do a little bit of damage to the mental, especially when you get your head taken off like that from Ads, who's just sitting top gold with this shock rifle. Such good stuff coming out from Team Immunity right now. This is exactly what we love to see from this team, Justin. Even when their backs are up against the wall, they make those clutch sort of nanosecond plays that just determine how the rest of the game pans out. And right now, this round is going so far and ahead in Team Immunity's favor.
Yeah, and they just... Every player on Team Immunity right now seems to be capable of making those clutch plays and keeping the game going. There's just no aspect of giving up. They were literally a second away from losing that game. And did they give up? No, they played right down to the final second. So amazing stuff from them. And now they've got a bit of momentum shift going. Got a decidable 50-point lead so far in round 2 of this oddball. But Divinity has something to say about that because he's got that fresh camouflage.
Camouflage in the hands of Divinity, going to be able to take out Ads here. Good stuff from him as the team communication was very, very strong there. Good team shots coming throughout. Dante and Hef seem to be sneaking through elevator right now. Divinity with the double, helping out Lolly. Oh no, sorry, Lith there, who was stuck bottom elevator. As they're looking around, they know that the spawns are going to be more so seaside. Bottom tower as Ads is making his way up to glass, trying to get a flank on there. Benno, sorry, just sitting top tower, getting shots off on the member of Kitbash, who was sitting gold. And we do see a full push coming out now. Dante gets taken down by the nade. Lith is going to opt to play the ball. Very smart play from him. Oh, goes for a ledge grab, sorry, but Ads was just waiting for him down bottom Mangler. And look at this rotation coming out from Kitbash right now. They're going to be able to rack up a little bit more time and then get a play on the ball if played well enough. Benno gets blasted back by that repulsor, and we are going to see the ball played here.
They milked quite a lot of time there, and the scoreline suddenly a little bit more manageable. About 20 points the difference. I think a fresh camo has just spawned. No, it's about 20 seconds away. Sorry, folks. And now with Benno, who's 28 and 16 currently, putting up huge numbers so far. Scoop with the double kill. No scope. The keyboard master himself taking him down, scoops up the ball instantly. He's like, boys, I'll take him out. I'll get the points. He's going to do it all, Bluey.
Absolutely disgusting play from Scoob there. Those quick flicks, just dead on target every single time. You can tell right now throughout this entire series, actually, Scoob has been incredibly locked in, playing very much for his team, not just individually. Lith, I like the grapple play. Even if he dies with camo here, it's burned. The nade's going to come out. Doesn't get the sword swing connection, unfortunately. Scoob just holding the ball for as long as possible. Doesn't make the shot. Connects onto Dante. Connects the second one, though. A bunch of Dante's shields is going to be missing. Scoob just tickling him right now with the BR, getting as much damage on as possible. Dante, one shot, going to be running for his life. Lith comes in to clean it up. Good teamwork coming as Scoob doubles back to top catwalk. Gets the kill on Ads there as well. Scoob fishing for this shock rifle kill right now. Takes out Hef with the headshot. I love what he's doing. Second shot comes out. One shot enemy down there. Benno gets taken down by Lolly. Dante opting to drop in pit. Camo's not there though for the moment. He's just looking to make some footwork. Hef up top. Does manage to tap ads with that first shock rifle connection. Doesn't hit the other 2 bullets though. And List gets a good melee counterplay there coming out from the members of Kit Bash. This is such good play. Such intense play coming from them right now. The rotations, the trades, the double back just to team shot. 80 seconds going to be coming up on the board for Kit Bash, and with the positions that they have, even if they take a lot of damage, Divinity is going to be able to play this ball. We go for another little round reset of it, trying to milk as much time as possible. Divinity does drop it. Fishing around for this sword, hunting that player in blue tunnel. Here's Ads, rotate tower. Hef has shots at him as well, but Ads is going to double back. Divinity is essentially going to be taking up 2 players right now. Lith up top gold. You did see him grapple that skull to try to get more oddball time. 91 points, only 9 points to go, Justin, for Kit Bash.
Kit Bash very close to being able to take it around themselves, and it'll be 1 apiece. Now Benno with that shock rifle does whiff the first one, but it doesn't matter. Just gets the old BR switch and secures that kill. He needs to get this player out of the tower, but it comes down with the challenge. Immunity in a little bit of trouble here. They are only about 30 points away from being able to secure this, but Kit Bash could probably just milk some time together and secure this one. That camo sitting down there on the ground as well, I believe. Divinity scooping it up and slapping it on. Staying alive too. He's got away clean with that camo, and it does look like Kit Bash have got control of that ball too. This could be a round win for Kit Bash here, Bluey.
5 seconds left for Kit Bash in order to grab this round. We do see Ads. That wasn't a back smack. The skill-based hit reg plays its part yet again. Hef does take out Divinity as he's going to double back gold. No one has the ball at the moment. 1 minute and 20 left on the whole round clock. But Kit Bash only needs 5 more seconds to get this ball. Unfortunately, Kit Bash are now faced with the incredibly daunting task of breaking this top A elevator hold. Only 20 seconds left for Team Immunity now, as once again we see, Justin, you said it before, how quickly the lead dissipates. But Divinity sneaks in there. Mangler side does get taken out. See, only 2 seconds left on the ball. Lith needs to make a play right now as he's going to juke around Ads, who has the ball. He does throw it out. It topples down in bridge, grabs pit, 2 seconds left, and Lith ties it up 1-1 apiece for this oddball round. Here we go. This is the decider for Kit Bash. Justin, this is a huge game.
1 round away from Kit Bash from taking down the juggernaut dynasty that is Team Immunity. They've been playing out of their skin. I don't think I've seen a team like this rise to the occasion like Kit Bash has. They're just all locked in every way. Screwmeister hitting no scopes like it means nothing to him, and all the other boys right there with him putting in damage as well. Left taking down Ads there. He goes down. Immunity right there with them doing everything that they can, but their tournament lives are on the line right now, Bluey, and it's Kit Bash who's in the advantage situation. It's kind of the pressure on both of these teams that just doesn't seem to phase them. You know, Immunity is strong and composed as they always are, but Kit Bash rising to the occasion.
It's not only their sort of tournament lives on the line right now, Justin, it's just sending a message. It's just making sure all the other teams know that, yeah, we are the team who managed to take down Immunity, managed to break them, you know, make them really play out of their hearts and minds for this round. And Kit Bash just doing such a good job rotating around the map now. Once it, you know, how this third round is playing out in contrast to the other two is completely different. You know, Team Immunity haven't actually managed to get that ball, hold a massive lead. In fact, Kit Bash seems to be the ones in the better situation right now. Having, you know, being in this blue position, Divinity's just going to play that ball. They are up 2 seconds. Dante's going to opt to grabbing the sword right now. You know, slice and dice like Dante loves to do.
He certainly
does. There's
still
so much for them, for both teams, to make up for.
There is a lot to do, and it's been so scrappy so far. Like, not a lot of ball time has been built up just yet. Dante going in with a tasty double dare scoop in the pipes in a precarious situation. Here comes the Swordmaster himself, and the assist does come in before he can take him down. The cleanup grenade comes in, the call out, and perfect nade placement taking him down. Lolly with the perfect shots and Ads holding on, but this skin of his teeth surviving that situation. The sword was coming for him. Benno struggling a little bit there. He gets taken down from the grave kill. Now Leith with that shock rifle in a really nice position here.
Ooh.
And hits that no-scope headshot. Wonderful plays. And he just went over it. He's got the ball, but not the place he wanted to be. That's a really unfortunate situation for him there, Bluey. You hate to see it.
That would have been a massive play for Lith. If he could just grapple that ball up to Pipes, it would have given them such valuable seconds just to be able to hold that ball. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him there. And now we're seeing sort of these scrappy players come in. Lith is just opting into bottom tower, takes down Ads as well. 1-1 apiece right now for both of these teams. Hef is going to challenge Lolly. Lolly is on his own unless he can get some team shots out. He does not. Benno is making his way through gold pipes now, chasing Scoob. Scoob is one shot. He's going to drop down. Nice little shot landed by Scoob just before his death, but Benno still picking up two. And Lith is one shot top tower as Benno manages to grab the ball and make his way into Whirlpool. Does get taken down immediately. 2 members for Team Immunity down.
That is correct. And looking at the scoreline, it does look like Team Immunity is outslaying Kitbash by just a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Objectively, Kitbash seem to be doing a little bit better, Bluey. They're just making the right decisions about what they want to do. And Scoobmeister, he's got a lot of help here, so it looks like they're going to be able to go on a little bit of a run. Benno doing what he can to stop it. Lith rounding that corner, finds himself Ads. He is backed off in that situation. Shock rifle sitting there on his back, ready to go. Doesn't line up the no-scope, can't hit anything just there, but the pressure that he's applying is very much something that you want.
Ooh.
Not able to connect on that. A lot of trouble there, Lith. He just drew so much attention to himself, and it was a little bit too much for him to handle in that respect. Now Benno lurking around this corner. I think he really wants this camo and key to victory right now. And look at this, Kitbash, what are they doing? They just let him get away with that for free? He was just chilling down there in top mid, scratching his chin, going, oh, yeah, I'm just going to wait for this to spawn, slaps it on without anyone having anything to say about it.
Yeah, no contest over that camo there is very unfortunate, as you did point out. Lith was aware that there was one player around him as he just tried to repulse. Obviously, they know that Benno is sort of lurking around the triple stack C area as he does make his way to bottom tower now. Just trying to fish out a player of Kitbash as Divinity is caught out on his own top tower. Lith caught out as well as Benno's just being so sneaky moving around the map. That camo is probably going to be gone now, but Scoob just opting to try and play his life in the batteries area, and he does get good damage down while he was still there. So a good damage trade overall from Scoob and some valuable seconds put on the board.
Have a look at the scoreline versus how much time is left on the clock here, Bluey. I mean, we've got less than a minute to go, and they've barely put any points on the board. They've just been going at each other. I feel like I'm in an ice hockey game. They just stopped playing hockey and just started beating the living crap out of each other. And now Dante with that ball, and it's really going to come down to the wire now because the points are this tight with 40 seconds to go. This could go either way, Bluey.
All it's got to take, I think, at this point is 1, maybe 2 huge pushes in order to shut down the members of Team Immunity. Lith right now needs to get out with his life if he wants to succeed. That's exactly what he does for the time being. Hopefully they can trade out a couple of kills right now. Immunity only 4 seconds ahead on that ball time. Huge double kill coming out for Lith. They still need to try and break in through gold as the last 2 members of Immunity, Benno and Dante, still holding this ball. Lolly going in, gets taken out by the nade. A trade comes out on Battery's platform. Scoob caught out. Whirlpools as well. 15 seconds left on the clock now. That ball time needs to be made up. Lith unfortunately caught one shot. Lolly does take down Benno right there. But Ads, once again, camo in favor of hands of Team Immunity. But that being said, throughout all this, Scoob, once again, has managed to be the little weasel. Grab hold of the ball. He lifts it up plat. I believe it's still on the platform, but it looks like Hef is going to be the one watching over it. And that is the round for Team Immunity. Oh my god, how that game went with just it being so back and forth. And the last round, it didn't even feel like we were watching Oddball, Justin. It was just a Slayer match the entire time.
Mate, that was a game. that's got to be the game of the day, I reckon. What an incredible matchup to watch, and heartbreaking if you kit bash. Yes, they can still potentially win, but immunity, that is the definition of clutch. I'm going to pull out the Oxford Dictionary, and you're just going to have immunity written under clutch as the definition. That was unbelievable. And look at that, the scoreline, 222 to 220, 2 points splitting these two teams in that oddball round. That unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. That's completely right, Justin. You know, looking at how both of these teams play.
50 kills, stop
Benno dropping 52 kills. Absolutely ridiculous there. Huge performance from him. And you got to wonder, in those final moments, was it the slaying power of a teammate like Benno that just made the difference, that just gave those 2 extra seconds of ball time to be able to be secured? You know, that being said, we're not down and out yet. We're going to be going to a Game 5 after how this went. Justin, who can you even put your money on after how this swayed back and forth?
Honestly, you couldn't split the two teams. Like, you saw the oddball ball time, and even the Slays department was very even. It really just came down to like 1 or 2 situations that changed the outcome of that match. It could have gone either way at that point. And Benno, yeah, he's lifting his bat with the half a century, but it didn't matter all that much because it was still that close. And look at that, 1 second the difference, and they were able to clutch things up. That was a round, Bluey. After that, I was a bit like, oh my god, I'm not sure I'm ready for another round of that, and they delivered again.
Yeah, that objective play by the end of it was absolutely huge for them. That absolutely puts team immunity on the map, and I think that play alone solidifies them as how well they perform as a group in being, one of the biggest Titans we have in ANZ, and certainly the Titan with as much tenure as they do under their belt as a group. Massive play coming out for them, and I think that's something that we're going to be looking back on that play in particular for a very long time, especially throughout Halo Infinite's lifespan.
Yeah, but Bluey, Game 5 situation. Kit Bash, the underdogs, taking on the Juggernauts. Team immunity. Next map determines who gets a pool play spot for DreamHack Melbourne, accommodations, and then seats on a plane into the greatest city on the planet. I mean, there's a lot on the line.
I don't know about the greatest city on the planet bit, but
most livable city thing, mate. Look at scoreboard.
Yeah,
scoreboard.
All right, sure. We'll chalk it up to that, whatever. But yes, no, you're exactly right. We're going into Game 5. Slayer Streets, and now I want to see Kit Bash. I want to see both of these teams, in fact, put all of the kinetic energy, the momentum that they've gotten from all these previous games and go full force into each other. It's an absolute smackdown of 2 of these Titans. Yes, I'm going to call Kit Bash a Titan of a team right now, because the way that we've seen them play today is absolutely phenomenal, and especially when they're going up against team immunity in a Game 5. Now it comes to all the stops. If they have a tactic that they've never employed on a Streets game before, I want to see it now, because this is where it really counts. This is a qualifying match. This is where it matters.
Absolutely. We are launching things on with Lith, and he's just locked in there. He's just like, this player's going to come around this corner. I'm going to be ready for him. But Benno reading him like a book. He's read that series a couple of times, I reckon. And now moving through, Lith changing his positions, trying to help out his teammates. Does scoop up the rockets. Gets a clean-up nade. That other player, don't know how he survived a rocket, but it didn't matter. Able to secure that kill anyway. 1 more to play with as well. Scoreline is completely even. We're only just starting off this game, but so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Kit Bash roster.
Lith is really looking to make this rocket count as he does connect it onto Benno. Hef and Dante. Hef backing down driveway side, and Dante opts to assist his teammate there, but Divinity catches them both lacking on the back end, picks up a double kill for himself. This collapse, yes, massive. Lith coming in from the front door, and you see 2 players down in driveway as well. Divinity once again managing to scrap up those kills, but Benno is also in the back line with Hef. They is both pinching from Arcade. You can see Dante in tie side as well, and Ads over in top A, just laying down that Overwatch damage. Now it appears we have Kit Bash sort of caught in a very precarious situation. They are stuck in tram right now. Gonna have to try and opt to rotate for a Pink Street sort of side, and you can just see Ads and Hef both just picking them off one by one.
Yeah, it's back and forth. I mean, we saw amazing collapse and teamwork from Kitbash, and then Team Immunity. They flipped the script themselves, and they're doing great collapses as a team as well. Benno, a bit of a one-man army right now. The help from Hef comes in a little bit too late. He not able to survive. Ad's grabbing himself one. It's very back and forth. They're trading kills currently. Now Divinity with that Stalker Rifle, such a strong weapon to have on the map. Perfectly placed grenade by Divinity there, and now with his boys in a very good position. That Spanker Rifle is about to pop. I felt like it was only a couple of seconds ago that we saw the first round of rockets, but things are going so intensely that power weapon has respawned yet again, Bluey. It's going to be a critical power weapon to grab, and no one wants to touch it. Except for Scoob.
Does manage to slide his way in, gets it, and also connects a kill immediately. He's going to make his way around back tower, hopefully pick up Hef here. I'm not actually quite sure if that damage connected. Doesn't look like it did at all, no. So the second rocket was kind of whiffed there, but it doesn't matter. He's on the back foot, picking up that melee kill and assisting his teammates as much as possible with the damage ringing out true. 7 kills ahead for Kitbash. They are on top of these spawns as much as possible, and even when they're not, they're rotating so well together as a group. Benno on his own right now, tearing it up himself as he took out 2 before he died. You can see how much this score is starting to blow out bit by bit, but that being said, we've seen Team Immunity in this position before. They can make a lead count and get it back when needed.
Oh, Scoob was playing out of his skin there, just there, Bluey. He was putting damage down on multiple players at completely different angles and making himself the hardest kill possible. He is locked and loaded. He is so focused on closing out this game. He does not want to lose. Now aboard with Ads, and he goes down straight away. Caster's Curse. Now Lith collapsing down on Dante. Dante caught in a very precarious situation. He doesn't go down. He runs out of bullets, able to get that kill. Wow, Dante doing so well to milk that down and turn a -1 into a trade situation there. Great stuff from him. The scoreline right now, 25-16 in favor of Kitbash. Are they going to do it, Bluey?
Kitbash have a lot of tools under them right now. Scoob being on mouse and keyboard, and with that Bulldog is a very scary combination. Both teams obviously very eagerly awaiting the next round of rockets. So Scoob's going to go for the pizza jump right now. Does hit it, but I'm not sure how much that kind of flank really matters. Rockets are up in about 5 seconds. Team Immunity did get the PDA spawn. Benno cheekily sitting up in heaven with the barrier there, and now's the fight for rockets. As Divinity goes for it, does get taken down in the process. Scoob with the Bulldog. Lolly picks up a triple kill in the back. Doesn't quite connect those last buckshot shells. Scoob. Lolly does get that triple kill, secures himself the rockets as well. So now he's got a lot of damage to play with. One comes out, but he takes a nade for the face, immediately taken down. There is one more rocket on the field, as Scoob's going to be looking to supply this Overwatch with the red gun. Does opt to just ring out some BR shots, and that last rocket did go into Dante's hands, picks up a kill with it on Lift, but as we can see, the scoreline, 34-21 in Kitbash's favour. Kitbash inching ever forward into securing themselves flights and accommodation to DreamHack on the house of the ANZ HCS.
Yeah, unbelievable. Team Immunity not down and out just yet, but Kitbash keeping up that aggression. They're just playing so well together. Lith, 8-12-5. Not only is he gone pos 3, but he's got a huge amount of assists as well. Those boys are just playing so well together. I wish we could hear some communication from these guys, because I'm sure the vibes are at an all-time high right now. Immunity hanging on for dear life currently. 11 points the difference. And Divinity, he does go down now on board with Lift. Finding himself. Hef, will he go down? Yes, he does. He does get cleaned up himself. A little bit of a trade, but Immunity, they don't need trades. They need to be getting kills and getting away with their lives at the same time. Benno doing everything that he can there. Currently 8-9. Benno going negative. That's not something you see every day. Scoreline is 8 points the difference right now. The game isn't over. Immunity can still claw things back if they want to, but Kitbash in a really comfortable position, Bluey.
9-point difference as Lith just picks up a little cross-map kill there. Don't be surprised if the game slows down here, because obviously there's so much on the line for both of these teams. Kitbash very much favouring this arcade position. We've seen them here pretty much all game, as they've chosen time and time again to just keep Team Immunity back in PD. A-side, Lith picking up another kill here. 40-31. 40 score in favour of Kitbash, and that should give them enough room with that kill there. to secure this Rocket position. As Rockets are up now, Scoob doing nice little flicks. He's going to want to challenge Ads here, trying to secure this kill. Does get the Rockets, doesn't quite get out with his life here as he does drop those Rockets down in the ATM side. 42 to 36, and once again, Team Immunity are managing to slow down this game very well. Benno has Rockets. He's got 2 to use right now. These are going to come in clutch when needed. And he does connect that one on Scoob. Whiffs the second one. It does connect the damage onto Lith as Lith's one shot gets cleaned up from Cafe side. These are the rotations that we need to see from Team Immunity. 42 to 43 now to 40 in favor of Kit Bash. That lead has disappeared, Justin.
It certainly has. Immunity, they can't clutch it up again, can they? Kit Bash slowed down the game, and now Immunity able to get things going. There's only 1 kill the difference now, Bluey. It's going to go all the way down to the line. Game 5 situation. 1 kill the difference. It's going to go all the way down to the wire. Hef now on board with him as he goes down the commercial district trying to find some players. A prediction Nate going in, and all of Kit Bash spawning up together. They've got to work together here, and Immunity just locking down the 50-yard line across the entire map. Adds in a sticky situation in the corner there, and really 2 points. Kit Bash in the lead currently. Only 1 kill. Bluey, it's going to go all the way down the line. Someone wants a free flight. Someone wants a cushy hotel room and a nice soft bed, and it could be either team at this point.
The push coming out strong. 2 more kills left for Kit Bash as they push up from Arcade. Beat down Dante. 1 more kill left to go. They need a strong team shot to ring out as they secure their position to these flights in this hotel. They know they want it. They can fiend for it as the Rockets come up right now. Will Liv make a play? Lolly picks up the last kill in the background. Fantastic stuff for Kit Bash. Kit Bash are the ones to dethrone the Titans known as Immunity, and they secure their qualifying position for DreamHack ANZ Regional Finals. Kit Bash are the first team that we can put on the board. Very successful stuff for them. Team Immunity go down.
What a series. What a winners final we had. What a qualification final we just had there between Team Immunity and Kit Bash. Congratulations to the boys of Kit Bash being able to get that one done in a sweater of a Game 5, coming down to the final couple of moments there for the lads, and they were eventually able to clean it up, clutch it up, and get it done in 5 maps. They were only able to do it by 4 extra kills, Justin, but it doesn't matter because they got themselves the dub. They've got themselves into pool play here for DreamHack Melbourne, and I bet those guys are over the moon about it.
Oh, mate, that was a series, and Kit Bash, pat yourselves on the back. That's some of the most incredible Halo I've seen so far in Halo Infinite in the ANZ region. You can hang your heads high, and I mean, everyone can go on about, oh, you know, Immunity's not... they're under practice or whatever, but did you see the way that Benno was playing? That's just Benno that you see all the time. No, Immunity turned up to play. They clutched up that oddball like you wouldn't believe, but it didn't matter. Kit Bash just too strong and securing the series and the win. I mean, that was just unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as you said, the clutch factor that we've seen from Team Immunity just goes to show that they are also another team that certainly deserves a slot to go to DreamHack, but unfortunately we were able to give away 1 in this winners final, and Team Immunity now they're going to have to be sitting in that elimination bracket final and wait the victory of a few more of these series as they do start to pan out for the rest of this qualifier. But Bluey, I mean, I think this is a very good indicator for me that perseverance is key for a region like ANZ. A team like Kit Bash, who has been, you know, a mainstay for a long time. A lot of these members have stuck together. You know, their main core, obviously, with Lith coming back in, might have been the extra source to get them across the line. But these guys have been grinding. You know, players like Scoob have been around for a very, very long time here in Halo Infinite. And the fact that they're able to finally get the culmination of all the effort that they've put in across the entirety of this split, it is just heartwarming. And I know they're going to do really well at DreamHack as well.
You know, I really love the name of the team that they have. You know, Kit Bash, if you're talking in terms of like Warhammer 40k or if you build Gundam, it's the idea of taking these pieces from multiple different kits and putting them together to make a really awesome, you know, outrageous, outlandish product that you wouldn't have if you didn't take those individual pieces and make that that product your own. And that's exactly what Kit Bash has done. They've taken these players who have been bouncing between these other teams, put them together in this one squad, and it's absolutely beautiful. The way that they performed, the kind of aggression, the play styles, the confidence that we're seeing, you know, just emanating from this team is it's perfection. I can't wait to see what they do when it comes to DreamHack, because LAN is all the more different, and it just gives you so much more room to perform and make it your own.
Completely different beast when these guys get on LAN as well. I did have a little birdie in my ear tell me that Immunity outslayed Kitbash across the entire series by a boatload. An actual boatload, and that's a kind of surprising stat, because when you look across a lot of these game modes, it seems like these guys are playing extremely well as a team, Justin. I think that's something beautiful that both of you touched on, right? It seems like every single time that there is, you know, a 1v1 or, you know, ever you're peeking around a corner, there is multiple Kitbash members that are there and around to help, and I think that is a good fundamental part of their gameplay. Their aggression and their team play is what has made them such a strong team today in the qualifier.
Yeah, and extremely consistent. That entire series, there wasn't really a time where it went, so that, you know, that previous series that, you know, they were dominating, that was just a fluke. No, they were consistent throughout the entire time. And sometimes you see that when a team comes up and takes down a top team, it's just, you know, maybe the top team isn't playing all that well and the other team just happens to play really good for like one series. But no, Kitbash is playing out of their skins the entire day and really just rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about playing out of their skins, that 2K coming in from Scoob on Recharge where he hit the double shock rifle, like the 180 shock rifle double perfect, that was the most disgusting thing I've seen in a very long time. That was the dirtiest 2 sets of shots I've seen, and I think that is just kind of one of the reasons why these guys are looking so hot today. Not only is it a lot of their work really starting to come to a head now, but they're also having a really fire day. These guys certainly came out today. They knew this qualifier was going to be a good day for them, and they proved it today. And I think, Billy, that is kind of just one of the nice things about these online qualifiers is it's all about the work you put in beforehand, but you also still need to have a hot day on the day to be able to get the dub.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But I'm so glad the fruits of Kitbash's labour are just really just coming to play in here. You know, Liz spoke about it before. I've spoken to a couple of members of the team before and just talk about, you know, how confident they were going into this and how much practice, how much grinding they're putting together as a 4. And it's so evident here, and it just fills me with like such warm fuzzies to see it play out. They're all doing so well individually as players, and it's great to see that when it culminates as a 4 stack, it works so well.
Yeah, now it's all about what they can do in the next 2 weeks. We are getting our winners interview ready, ladies and gentlemen, with the beautiful kitten that is Scoobmeister. So we'll just wait for that to get ready here, Justin. But, you know, the next 2 weeks now, it is all going to be about that practice, right? You know, what does a team like Kitbash really do? You know, Lith talked about it. He was saying that hopefully this gives them enough clout to be able to get them into some of those bigger tier scrims. Is this going to be enough for them to be able to get that and get that good practice going into DreamHack?
I think that's key for them, is that sometimes when you're practicing, if you just practice against the same people over and over and they're not really the people that you're looking to beat in a tournament situation, then it's very difficult to kind of level yourself up beyond them. But if they can secure scrims against Divine Mind and Team Immunity and Mind Freak and that kind of thing going forward in the next couple of weeks, that's really going to help them level up their skill set quite a lot. You have to challenge yourself. You know, you kind of acclimatize to the players that you run with and the teams that you're playing against. So I really hope they get their wish and they get some scrim times against the big dogs.
I definitely do. Considering, you know, depending on what pool they get into, I'm sure there's going to be some big boys that will like to have a crack at Kitbash. But lads, we've got our winner here on the line. Let's bring in Scoobmaster. Let's have a chat to him and see how he's feeling after the qualifications. Scoob, mate, what a day you guys have had so far here. You guys have been able to not only breeze through a lot of your other series, but have an insane series against Team Immunity there to qualify for DreamHack. I just want you to talk us through that round 1 of Oddball that, you know, Immunity were able to clutch up with 1 point. Like, how did you guys mentally reset after that? How were you guys feeling after that? Did you feel like maybe the magic might have gone?
Well, pretty much with Oddball, like, you know, obviously we're deep into the series at that point, being, you know, the second last map. Considering we took an objective previously, which was the Catalyst flag, we were confident we could take another. But yeah, to recover after the, you know, very close loss that was round 1, we pretty much just told ourselves, if we can get it that close, there's no reason why we can't pull it through.
Good stuff, Scoob. Love your work, as always. Now, we spoke to Lift before about, finally get to interview on broadcast. Isn't that cute?
Yep.
We talked to Lith before about sort of him integrating with the team. Speaking on more of a mechanical perspective, obviously you're one of the only KBM players that we have in the region. It's a very small pool. Have you found that with this new team in Kit Bash, you've sort of had to adjust it, like your play style on KBM, how you fit in this roster?
Well, personally, I don't really think I've had to adjust my playstyle because, like, my whole mindset of playing is to play like a controller player because this game is built for controller, so why not try to play like you're on one? And yeah, Lith being in the team has been a very vital part. He has, the mechanical ability, the game knowledge. He's everything we needed to be, a solid chain of players.
It's always good to have confidence in your teammates, and it does seem like you guys are gelling quite a lot. And you know what, Scoob, you're a young man. This is going to be your first LAN event, I'm correct, and a big one at that. There's going to be a lot of pressure there. Are you kind of nervous about that situation, or you reckon you'll rise to the occasion?
No, personally, I'm not nervous at all. And if anything, it makes us more excited and more motivated to grind and put in more effort. With how much effort we've already been putting in, I don't think I'm going to see daylight for the next week.
That's good to hear, mate. I got one last question before I do let you go, Scoob, and enjoy the spoils of victory today. What are the expectations for you guys going into DreamHack here? Obviously, you guys have put in a whole lot of effort so far, had an insane qualifier run so far. What's the expectations for you boys going into DreamHack?
For DreamHack, as a squad, we definitely think we can push that top 3. There's no reason why we can't qualify for Orlando and beat any of these teams, because if we can take down Immunity, then we can take down anybody. These are the most experienced players in the region. So if we just put in the work, we can do it.
Hell yeah. I love the confidence, and I love what you guys will be able to put in the server as well. Congratulations, Scoob, mate, for going over to DreamHack, qualifying into pool play. I'm sure we're super excited to see you guys on LAN. I'm excited to see what you guys can do at DreamHack as well. Congratulations one more time.
Thank you very much, boys.
Thanks.
See you, Scoob.
See, this is what a lot of... I think when we talk about some of these old school players and coming into a lot of these qualifiers, when you talk to somebody who is this is their first LAN event, you can feel the hunger in his voice, you can feel the confidence in his team. And Blue, I think this is a good kind of point for Kit Bash to really start to peak. And these guys have, as we've already said so far, these guys have put in a whole lot of effort, and now they're starting to get that, cohesion together as this 4-man squad, and they're looking really, really strong. And I think, if they have a good start to pool play, they shake off some of the LAN jitters or all that kind of jazz, these guys can definitely make a push for the title.
Oh, yeah, and I love the response that he gave to the question there, saying, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to beat any of these other teams. That's fantastic to hear. You can see the fire that's lit underneath him right now, and hopefully not seeing daylight for the next week is going to improve that fire a little bit more. Just take care of yourself, buddy. That's all I'm saying.
Just get some vitamin D tablets. You'll be fine, Scoob, mate. But either way, lads, with that winners final done and dusted, it is time for our AMD power performance. It is going to be none other than Lolly, the ex-demon himself, coming in to this qualifier and proving that Kit Bash needed a little bit of demonic fire to get it done. Some good stats across the series as well, which is always nice to see. But Justin, when we talk about a lot of these players, this Kit Bash roster, they've got a lot of star power, and it seems like they finally just clicked together, and they're really starting to get that confidence and really just starting to get their own kind of Halo style going forward and getting the dubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And that confidence, it's so important, right? I mean, I'm sure a lot of people can relate when you run into a player and it's like, oh my god, that's Benner, and it's like, oh my god, that's Barcode or Madzi or something like that. There's a little bit of doubt in your mind. It's like, can I beat this guy in a 1v1? I mean, they're one of the best players in the region, and it just looks like Kit Bash just got rid of that completely, played their game, and now they're super confident so they can go in and beat anyone. And teams always say, oh yeah, we get an interview and say, yeah, we can totally take these guys out, but secretly, they've probably got some doubt in their mind. I believed every word that Scoob just said. It seemed really legitimate that him and the boys are going to have a proper crack at it.
And especially when, we hear that, Lolly's been the highest performer out of all 8 of those players in the series. The only player to be able to get over a 1 KD as well for this entire series, lads. So Lolly, definitely the super consistent player here for Kit Bash. I'm excited to see what he can do on LAN. I'm excited to see what everybody can do on LAN, to be perfectly frank, because that is the cauldron. That is where you dunk everybody into a fire. You get a whole lot of speakers, you get a whole lot of noise, and you see if these players can play in front of a crowd, and you can see what they can do when everything is stacked up against them, because the winner takes home $20,000 and top 3 also gets themselves towards HCS Orlando. So there is a lot of pressure on these players when they do reach the big stage of DreamHack Melbourne, but we've still got another slot to give away, ladies and gentlemen. We've still got another series to jump in before we even give away that slot. So we're going to be going to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, we've got more of our HCS regional final qualifier, so do not miss it.
Let's go. All right, let's go.
G'day ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. HCS ANZ Regional Final Qualifier is at its almost inevitable conclusion. We've only got 3 teams remaining here in our qualifier and only 1 spot to give away. That means we're going to say goodbye to 2 extra teams. We're going to say hello to an extra friend that we're going to be having here across the ditch in Melbourne. And so far, Kit Bash has been the only team so far to be able to get the qualification. Absolute stellar performance from them so far to go all the way here. Taking down Immunity in a 3-2 nail-biter barn burner. And Bluey, I'm so excited to see what those guys can do on LAN. I'm so excited to see what that kind of LAN experience is going to do to those kind of players, especially if, you know, Scoob's prediction comes through and they can get towards the top 3 and even go over internationally.
I mean, the man himself said it. He said there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to beat any of the other teams. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to break the top 3 position and go to Orlando. And I believed every word he said, just like Justin did. So yes, exactly as you said, super excited to see where they go from here.
And excited to see what this elimination bracket is going to look like as well, because as I said, 3 teams remaining here, Justin, second to none, Digital Nation and Team Immunity, all vying for that final spot. So far, second to none, haven't really skipped a beat, you know, albeit past their series up against Team Immunity where they did go down 3-1. And Digital Nation, they've been pushed. So this might be one of those scenarios where we're getting in towards this series and thinking second to none might be a little bit higher tier than what Digital Nation have been, who have had to play a whole lot of games so far, but still, we've got a little bit of faith in this squad.
It's really hard to split these 2 teams. I'm not sure I'd want to have to make a prediction off this one. I feel like both teams have had quite a bit of a struggle to get to where they are now, and both squads have plenty of talent on their team and experience on their side to get things across the line. But highlighting Digital Nation here, we have Lunchy, Rice, Noble, and Techrai. And I mean, Noble, he was dropping big numbers when we saw him earlier today, and Lunchy was just being an OBJ assisting machine, just the glue holding that team together. So they seem to be playing really well, and coming off the back of a Game 5 situation, they must be feeling good.
Yeah, certainly there must be, but a team that we haven't seen so far on the broadcast here is going to be second to none, Bluey. So this is a team that, looking across the teams that we had today, considering their performance in the most recent Open, I thought that this team was going to be, you know, our second qualifier. To be fair, I wasn't really quite sure where Kit Bash was going to land either, but they have certainly proven me wrong today and be able to come out in our first seed. But I think this second to none squad, they can definitely have a good chomp at the bit, and if they get their rematch with Immunity, I think they're going to come out swinging.
Yeah, second to none. This lineup that we have here of Chef Hendra, Grand Last Shadow or GLS, and Spectre is super, super promising. Very, very talented players that we have on their lineup as well. And when I'm looking at 2 of these teams going against each other, that being Digital Nation and second to none here, I don't know who's going to be able to take the cake on this one. Honestly, I feel like they're so closely knit, and when it comes to both individual talent and then coming together as a squad, really don't know who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, that's a real big question mark that we've got going in towards this series. Who's going to come out on top, and who's going to try and take that final shot at Team Immunity to get in towards DreamHack Melbourne pool play? That is the big question for us, and I think these maps might be able to tell us a little bit of extra information on this tale as well. We're having a change up here in the best of 5. Capture the flag to start out here, and then the Slayer is going to be on Recharge. So Justin, we talked about some of these Slayers being on live fire, a map that you aren't really able to slow down the game and hide around a little bit. Slayer on Recharge definitely can happen, right? Like, this is where you're able to really slow it down and really get that team play going, and this is where it's able to kind of help these teams that have that better team play really come out on top.
Yeah, if you're a sneaky little rat, this is the perfect Slayer map for you. You know, dip diving and weaving through all those different laneways that you can get through and all the different elevations. You can really play your life quite well. And correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but is this the first time we've seen Capture the Flag Aquarius on broadcast? So I'm pretty excited about that one.
I think it definitely is. I think we've had Capture the Flag on Bazaar as well as Catalyst for today. So this is our first Aquarius for today. I don't even think we've had all too many Aquariuses throughout today. I think we only had a Slayer a little bit earlier on. But either way, the oddball is going to be the 3rd map here on Livefire, and then a Stronghold. So we're double dipping the streets at the end of this series here, Bluey, and maybe we might be teased with another best of 5 going all the way. But either way, let's jump in to Capture the Flag here on Aquarius Digital Nation, second to none.
Thank you very much, Luke. I just want to throw a little fun fact out there, but Second to None did actually have to play CTF Aquarius earlier on today, and they stomped the other team into the ground going 5-1, making 5 caps. The other team only had 1, and when it came to the Slayers as well, Second to None were on top, so they have a bit of experience already in being able to play this and serve it up to the other team today. But Justin, once again, we're looking at both of these teams, and I look at them as being so equal, so against each other at all times. Really don't know who's going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And something else, anyone that's been following the ANZ HCS is that Rice, one of the players that have been trying to creep into the top 4 situation, he's historically been a mouse and keyboard player and recently made the switch to controller. So he's kind of adapting very well to the situation, just proving that his fine motor skill is just a cut above the rest. And having said that, Second to None do have a flag on the move. Hendra doing what he can to move it along, palms it off to his teammate there. Heatwave in hand, looking to get that flag returned. And Second to None moving a flag across the map already. Lunchy going down. It does look like they're going to be able to secure that one. It is going to go in, and Second to None already won up with only a couple of minutes into the game, Bluey.
This is ringing out very similarly to how Second to None played the previous CTF Aquarius map and game mode that I saw early today on Chef's stream, absolutely throttling the other team. As soon as that first break was done and dusted, they pretty much made a push into their base and secured the flag within the first couple of minutes. Huge for them in terms of how this team plays, all very skilled individually, and you wouldn't expect, you might expect a bit of conflict to come from them as a 4, just because how they all perform individually, but no, as a 4, they mesh very, very well together. So it's super exciting to see them finally get to be on the main broadcast, and we get to experience their play here today.
Yeah, now with Spectra from Second to None, trying to find some players. That flag is on the move. His patience pays off, and a very easy kill there, and his teammates are going to be helping him out there. Get that flag returned. Hendra jumping on that one and putting it away, but a player hiding around the corner, Lunchy, opting to just let them get the return on that and get an easy pickup. He's got that heat rifle as well. I wouldn't want to be running through those doors, Bluey. Very dangerous situation if you're a Second to None player. Lunchy playing very patiently here, valuing his life quite a lot, trying to bank those shots off, and look at that, the help is coming through. Second to None players of 180 that situation on Lunchy and taking him down. Lunchy maybe a bit too patient and took his time.
Good stuff from Lunchy though. He did manage to put out a good bit of damage and secure himself a couple of kills in that time that he was locked down in yellow fridge side with the heat wave. Now you can see that the members of Digital Nation are opting for a pink side push. 2 assists come out from the member of Digital Nation. Not entirely sure who that was at the time. You can see as soon as those members go down, it's just a counteract attack from Second to None. Hendra being very, very aggressive here. Slip sliding to and fro down bottom mid. Unfortunately, he faces Rice off in a 1v1 situation. Rice does manage to clean him up. Rice and Lunchy both looking at Blue Porch, cleaning up GLS, who was on the flag as well, as Techride makes a pull for theirs, making it impossible now for that flag to be captured until the other one is returned. Goal line stand medal coming out for Noble, as Techride making a very fast run for that flag. Fumbles it a little bit, but he does come face to face with another player, and it looks like this should be a cap, unless those long-range pepper shots come through and do pick him off before he manages to score it in. There we go. Techride picks up 1. It is now 1-1. Digital Nation Second to None, even score right now.
What a beautiful flag run by Techride there too. He got the pull at the right time, and even if he just threw it down in front of the base and baited that flag out, that play would have been good. But he read the situation, went, no, I can run this, and he just went for it. He didn't look back and just a full throttle getting it across. But that camo just gets scooped up, slammed on the chest of one of the Digital Nation players. Now on board with Lunchy, who's 4-3 currently. A Noble with that camo lurking in the background, getting behind these players, misses the backsmack. Really unfortunate situation. He gets turned on and taken down, doesn't even get the trade. That's got to be frustrating there, Blue. Oh my
Very,
gosh.
very frustrating for Noble indeed. Once again, skill-based hit reg coming in full play for this particular series. 3 members of Digital Nation did unfortunately go down after that little play there, and it looks like Second to None If they're ever so able, yes, they're going to secure another flag. Second to none once again in the lead, going one up on the other team. And it looks like Chef was immediately in their base to just fly out and pull another flag.
Yeah, second to none, not wasting any time, making sure that they secured that flag run after that camo fumble there. Unfortunate for Digital Nation there, but they need to keep their heads in the game, forget about that one and just move on to the next thing. Grand Last Shadow now moving across the map here, working with his teammates, 2-1 currently. Anybody's game, but I feel like second to none just seems a little bit more confident about how they're moving around the map and their gunfights. And I mean, Grand Last Shadow's 10-7 right now and top assisting for his team as well. So he's putting down a lot of damage, Bluey.
GLS doing a fantastic job right now. All the members of Second to None are, in fact, just being able to collapse on each other one by one and get those very, very strong team shots right now. They could play a little bit more defensively after they've made 2 caps. And Chef getting sort of double boxed right there. As 2 members, we see Hendra and GLS just turtling defensively on their flag as Lunchy sits top mid, just looking to get a good bit of damage out, cross map. And we do see a full reset back flag spawn from Second to None, so it's going to be very hard right now for Digital Nation to break this and touch a flag.
Yeah, Lunchy wisely backing off in that situation. I think it would have been a mistake to push in there. I mean, we could see what's going on, so Lunchy didn't know that there was 3 players there, but he would have given up the heat rifle had he done that. Doing well to get a double kill, so making himself a pretty hard kill there and allowing players to push up. And now Grand Last Shadow picks up that heat wave now with Noble, who has been putting up big numbers all day, trying to find players. That flag is on the move, scoops it up with that camo, doing what he can, but he does go down, unfortunately for him. Lunchy finding himself one, but that player getting away with their life there, Blue, and does look like that flag is gonna get returned.
Yeah, good push coming out from Digital Nation, but it just simply was not enough as each member from Second to None just kind of kept snowballing off the back flag spawns one after another. There was a lot that Digital Nation had to sort of push through there, just didn't have enough in the tank to get through them. 3 members of Second to None going down right now, though, so this should give Digital Nation plenty of space to move up on the map, hopefully touch a flag, get a little bit more damage out on the map than previously they have been. Hendra being sort of pinched here, decides to back off. Noble with a good flag run, sidekick in the hand, gonna get some bullets out on GLS. Good shots there, good team shot coming out, and Noble should be able to run this flag all the way in. Going in pretty uncontested right now. Does pick off Chef just to make sure, and yes, we are all tied up. Once again, Digital Nation, Second to None, tied up right now, 2-2.
Yeah, and Slay's department does seem to be pretty even as well. Strafe Noble, lovely, perfect shot from him. Will he back it up with a second?
No!
A very tasty double kill from him, showing up once again, going 14-12 with 10 assists. Strafe Noble just seems to be a slaying machine, Bluey, doing so much work for his squad now on board with Rice. Will he get the better of Grand Last Shadow? Yes, he does. Uses the thrust to stay alive, but no, the cleanup grenades just come raining in. Bodies are falling left and right, and Noble scooping up that camo, Bluey.
Noble on top of that particular battle there as he does manage to get out with camo. Chef spots him out straight away, though. Will it be enough for Chef to take him out? No, unfortunately. Doesn't even manage to break the shields with that one there. Good eyes on Chef, so that call is going to be coming out that there is someone with camo. Bottom mid, GLS throws out the dynamite grenade just to try and get a tag, just a bit of information on him to see around where he is, as Noble's camo should be coming out around about soon, sort of wearing off. Does get some nice shots on Chef. He's going to have to back down here as he's got Tekerai, his teammate, to back him up in Dynamos, but does get picked off by Spectre over in Yellow Fridge, I believe, at the time. Sorry, Yellow Util at the time. And we are seeing another pull come out from Second to None. I believe Hendra is on that flag, and he's got GLS to back him up as well.
Certainly does. Now Chef with that flag, getting it moving now. There's a couple of red X's in the kill feed, so he should be able to move this across the map. Grand Last Shadow with that remote detonation off screen. That's really going to help Chef run this flag across the map, and he's got plenty of help here. The entire Second to None roster is over here trying to get this flag in, and he gets it in clean. Pays for it with his life, though, but they are up 1 flag at the moment. Grand Last Shadow with that heat wave does secure that kill with the help of Spectre, but he does go down now with Tekerai. He's a man on a mission himself, doesn't get the trade in that situation now. Lunchy trying to get something going, finds himself Hendra, able to get perfect BRs. Not sure where that grenade went, just fell through the cracks of the map, but it didn't matter because he hit that crispy 4-shot anyway. Finds himself Spectra. Will he get the better of the 1v1? No, he does go down, Bluey. It's neck and neck. 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes on the clock. Digital Nation are going to need to make up for a flag cap here, and by the way that Second to None is playing, just slaying them as hard as they are, it's going to be very difficult for Digital Nation to be able to break through that barrier, break through that wall, manage to make a convincing clean run, because that's what you need right now. If you scrap the run too much, if the battle over the flag plays out for way too long, you're going to burn so much time, and that just makes it all the more risky. If you lose that flag, you're going to have to reset and try and make for another one. So right now what they need is just a clean run all the way through. But both sides just trading kills back and forth right now. But Lunchy does manage to get the flag, run it into blue util, so hopefully there's enough follow-up from the rest of his team to be able to make something off that. But it doesn't look like it, as GLS seems to be just hunched over that flag, returning it as fast as he can.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the fact that they really need like a clean flag run, and I think that's what Lunchy was trying to do, is trying to get it outside of the sight lines rather than scrapping it across. He was going for the safe route and not able to get things going. Only a minute left on the clock now. Second to None with one flag advantage currently. Digital Nation not out of it just yet. It doesn't take too long to get a flag going. Grand Last Shadow nabs himself a kill, has got that heat rifle, gives it a charge up. The cleanup grenades do come in. Lunchy having his number, and now he's going to be pushing in to the base here. Hendra completely unaware. Didn't get that call out maybe. Did Grand Last Shadow not let him know that Lunchy was lurking in the depths there, ready to take him out? Chef comes in, and a bit of a fat thumb there for Lunchy. hitting that melee instead of shooting your gun. It's the right trigger, by the way, Lunchy. Sign me up for pro tips, by the way. Now, Noble moving through 18 and 18 with 15 assists. I mean, he's helping everybody on the map there, Bluey.
Yeah, objective score as well, and he's got Tekerai in the back, making for that flag cap. Beautiful thruster there, just to avoid it. Only 5 seconds left on the clock, though. Second to None. It's probably going to go into overtime here if these flags don't get returned, but that's not really going to mean much anyway. Second to None take this. 3-2 for Second to None. A very, very convincing win for them, I would say. Just with how good, especially that opening flag run was, they didn't waste any time making sure that they got one on the board.
Yeah, I'd agree. They seem to have control of the map. Yes, it was 3-2 in the end, but it felt like every time Second to None got a flag moving, they capitalized and they played it perfectly, while I think Digital Nation was a little bit more scrappy in some respects. However, they are going toe-to-toe at the moment. So that's just map 1. We've got 5 potential maps to play, so still anybody's game at this point.
Especially with how these teams are, you know, I mentioned it God knows how many times before, but how neck and neck both of these teams seem to be, and especially with how that flag game played out. I mean, I mentioned before, Second to None had the opportunity to play Aquarius CTF earlier on in the day, and they absolutely smashed it. 5-1 on the flag score in favor of Second to None, but unfortunately that just didn't seem how to be played out now. Digital Nation was giving them a bit of a run for their money in terms of every single time that they made a flag cap. Digital Nation was sort of just inch up the map as much as possible and then make one for themselves. It didn't quite tie it up in the end, but I think that speaks volumes as to how much more closely knit both of these teams are head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. But get settled in, folks, because I feel like this is going to be a long one, because there is no steamrolling going on here. They are toe-to-toe currently, so it could go the distance. So I hope you got a nice fresh beverage. You got a nice comfy cushion to rest yourself on, because it's going to be one hell of a series, and a Second to None able to secure map number 1. And look at those shots from Noble there, just locked and loaded.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from him. Really got to love how Noble was playing. We get to see that remote deck kill. Very, very smart from Grand Last Shadow there, not to worry about trying to track the player with his BR or anything. Just simply shooting for the nade, getting the kill, securing it up for himself as well. There was a lot of moments where GLS was making plays like that, especially when I can't remember who it was. I think it was Spectre or maybe Chef was looking for a flag cap. GLS simply just turned, got a double, freed up so much space to make sure that, you know, Chef didn't have to sort of dance around capping that flag at all. He could sort of just slide it all the way in, and it was just nice and simple for him. That's exactly the kind of player that you want in your backline, making sure that they're supporting you as much as possible with those slays.
Yeah, now going into the Slayer recharge, what are you feeling? You feeling, Bluey? Because it was kind of even, but I felt like everyone on second to none was playing at like a similar slaying capacity. So how do you feel about this next matchup?
Yeah, again, it's very difficult to say, you know, looking at how these teams sort of go back and forth. We have seen Digital Nation a couple of times sort of fumble when it comes into the slaying category. I feel like they're a lot better. They keep their heads on a lot straighter when they're more of an objective-based team. But we'll see how it goes, especially with the map, like Recharge in particular. There are some sort of objective kind of base things that you dance around. Obviously, camo is a big one, and it makes such important, you know, differentiating factor when it comes to this particular map. So it's going to be really difficult, Justin. I'm just interested to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and Grand Last Shadow with that camo, finding one player a little bit unawares, but Strafe Noble just being a real annoying little rat, just running away there. He does eventually get cleaned up, but I like the patience from Grand Last Shadow there. He didn't get thirsty. He didn't go after that player. He just took his time when he'll get cleaned up. But look at this, just runs into Techrai there, and he's going to have to do a dipsy doodle over Strafe Noble, securing that double kill. Heads up play for Grand Last Shadow there, using his headphones at a full extent and able to outplay a player when he was one shot there. Amazing stuff from him.
Good stuff from GLS there. I really like the play, how he utilized the camo there. Just very, very patient with it. Typically, GLS is quite the aggressive player as well, but you definitely can tell how his playstyle changes when his team sort of needs him to calm it down. Hendra sitting up top gold with the shock rifle there. Doesn't connect that first shot, but this is a very, very, as I said before, very patient second to none right now. The game is very, very slow, and second to none have plenty of room to sort of play with right now, just simply because of how much score they have in their favor. They are up 6 kills.
They certainly are, and Rice coming off the back of a double kill. There's a third one there if he wants it, able to secure that kill, grab himself the shock rifle as well, so he's locked and loaded, ready to go. 4 points of difference currently, so still very early game. Techrai yet to get himself on the board just yet. Chef going massive, 5-1 so far. We've been talking about Grand Last Shadow, but Chef already on his way to double digits, and Rice, he really needs Rice. I'm making old school mistakes here with his name. Apologies about that, Digital Nation fans. But he does need to land some shots if he wants to bring his team back.
Yeah, has shock rifle in hand, which is always an absolute game changer when it comes to tightening up that scoreline. That being said, second to none still in the league. GLS, once again, with this camo. Looks like he may be able to make a play here. No, he does get spotted out, I believe. 3 members of Digital Nation in bottom elevator right now. One of them does get taken down. A bit of a trade there. Lunchy and Hendra on opposite sides. Looking to just backsmack Rice here. Does get the shots in because he needs to help his teammate. But there is another member of Digital Nation. I'm sure he can hear him above. It is Strafe Noble. Walking up top catwalk now is going to be top tower. He does have the sword though. So hopefully GLS realizes this, but does get taken down by Lunchy with that double shot.
He certainly does. Now Techrai with that shock rifle, he's got a grapple shot in his pocket as well if he wants to utilize that. 5 points of difference. This is very slow compared to what we just saw with that CTF Aquarius game. They seem to be very aggressive, both teams, but no, they've slowed things down considerably, not giving up depth. Both teams not wanting to be the first one to drop a kill and initiate that collapse, but there's Strafe Noble with that sword kill. Players are starting to fall, but no collapse, no rotation from either squad. They just seem to be trading things out, Louis.
Lunchy right now just getting some cheeky little peek shots in. Even if he's not making contact, he's just doing it to apply a bit of pressure on Spectre there. Hendra, though, giving his teammate the support that he needs just to make sure that Lunchy sort of arches back a little himself, as taking on the fire of 2 players is not ideal in this particular instance. Tekerai still up top elevator. This shock rifle is still in play, but we haven't really seen a lot of kills come out from it, Justin. Not a lot of really, game-breaking, match-breaking kills right now. Everyone's been very, very passive with it.
Being extremely passive. 20 and 17, so basically even at this point. It does go down. Techrai, he wasn't on the board, but secures himself a tasty little double kill with that shock rifle to get things moving, and that camo did get scooped up as well. Not sure who managed to grab that one.
Ooh.
A nice little no-scope onto Hendra there. The Techrai starting to heat up, Louis.
Tekerai is making those kills with the shock rifle that we've ever so missed. Noble now has camo and sword. Very dangerous combo. So right now he should be able to fish out the players from second to none out of this gold area. It's going to be very, very easy for him to just sneak through. His gold does lay out, but he does get the lunge, and the other players pinch through. So we are seeing a complete break of this gold pipe set up right now. But even that being said, the remaining players of second to none just decided to rotate. The rest of them spawn out C-plat, but I think we're going to see another collapse come out yet again. They do have to be aware right now, though, getting into a close quarter situation with Noble, having that sword as his secondary. Very, very dangerous. Whips the nade back. Good stuff from him. Protects his shield and health. Some good shots coming out on Enchef right now. He's going to need the rest of his teammates to sort of collapse in on that, but there is a very big pinch coming in right now, as Noble and I believe Rice down under him are going to be able to break this tower. Gets a slash onto Chef, shattering his resolve, and he's going to run away and get picked, actually, by Hendra.
Yeah, Hendra doing work at the moment. Let's have a look at his scoreline. 3-8 right now, so struggling a little bit. However, sometimes it's just about those micro plays that influence the map more so than your KD on the map. 3 points the difference. I feel like it's been 3 points the difference the entire game, Bluey. Every time one team pulls away a little bit, the other one answers. Now is Strafe Noble, 13 and 7 for those watching the scoreboard at home. And here comes the collapse onto second to none players. No, Strafe Noble going, getting the call out. The camo is about to pop, does grapple it away, throws it onto his chest. Will he get away with his life, Blue? He's scampering away, and he does. Clean pull.
Clean pull from Noble there. Very, very surprised he managed to get away as long as he did. Unfortunately, he's going head-to-head with 2 players here. No trades, though. Tekerai is there to support him, though. Gets the perfect on Spectre. Will he be able to clean up this second kill here? Shots ring out. Does get the beat down. Good stuff from Tekerai there, being able to follow up that kill with 2 kills in their favor. Second to none. Once again, the game is very slow. But that being said, Digital Nation aren't really, second to none, aren't really answering back a lot on what Digital Nation has to offer at the moment. No, Digital Nation doing really well, and I didn't really get to do the maths, but I think Digital Nation was outslayed in that previous CTF game. So the fact that they're taking control of this Slayer game is really good to see that they bounce back from that, and each of the players not letting their scoreline bloat out too much. Strafe Noble just doing Strafe Noble things, and here comes Grand Last Shadow to bring his boys back into line. He's 9 and 9 at the moment, and 3 points the difference. Yet again, I'm sounding like a broken record, Bluey. Yeah, it's very hard not to, Justin, with just how tight-knit this game is right now. Bit of a standoff as both teams are sort of inching out each other on opposite sides of the map. Hendra did manage to pick up a kill. I believe that was on the play that was Glass. Nice shots from GLS there, getting the perfect on Lunchy. It's a very critical kill in that moment. He's going to spot out Tekerai. The ping comes out as well, so his teammates know far and wide where they are. 2 members of second and none opting to stay pipes gold. Not sure how advantageous that is for them, as they do lose Hendra over on Glass. Strafe is going to push out mid-bridge, does get taken out as well. GLS might be able to make a defining play here with this shock rifle. Tekerai and Rice, both tower side. Yeah, and Lunchy able to scoop up that camo, pretty uncontested too. The fact that Grand Last Shadow had that overlook with the shock rifle and just completely forgot to watch that camo, that's a big misplay on his half, and it is translating into a nice little run from Digital Nation. Lunchy does go down, unfortunately. Noble doing what he can to try and take this player out, able to find him, and we're all tied up 40-40. It's neck and neck currently. Spectre trying to do what he can to stay alive. He does get cleaned up, but they trade out that situation, and now Hendra working together with his teammates. Lunchy caught with his pants down there and taken down, and he has got the shock rifle in hand too, trying to decide what he wants to do here. And you can tell that players are really locked in when they're like, you can see them looking around and thinking about what they want to do. They don't want to make any mistakes, Bluey. Second to none right now, making sure that their shots are on point. They have brought it back as much as they did, and they do have Hendra with that shock rifle in hand. This is a game changer in moments like this. If he just gets a couple of picks, he can really make sure, put the pressure on Digital Nation so they can't swing out on the map as much as they would like to. Right now, Hendra opting to look tower. Does see Strafe Noble down near camo spawn. One member of Digital Nation, Rice, got picked off down near bottom tower, but we do see 2 members of Digital Nation tower side. Misses the shots on Lunchy. We're going to see a bit of a breakthrough right now here at Elevator. GLS, picks up a kill. Make that 2. Lunchy and Noble gone down. Chef picks up Tekerai as well. So that's 3 members for Digital Nation down. Only 4 more kills left to go for second and none. Wrap this up. Make that 3 as Spectre comes in clutch. Picks up the 4th member of Digital Nation, as that will be a full reset for their team. And unfortunately, all the positioning that they made on their map is now gone. They are sent back to the spawn screen. Hendra does get taken down though. Tekerai with that top gold positioning. We're seeing 2 kills come out from Lunchy. There, Tekerai picks up, Enchef picks up the kill on Tekerai with the sword, decides to repulse himself away. Shock Rifle still is in the hands of second to none. They can pick up 2 kills really easily here if they just make sure that their calls are on point, their positioning is on point. But that being said, they've got Noble to look out for, who has that camo. Only 2 kills left to go for second to none. Noble is going to want to make sure he can clutch the plays as much as possible. Hendra was sent 1 shot. He's going to be down bottom blue. Noble picks up the melee on him, picks up the kill as well. Hopefully the team can respond with him being down in blue pipes. He is absolutely 1 shot. They pick up GLS as well. It's so close right now. Only 2 kills left for second to none. Can they clutch it out?
I'm not sure what's going to happen here, Blue. I was sworn that second to none was going to bring this one to bear, but Noble doing really well to stay alive, and that little exchange, that's it. Just that very aggressive push.
Quick snap.
That was just like, boom, it's over. I was, getting ready to set up, draw a little bit of a storyline, and they're just like, nah, and they go, boom, boom, 2 plays dead, and that's over.
It definitely seemed, a pin dropped, and they all flooded out of gold pipes in that immediate instant. 2 players went down. I believe both kills went to the individual player there as well, but very good stuff from second to none to be able to bring that back as much as they did. They were at quite the deficit in the beginning and sort of mid-range of the game, but they definitely found their footing come near the end of it. They sort of stayed in that whirlpool elevator side and decided to play, the long game for as much as possible, and it worked out in their favor.
Certainly did, and both teams played incredibly well. So far the series is playing out in second to none's favour, but Digital Nation has been playing very, very well. Lots of pivotal moments there where they had really good plays and really good map control, and they're just got to string it together a little bit more to get their win. And that can just be a couple of situations. One more power up, one more control of the power weapon, or a critical decision here and there, and the series plays out completely differently.
It's 1 map to go. If second to none secure this next map, then they are sending Digital Nation packing, making sure that they send them down and out for good. And I think, with how second to none particularly have been playing, they sort of lost a lot of the control in that map, but it took a great deal of strength, a great deal of effort to bring it back in those last moments of the game, and really sort of just capture that game, make it their own. I think, Justin, going into this next game, they've got a lot of momentum to keep sort of running with, and hopefully I'm right in that prediction, because I would love to see second to none really go the distance for this one.
Yeah, I would really like to see another Game 5. That was just so quick, wasn't it? It was just boom, and it was just over. But the series ain't over just yet, is it? They've been very neck and neck so far. Yes, second to none is 1 map away from taking this one home and moving forward into the bracket. However, I think Digital Nation still has something yet to prove, so I don't think they're going to give up just yet.
Oh, Digital Nation certainly aren't going to go down without a fight, especially on an oddball. They have a lot of room to move. Let's say they lose the first round. They still have other rounds to make up for in this one. There is a lot of clawing back and forth. We see it all the time, especially with oddball on live fire here. But again, Justin, my confidence in Digital Nation right now is just sort of waning that little bit. I would like to see them, make some more decisive sort of team engagements, especially in comparison to the second to none, how they have been. Second to none's team shots have just seemed a lot more confident. Seems like the comms have been a lot more on lock, and I just have to, feel for these players, especially after a long day of competing. How much of that is going into the factor of how they're performing.
Yeah, potentially. And you know what? Digital Nation have really had to fight their way way through the bracket. They've had a longer day than Second to None. Second to None have done really well in their bracket run, except for that matchup against Team Immunity. But so far, they've just been performing really, really well. So maybe Digital Nation is, isn't much gas left in the tank, but they're still playing out of their skins. Hendra going down in that situation now on board with Chef. That first OS is about to pop, so he's trying to get some eyes onto that. Strafe Noble able to grab it, but no, I'm not sure he's actually able to slap that one on his chest. No, sitting down on the ground, and Rice able to scoop that one up, gets it in, and with his teammate there, not able to secure that kill because his teammate was too quick in sorting that one out. And look at this collapse working together, trying to find those players. Looks like the ball did get played. Grand Last Shadow in a sticky situation there. He goes down. The ball was played, so it's going to spawn bottom mid, Bluey.
Rice with a power combo right now. Sniper and OS in hand. He can play a little bit more aggressive with it, connecting that shot onto Spectre there. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, as Hendra was in his backline just plinking shots with him. And he had another player from Second to None at scoreboard as well, putting real damage down on him. GLS picks up that absolute screamer of a shot on Lunchy straight off of back tower. But does unfortunately get team shot taken down himself. A lot of back and forth right now. Not a lot of focus on the ball, but that's typically what we see with teams that play super aggressively, is they want to absolutely slay out before anything else. Rice opting just to play that ball. Wasn't in a very good position for his team, I imagine, as it was closer to Second to None setup than anything. Second to None with taking down two members of Digital Nation should be able to get a pretty convincing setup right now, tower side.
Yeah, and that next OS is about to pop, about 10 seconds left, and I think Digital Nation has an opportunity here to pick that one up because a lot of resources has been allocated to rotating that ball away. But I say that Grand Last Shadow is just in a really good position to pick up that overshield now. Reese here with, I've done it again, my apologies. Grand Last Shadow, he did get that OS, as I said, and here he is making a push. That Repulsor sending him back. That OS is just getting melted. Look at that team shot, Bluey. I mean, Digital Nation just made sure they had to shut down that OS player.
OS gone. Quick Smart. We've seen a couple of those melts come through today. It's always very, very shocking to see, that power weapon go so quickly, especially after the fight that usually ensues over it and how long drawn out that is. Spectre now playing top tower now with the ball, getting himself a good chunk of objective time just for himself and his team. Nice little repulsor out from Sheffy. Doesn't quite connect the headshot on him though, as Tekrai manages to get away with the heat wave in hand. The ball was reset. Chef going to be chasing GLS now. GLS goes down in sneaky. And Hendra right on that ball so he can set up for his team spawn in this back warehouse area.
Yeah, and now Tekrai, he has got the heat wave too. He did have one repulsor charge left, used it to make sure he secured his health. And then Hendra, he's really in a tough spot. He does get taken down. The collapse comes in. Tekrai putting in some damage. Double kill there. Does get taken down, but putting in work for his squad. Lunchy with the AR plays. You love to see it. Taking a player down. Putting in so much damage. Sometimes a gun like that, you can just put damage down, and that's exactly what he was trying to do. Now, Noble with that sniper, connecting with the body, not able to follow that one up. Thought he had a frag to bounce off. Uses a repulsor to make sure that he stays alive there. And I like this rotation here. And Chef coming in for the collapse. Body shot from Noble, able to push and take him out. But look at that trading of the situation there. Tekrai now moving through, just watching that ball, waiting for the perfect time to grab it.
2 for 2 in that engagement, I believe. We see two players from Second to None collapsing on the ball down in Rat Tunnel. Rice one shot. Does manage to take down Hendra, so that gives Digital Nation a little bit more room to breathe. But right now you have Chef moving down through Tunnel. He's going to meet up with Spectre and GLS. GLS now having OS in order to once again hold this ball in back warehouse. This A spawn, as you see two players from Digital Nation start to leak through Big Door. GLS takes down Rice, looking to challenge. Strafe Noble has to reload, so he does get taken down. Spectre challenging Noble right now. As you can see, his one shot takes him down himself, and once again the ball is still in the hands of Second to None, as we can see that barrier is up to stop any incoming fire.
Yeah, and Digital Nation doing what they can, but second to none, they do have a pretty comfortable lead right now and one hell of a run. But here comes Lunchy if he has anything to say about it. But a bit of a solo push. I say solo, but here's Strafe Noble to help him out, trying to get that ball out, potentially get it played. But, you know, Spectra now waiting around this corner with that heat wave. The timing on that to look away just at the wrong time because Rice just coming in and breaking that setup.
Very convincing little break there. I think the era of the back A hold for the members of Second to None has passed. As right now, Digital Nation just seems to be constantly collapsing on Second to None. Second to None just not being able to make convincing plays, get enough positioning on the map for themselves. Spectre takes this 1v1 against Rice, doesn't quite connect with the kill there. Rice does get picked up by Hendra in the back line, and once, you know, I just said the error of holding the ball back A for Second to None was over, but immediately they go right back to it.
They do. Interesting play to just throw it out into the grass area and repulse it away, trying to bait it out a little bit. I'm not sure what they want to achieve in this situation. And look at this collapse coming in from Digital Nation. Well played from them. They just took advantage of the disjointed nature of that play there, and they're able to go in, grab the OS, scoop it up. Now Rice with that OS, and the man on the map that you want to be right now, just hunting down plays. You can tell he's itching to be that wrecking ball for his squad and apply some pressure.
Rice does have that OS. It is melting quite quickly, though. It's all gone now with the meeting of that grenade. Spectre flies out with the heat wave. Doesn't quite connect the damage, but Hendra has the snipe. Watching Tekerai over in Nest. Connects with the body shot. Gets enough damage out to sort of make him have to scatter away. The ball is reset by Rice. Rice went around B-Band, grabbed that ball, immediately tossed it off the edge. Doesn't want the other team having that position, especially knowing that Hendra still having that snipe in hand. He's still got 5 rounds to shoot off. Does hit Noble there with a beautiful headshot as he was sliding. Hendra opting for a back tower position. This is very smart from them as they do have snipe, so they can sit in this Overwatch position right now. Hits the body shot. Good stuff. Spectre beating down with the odd ball. And they do get fished out by those grenades.
Nice double kill, cluster luck from Lunchy there to take those guys down. Does pay for it with his life, but that certainly helped that situation just there. Grand Last Shadow grabbing himself a kill and Dipsy doodling his way out of there. Look at him, he's trying to slide around, stay alive, making himself a nuisance. Sometimes those little plays can be the difference maker. Just make yourself a hard kill, buy your teams a couple of seconds. Now with Noble from Digital Nation pushing through, trying to find that play. Will be able to secure that kill? No, he doesn't, but the cleanup comes in from his teammates. The call-outs coming through, and Hendra stuck on the pillar here. Lunchy trying to scamper away, gets away with his life, coming through, picks up a kill, and instantly turns around to challenge Hendra. Hendra not able to push up there because he knows that Lunchy's there, and he doesn't know what he's got waiting for him. Lunchy doing pretty well to survive up there one shot for so long. There was a lot of players with attention on him.
Clock has stopped, 5 seconds on the clock, but it looks like that probably does the end of it for this particular round for Digital Nation. They tried to make as much of a ball run as possible, but round 1 does go to Second to None as they shut down that run, which is a good chunk of time. I think it was about 30 seconds of that ball being run there in that first round, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough with 10 seconds left on the clock and about 60 seconds for Digital Nation having to make up before that run. You know, what can you do in that situation? You're really hoping and praying for a miracle at that point.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the kills department here, and Digital Nation, it does seem like they're outslaying just a little bit. Currently, every player is doing work. I mean, even Rice here, he's going 10 and 16, but he's got 12 assists, so he's putting in a lot of damage for his team. He's also got the most objective time. So Digital Nation, they're getting the kills, they're getting objective time, but they just seem to not be putting 2 and 2 together and winning rounds.
The setups, I think, are the difference maker here, Justin. You know, I was saying it time and time again. It was Second to None opting to grab the ball and just hold back A in this warehouse area that we're seeing right now. And that was really the turning point. They were able to rack up so many big chunks of time. You can see it just with the objective time in general there on Second to None side in comparison to what Digital Nation had. Time and time again, they managed to just get these really convincing wipes, just as we've seen right now, make their way into warehouse and just hold it there for as long as possible. And especially it does them 1,000,001 favors when you've got a player like Chef holding essentially these power weapons, the heat wave and the snipe, both in his hands.
He does. He's able to hold down this whole area of the map on his own now. But it's kind of a hard situation to be in because you've got that snipe and you've got the heat wave, and they both excel at different things. And it's kind of, to utilize the heat wave, you really need to be in people's faces, and then utilize the snipe, you really need to be keeping your distance. So it's kind of a hard combination to balance in an objective game mode like this. Now with Techrai, he does go down. Caster's Curse is real, and Chef sliding through, trying to find a kill for himself. Scoreline, objective-wise, is completely even at this time. Waiting for his shields to push out. Rice there with the oddball, just milking as much time as he can. He does play it. Good play from him, because Andrew was coming in and getting the double cleanup. And yeah, he gets a couple of kills, but the other team got the ball time and got to play it.
Those oddball rotations from Rice have actually been fantastic. Every time he knows when to start juggling the ball, make a way for B-Ben, just so it can be reset, hopefully buy his team enough time for a reset setup, and for them to get a good foothold, good positioning on the map. Spectre does get taken down with that sniper there. And we are seeing Digital Nation right now. They may be able to eke out a whole bunch of time, opting for what has been second to none strategy of taking it back warehouse and sitting there with the oddball.
Yeah, now with Lunchy here, switching over to Strafe Noble because he has got that heat wave, so he'll probably be able to do some monstrous plays here. Grand Last Shadow stuck a little bit there. Noble taking out that shield. Hendra catching him unaware there, and the scoreline, oddball-wise, is pretty even at this point. Hendra's shield's flashing, but trying to hold angles as much as he can, waiting for his shields to come back before scooping up that oddball, just kind of playing it and baiting it out a little bit. And he's getting called out. Two players sandwiching him there and taking him out.
Now, unfortunate position for him to be in that particular instance. Still seeing a whole bunch of kills being traded out. Second and none seem to be coming in here right now. GLS beaming as much as possible, takes down Rice. And once again, you know, honestly, I'm very surprised that we've seen pretty much minimal to none, especially in comparison to a lot of other games, of these top snipe sort of hold setups. But I guess it's just because neither of these teams have really ever been in a position to have snipe and oddball at the same time, utilizing, you know, like the full effect of the verticality and the sort of range that a map like Livefire has. It's been working out very, very well in second to none's favor, though. Of course, they are up around. You can see Spectre picking up a double kill in the background, but Lunchy's picking up a double kill for himself as well. Oh, and Spectre does almost connect that shot, but Lunchy picks himself up a triple kill, looking for that last kill for the full wipe onto GLS. Doesn't quite get it. GLS trades out a kill there with Rice, as Lunchy does take him out himself. Lunchy facing a lot of pressure right now, doesn't in fact get to use that sniper to its full potential. And we are seeing such a back and forth right now in this tower position, just vying for the position and the oddball itself.
Yeah, he's very back and forth right now. And it's just been very scrappy so far. Neither team getting a really strong setup. I mean, Digital Nation, they've had a couple of turbine holds, but had to play it pretty soon after. So no big run so far. It does seem to just be like a few points here and there. And there is only 1:40 left on the clock. So we may see a situation where the clock is run down and it comes down to time rather than scoreline.
Digital Nation are constantly trying to make these rotations, but they never just quite seem to be able to make them work. Second and none are just always on their tail, getting the kill on the player holding the ball before the rotation can be fully met. Chef had the ball there, decides to chuck it off the edge, get a reset in. Smart decision from him. Two members from Digital Nation flying out Rat's Nest. Chef immediately doubled back for that ball, gets it once again. We can see this scoreline ticking up, and now we might see a bit of a sniper hold. Rice caught out there on his own, as you still have two members. No, one member. Last member being Chef on tower, as GLS opted to go back for the ball.
Yeah, now Noble with that heat wave. Noble always seems to find power weapons in his hands, and it translates to a lot of kills. He's got 21 on the board currently, and he's running through, desperately trying to stay alive. Does manage to get the trade in that situation. Lunchy taken out as he's tried to scamper away. Now with Chef here, working together with Grand Last Shadow to rotate that ball away. Commando in hand. Rice caught unaware around the corner, using the cover to his best of ability. Two players pushing down on Chef, and look at that. Rice doing so well to utilize his cover there, and knowing that his teammate was there to help him is just like, mate, you just keep peppering him, we'll take him down. And they managed to get the better of that situation. A wingman medal for Hendra, so putting in lots of assists for his team.
Not a lot of scoreline for the members of Digital Nation to have to make up for now, especially if they keep slaying out like they do. We're going back to Warehouse, ladies and gentlemen. You know it, you love it. Tekerai still has that sniper in his hands. If he can make some crucial picks here, he's going to give his team a lot of space to be able to work with, a lot of extra ball time. Nice no-scope coming out from Tekerai. Killing spree for him as well. He's going to do the dance of death, unfortunately, as Nchef manages to pick him off down bottom mid, grab the sniper up for himself. But now Digital Nation are the ones in the lead with 20 seconds left in this round. Second to none are going to have to make some very, very crucial plays here. Chef just with the slow turn, snipe on top of Rice as the ball is out turbine near OS. And Hendra is going to pick it up, so hopefully we might see a bit of a tie here, just as you said, Justin. 11 seconds on the clock. We might see a repeat of what Team Immunity did in that Kit Bash game, where they're just waiting for the clock to sort of inch out as long as possible and then drop the ball when it matters. But there is only 5 seconds left in this round. Lunchy, has the ball. 4 seconds left to go. They're only 2 seconds ahead, and they're going to be able to tie this particular game up. It is now 1 round to 1. I feel like it's deja vu, Justin. We're going back to the same kind of plays that we've seen before.
Yeah, that was wonderfully played there. I mean, it really did come down to the timer there, and you've just got to play things out, maintain composed, and maintain your composure. A lot of the times people are like, oh my god, we need to get in there, and they desperate in, they give up their lives. But I mean, if you're in the respawn screen for 8 seconds and it's coming down to the wire, you've just got to stay alive. And sometimes inexperienced teams, they throw away their lives needlessly trying to be a hero rather than just staying up.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes those sacrificial plays are not the ones that you want to be making, instead of just playing for your life as much as possible. Hendra, once again with this snipe, connects a shot, going for the double shot there, as he's unfortunately met with 2 players. That OS is up, and I don't think he's going to be able to stop Rice from popping it, as Lunchy is underneath him as well. Does get picked off by Spectre. He has a lot of help here. Hopefully some of that OS is melted. About half on the favor of Rice. Rice only has 6 bullets left in the magazine, so he is going to have to opt to back off. Anyway, Hendra gets out there with his life, and Sniper's still on hand as he picks up a kill. Headshot, that is. And body shots Lunchy, sending him scampering away. And now we're seeing this tower hold, as Hendra was able to make enough distance, put up enough pressure with this snipe on the field.
Yeah, what a great rotation from him too, and he was such a nuisance. I mean, Rice was right underneath him, hunting him down with the OS, and he was able to get away with his life and continue to put down damage on the map. But now Rice from Digital Nation rolling that ball through, rotating it around the map. Anybody's game at this point, and you can tell he's just kind of surveying what's happening on the map and trying to decide on what he wants to do. Does play the ball, so he lives to fight another day, not giving up a setup.
I feel like once again, Justin, we're in for a very long round of oddball, as both of these teams are more so opting to get as many slays in as possible before they just inch a couple of seconds on the board, which is perfectly fine. That's where you need to be in this position, especially when second to none are only 1 map away, this map win away from sending Digital Nation out and packing. Digital Nation's dreams of having that flights and accommodation booked for them for DreamHack aren't going to be there. As Strafe Noble sent Spectre off the map, Heatwave in hand as well. Noble picks up another kill, a killjoy for him. Going to be challenging GLS, has the triple in hand. Very sneaky play from him. And Spectre is out on the OS Turbine on his own, but Digital Nation members collapse down in Rat Tunnel to pick up that oddball, and they are opting to try and hold for a tower position themselves.
What a triple kill there. Repulsing that OS player off the map, then repulsing up into tower to secure that triple kill and break the oddball setup. Amazing plays from Noble there, keeping Digital Nation in this game, but currently second to none, does have about a 20-point lead on them, so it's going to take more than fancy plays and triple kills if they want to win this oddball game.
Triple kills do certainly help, though, Justin. Being able to eliminate 3 of those members of the team in such quick succession gives you so much space to work with. Unfortunately, we're going to be relying on these individual players to make such huge plays. I love that flick there Spectre did with the Heat Wave. Does opt to just immediately play with the ball because he's sick of the holdups that Digital Nation are going for. He'd rather just reset that thing. Smart play from him there as he takes on Lunchy, gets a couple of shots into him, and it looks like Digital Nation going to be opting to double back here. No, they're going to be caught out right now. Such a precarious position for them, but they do manage to come out of it on top. Lunchy and Tekro picking up kills to themselves, sending 2 members of Second to None. Make that 3 now to the respawn screen.
There is so many kills going on, Bluey. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the time is becoming such a big consideration. OS is about to pop. Noble has got that sniper rifle in hand. Grand Last Shadow getting ready to poke up and grab that overshield. He's probably a little bit scared. He doesn't want to pop his head up. And he's in a lot of trouble now. I believe he's 1 shot behind there. And Noble, here comes the pressure. Good opportunity. Hendra shutting that one down. And I believe Grand Last Shadow will be able to grab that OS. And Second to None in a really good position here to get a big chunk of time.
Yeah, the OS being in the hands of GLS right now. As we can see, Hendra's trying to go for a bit of a sneaky spot right now with the Repulsar. Can't quite manage to get his footing on that ledge. I do like that he was trying it though. Probably would have made for a very good position, especially with this snipe. Did manage to connect one with the body. The kill did get followed up there, but now he's being pincered from the back. Lunchy kills him. It is a traded out kill. We still have 3 members of Second to None sitting in this back warehouse area. Now the score is bloating out. Once again, they have taken the ball to this area and just holding on for dear life as this score begins to tick up and up ever so more. Digital Nation finding it very, very hard to get footing for themselves and clear the members of Second to None out. That being said, 2 members, all 4 go down for Second to None. Noble with a stick as well, making short work of those teams as now they have the positioning that Second to None once had.
They are well positioned here, Bluey, as you say. I mean, he's got a lot of help buffering the pushes that are inevitably going to come, and Rice doing what he can to delay those players. The ball is now down in the rat tunnels, and here comes the collapse from the players, but Tekrai from Digital Nation has something to say about it. No, he trips on his laces and goes down. Now Grand Last Shadow with that ball. They're pretty close, only 20 points away from securing this round and the series and moving on in the bracket to face Immunity in the last match of the day. Now Chef keeping eyes over that overshield. Digital Nation, they need to do something, and they need to do something soon because that timer is starting to tick away. It's starting to become a little bit too hard. Here comes that overshield. One last play. Grand Last Shadow trying his best to milk the time, and he does. Able to just run around that pole and secure that round and the victory over the series.
GLS doing a little bit of dirty dancing at the end there, holding the old ball. Fantastic stuff from him, playing his life immaculately there, securing their position going forward. And unfortunately for Digital Nation, that is them done and dusted.
Yeah, commiserations to the lads of Digital Nation, but they still have an extra chance if they want to chance themselves at the open bracket. I'm sure those competitors definitely will be joining us at DreamHack Melbourne, but this time just not in pool play. Or potentially could be in pool play if they do get themselves an open bracket slot. Either way, lads, that means that Second to None get themselves a 3-0. That means that they get themselves further on in the bracket, and they get themselves a rematch with Team Immunity, and that's going to be big because I think the biggest thing for me is them getting this 3-0 proves to me that this next series up against Immunity is going to be a banger. These guys have not ran out of gas just yet, and that they've definitely learned from their mistakes throughout the entirety of today, and they're going to come back strong, and they're going to fight for this final spot in the pool play, Justin. And this is going to be a very good, hard-fought series for either one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that Digital Nation didn't go down without a fight, they played really well. They just couldn't connect things together at the right time, unlike Second to None. So it means they're going to be well prepared for Immunity when they come in, because sometimes if you have a little bit of a stomping, you're not as well prepared, you're not being as disciplined with your play style. But no, Digital Nation really pushing them to the limit, and they were able to get things over the line. However, prepared for Immunity? I think so.
Yeah, and that's the last hurdle, right? This is the final series for both these 2 teams. is to try and get this final spot going in towards pool players or coming in as the second seed as well. Not quite sure how that's going to pan out for the pools. I imagine we'll see that at the end of today, but this is the final test, and I think, you know, coming into today, I certainly would have expected these two to be vying for a spot. Digital Nation certainly not too far away from the scores that we can see here in the series overview, lads. I definitely feel like going in towards that open bracket, Digital Nation is probably going to be one of the favorites, you know, depending on who comes out on top between Immunity and Second to None. I'd imagine the loser of that is probably going to be a favorite as well in that open bracket, Bluey. So, I mean, throughout today, might not have gotten the chocolates for some of these teams, but they definitely put in a good shout for that open bracket at DreamHack Melbourne.
Seeing how Digital Nation sort of came into today as strong as they were, honestly, I was a little bit surprised looking at their roster, but I really think that the addition of Lunchy onto their squad has made so much of a difference to them, and now this is a team that we are going to see at DreamHack. We know that 100%. These guys have not put in enough of a grind, haven't put in this much of a grind, I should say, to just drop out now, right? They're not going to do that, so we are going to see them in the open bracket, and they are a scary team to see in the open bracket. They've gotten the amount of practice that they have in today. 2 weeks' time, they've got a lot of time to play with, a lot of time to iron things out, and we'll see them at DreamHack.
And definitely it's going to be exciting to see what they can get done. But ladies and gentlemen, can you hear that? It sounds like our elimination final is calling us. We've got one more spot to give away. It's Team Immunity and Second to None going head-to-head in a full best of 5. A few minutes, our faces will be back on the screen, and you guys get to enjoy some more Halo.
HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here for more ANZ HCS Regional Final Qualifier, and we've got one series to go. We've got one spot to give away and two teams vying for that spot. We already gave Kit Bash their slot and their plane tickets a few hours ago, and now we're looking towards this elimination bracket to see who's going to come out on top. Kit Bash, man, I mean, what a Cinderella story they've had so far, but this elimination bracket is where we are setting our sights. We'll get all the information about those other guys at the end of the show. Team Immunity versus Second to None here, Bluey. This is a rematch from the winners bracket earlier on in the day, which we did not catch. It went 3-1. And now it's an elimination final. Team Immunity, they've had time to cool off after their very close defeat. And Second to None, they're starting to get a roll on. They're starting to be warm. They've played a lot of Halo today. Is it enough for them to try and take down the juggernauts of Immunity?
Yes, it is a rematch indeed, and I'm hoping both of these teams have enough gas left in the tank to make a show for us here at home. You know, that goes far and wide for Second to None, who before, as you said, they did manage to take a map off of Team Immunity, but unfortunately Team Immunity were the ones to come out far and above on top of them. So now, you know, I'm hoping that Second to None isn't looking up at Team Immunity, being the little scaredy cat guys. I'm hoping they can take on this team with full force and really show the kind of presence, the kind of domination that we sort of saw from them in our previous game with them against Digital Nation.
Exactly. This is a few extra series under their belts for Second to None, but they are more than happy to continue to play Halo Infinite, and that is a good spot because right now they need one more series victory to get themselves towards pool play at DreamHack Melbourne. Team Immunity, though, falling down to Kit Bash, so maybe there's a few chinks in the armor here for the Team Immunity lads. They've been playing amazing throughout the entirety of today. And the question is, Justin, can Second to None do exactly what Kit Bash did and take them down in a full 5-mapper screamer?
Absolutely, the potential is there. They've been playing out of their skins all day. Every player, you know, Twitch/NChef playing out of his skin. Grand Last Shadow making massive plays. Hendra and Spectra right there with them. Second to None, they've had a massive run so far. And Immunity, I hope they didn't, you know, cool down their thumbs too much because Second to None is coming in hot.
Yeah, no, I really feel like these Immunity boys, the old heads, the experience, the drive to get towards DreamHack Melbourne, I think it would be a shame if these guys didn't get directly invited to it, considering the names we've got floating around it. And I mean, I think everybody in the open bracket would be shaking in their boots if Team Immunity is going to be rocking up on day one, Blue. But these guys, they've been playing insane throughout the entirety of today as well. They just weren't able to eke it out against Kit Bash. Backs against the wall, being down in a lot of these rounds and down in a lot of these maps and still making big comebacks. So, Bluey, this best of 5 is all important for Immunity to get that confidence back.
Absolutely, you know, hopefully Team Immunity aren't too down in the dumps. That being said, we say it time and time again, these are players who have been around this kind of circuit, this kind of pressure for their the entirety of their Halo career, so they know how to bounce back from this. And again, they might be looking at it and a little bit of a, maybe hubris is getting the better of them. They're looking at Second to None, they're like, wait a minute, we came up against these guys before, we know we can do it again, we had a lot to learn from earlier today, so maybe they've already got their strengths and weaknesses figured out.
Exactly. This is a different map pool in this best of 5 though, lads. So that might be something for us to extrapolate from. The oddball now is starting out on Streets, and we're going to have the Slayer on Aquarius, and then Strongholds is going to be set on Live Fire. We're going to be rounding it out with Capture the Flag on Bazaar, and then Slayer on Catalyst if we do need them. So Justin, from what we've seen throughout the entirety of today, I think, you know, maybe a few things might be letting Team Immunity down a little bit. I think maybe their OBJ maps might be a little bit weaker in comparison to their slaying power, because we saw in their series against Kit Bash, albeit they were outslaying the entirety of Kit Bash, they still lost the majority of those OBJ maps as well, and this is where their downfall came in, right?
Yeah, potentially. And you know what? When you have Benno putting up massive numbers, sometimes when you're a main slayer like that, you get this idea in your head that you need to be slaying all the time, and kind of the kills department is on your shoulders, so to speak. Even though the other guys were putting up big numbers too, I mean, you can get stuck in that same kind of mindset of kills, and kind of, you know, maybe they were neglecting those OBJs and that's why they weren't able to clutch it up versus Kit Bash. But I mean, moving into the first game type, Oddball, we know they can play Oddball with how they clutch things up in that game that just had me lost for words. So wouldn't count Immunity out just yet.
Yeah, definitely feel like they're not going to be, you know, too scared about their objective maps, especially considering their previous results up against Second to None. And I think Blue going into this series, that's got to be the big shining light here for Immunity. They've already done it once today. Why can they not do it again? You know, it's not like they've had to play a massive amount of Halo. I think they only played like an extra series or two after that series from Second to None, where if they've had to play 3. So now it is getting into that scenario where Team Immunity don't really have the same fatigue. Yeah, they might be mentally upset with themselves after losing that Game 5 Screamer, but certainly coming to this elimination final, they are the favourites and they should be taking that with everything they got.
Oh, absolutely. You know, it wouldn't be shocking if Team Immunity came into this series that we're about to watch and absolutely flogged Second to None. Like, I personally wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't want to see that happen for the sake of Second to None. But again, you know, we say it particularly I've said it time and time again on this broadcast that how many times throughout their careers, the entire roster of this Immunity, where they've been in a position where they're sort of down and out, they've been defeated before, but they're able to come back. And this spans across multiple Halo titles. You know, that kind of experience you can't get from anywhere else apart from being in that competitive scene for as long as they have. Having that drive, having that commitment to it, they know exactly what they're doing. And when they're in this position, it's something that they're not uncomfortable with. They're used to it. They've been here before.
Yeah, and being so close to the end as well is always going to be a nice little shining light for them. And I think on the other side of things as well, even if Second to None do fall down here, Justin, as we've said throughout the entirety of today, this is great experience for them going in towards DreamHack Melbourne if they're going to go into that open bracket as well. There's a few teams that are floating around today that we're definitely going to be having our eyes on throughout that open bracket when they rock up, how they appear, what's going to happen for them to get those remainder of the pool play slots. And I think no matter who goes down out of Immunity and Second to None, I'm almost guaranteeing they're going to be back in the pool play from the open bracket.
Yeah, probably. And you know what? Playing in the open bracket, that's just a lot of fun anyway. So yeah, it'd be disappointing not to nab that second automatic pool play spot. However, you just get to play more Halo at DreamHack, so that can't be all bad, can it?
Yeah, I mean, it's all the best about playing the extra bits of Halo as well. And I guess this can kind of circle back to the kind of conversations that we had before the Super even happened, right? It was this conversation about, do you want to go in towards the open bracket and have that little bit of extra experience under your belt and then go in towards the pool play? Or do you want to just be able to get yourself directly into the pool play and then go in the championship bracket from there? That's the real question that we've got as well. So lads, before we start getting a little bit deeper into this series, I did have a little whisper in my ear. Fun fact. You know, the wonderful Demons roster that we had at the previous Super who blew everybody to pieces. All 4 of those members have qualified to pool play at DreamHack Melbourne.
Interesting. Interesting.
So maybe that Demons roster had some special spice. And I think that's kind of the beauty of this ANZ region, you know, albeit we talk about Divine Mind and the Chiefs being these big titans and juggernauts of our region, but we still had these amazing rosters that have been floating through, and it's good to see that entire roster has been able to reunite on LAN, albeit on opposite sides of the server, it seems. It still is good to see the Demons come back in. So, Bluey, I mean, DreamHack's going to be a bit of an interesting one for us and about how these teams do go through pool play. If you were in the shoes of some of these teams, how would you be preferring to do it? Would you like to go into the LAN, go through the open bracket and get yourself that little bit of extra Halo experience, or would you just want to come into it nice and fresh?
I think experience is a really huge thing to have, especially going into a competition like this. If you're in a position where you're constantly having to play against teams that you sort of know already, but you've only had the experience of doing it in an online setting, which is pretty much the majority of the players that we've had, of the teams that we have here. Being able to go through pool play and into the open bracket and being able to go against all those teams on LAN that's invaluable. That's invaluable experience. And plus, as Justin said, you get to play a little bit more Halo than what you'd usually go. So I think if I was one of those teams in that position, I would much prefer to be able to go through the open and get as much experience as I can.
Hey, well, for one of these two teams, that's exactly what they're going to have to do, lads. This is our elimination final. Winner goes in towards pool play directly into the ANZ final. Lads, let's jump into it.
Yeah, and we are on board with Spectro as he's coming out of the gates hot. Look at those grenades just flying past his face. Didn't cop a lot of damage though, so those rockets right there for the picking, trying to back off those players. And Spectra, he is taken down, but Hendra, he does have those rockets. One more to play with his. He does get taken down. Ad scooping that one up, connecting with Grand Last Shadow. Does have to get the clean up there, but Immunity pretty hot out of the gates here, pushing up. Didn't matter that they didn't have rockets off the rip. They just went in and broke that setup.
No, yeah, Immunity were coming in very strong, especially with, as you just said, they broke that setup immediately. As soon as it was there, they came in all wrapped around different positions. There were so many angles that Second to None had to watch, and unfortunately for them, you know, it was straight off the break, and Chef goes down immediately. So that means that Team Immunity just had so much more room to play with, being able to collapse in on 3 players.
Yeah, Hendra, double kill on the kill feed though, so Half in a little bit of trouble here. His backup has been taken down. He gets sniffed out by Hendra again, so Hendra pretty much single-handedly breaking that setup, trying to find another player, but Half, he did play that ball down bottom mid there, so that was a difficult pickup to make. They really had to think about where they were going to scoop that ball up from. Dante in a little sticky situation there, but Ads is coming in for the backup, but Hendra's locked in around that corner, and Dante does get taken out by that team shot going through, but now a little bit of an immunity sandwich coming in. Benno and Hef coming in, Ads coming up the rear as well, and they just break open that setup like an egg.
Once again, Team Immunity just barreling down all the players of Second to None. Chef managing to get a good kill on Benno there, so that should stop some of the momentum that they have. Justin, I just want to share with you a little fun fact. I actually learned about N-Chef yesterday. He eats potato chips with a spoon out of a bowl because he believes that he doesn't want to get his controller dirty when he's playing. The first time I've ever heard an individual, you know, eat potato chips with a spoon, but I guess if you're as cracked as N-Chef is, maybe that's the advantage that he has in these particular situations.
What's wrong with just picking up the bag and just like shaking it into your mouth like a normal person?
Yeah, I don't know, but potato chips with a spoon, that's what N-Chef does.
Well, I mean, it seems to be working for him. The secret sauce of N-Chef. The more you know, folks. But now on board with Ads from Team Immunity. Picks himself up one, grabs a second there. Shields are flashing. A little bit of trouble, but that drop shield, we are starting to see players use it a little bit more. Every advantage possible, the players seem to be utilizing it at every opportunity. N-Chef goes down. Crispy shots from Hef. He's really been locking in his shots so far today, hasn't he, Blue? He's definitely improved his BR shot, I think.
Oh, absolutely. It just takes so much. You know, that being said, Justin, these are players that have plenty of experience with the BR as a gun overall, and Halo Infinite didn't really change that much with it, especially when it comes to these teams that have so much of experience in using it. It's such a fundamental, easy thing to fall back on, and I think that speaks just words and volumes with Team Immunity right now. You know, Hef, Benno in particular, we've been focusing on them a lot today, and it just comes down to so many of the core fundamentals that they're used to seeing. You mentioned it before. A player like Benno could go 3 years without playing a Halo game and then still come into competition, get on a team, and just rock the thing. Like, it's ridiculous how much experience these players have and how much that plays into just how good they are overall.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we say that, but Second to None, they're starting to rack up some points. N-Chef grabbing that assault rifle in the back pocket. You can be such a nuisance and get a nice, cheap and easy kill with it. And they are going for a big run here. Immunity taking their time to break the setup. But it looks like they might even be waiting for those rockets to pop up as well, Bluey, and before they make that push in. But no, they gave it up for free. So I'm not sure what's going on. The old man in Team Immunity falling asleep in their armchairs.
Yeah, not only did they give up rockets there, they've given up all the ball positioning as well, which is very difficult for them to be able to recapture now, as GLS is just playing pocket to N-Chef, who's holding this ball. That being said, 2 players of Second to None go down. None of the rockets from GLS connected. All 4 players in a split second go down for Second to None. So I don't know what magic Team Immunity implemented there, but they broke that thing once again, and it shouldn't have gone down like that.
No, they had a team huddle. They got together, they put their arms around each other, and it's like, boys, all right, so this is what we're going to do. You're going to go left, I'm going to go right. And they just went in and took them out. I mean, Second to None, a little bit of a misplay there. I mean, Grand Last Shadow, he had the right idea. He was holding his angle with the rockets and just unable to connect with them. So that's a bit of a heartbreaker for them. And now Team Immunity rotating that ball away. 4 players from second to none coming in. Benno, not a lot that he can do in that situation. Dante just singled out and just deleted off the map. Now, Hef doing what he can to stay alive, but here comes that second to none push. They're flooding in. Grand Last Shadow juggling that ball and backing off Hef at the same time. But Benno, with that double kill, shuts down that rotation. 20 points the difference, Bluey.
GLS playing his life right now. Very critical position to be in. Gets some good shots on top of Dante. But unfortunately, the rest of the team members for second and none spawned back A. So it's a bit of a reset for them as Hef is the only one left alive for Team Immunity in Tram side looking at the ball. Fortunately for Immunity, Ads up top of B-Rail. Absolutely lighting up the members of second and none trying to get into Tram right now. Team Immunity have about 20 seconds to make up for of ball time. But second to none aren't letting this ball go. They're not letting this positioning go without a fight.
Absolutely not. I'm just going to have a quick peek at the scoreline while we're cycling through players. It does look like the Slays are particularly even right now. A lot of Team Immunity players in the double digits, but not going silly positive at the moment. 1 rocket to play with here for Ads. Ball at his feet. Going to try and scoop it away. Choosing not to use the rockets in that situation. Probably going to wait for a more ideal situation. Look at that. Cleans up Grand Last Shadow, taking him out and now moving in. He's got some help from Dante. Double kill for Ads is Mads, and now he's got that Bulldog as well. Nice situation if you're an Immunity fan. They're all set up.
Good stuff for Team Immunity here. Just as you said, set up in this Tram side. Looking driveway, just giving themselves enough room if they need to rotate the ball. But unfortunately, it looks like the members of second and none are collapsing quite quickly. Ads going out into the trifecta, getting beamed by 3 people's BRs there. Looks like second to none did manage to come out on top of that. Dante on his own right now in Tram. Hendra taking on the fight. He does have plenty of Bulldog left to take him in this close range situation. Going to be interesting to see how he plays this. Does just jump down, back off, gives himself enough space. Dante re-challenges to take him out, gets the Bulldog for himself. So now he's got heaps of room to play with. Turns around, faces Chef, gets the melee in, so a teammate is able to clean that up. So much back and forth going on right now. Hef, this is a crucial kill for him if he gets out alive, but gets picked off from someone looking at Crows. Benno waiting on rockets a little preemptively here, about 20 seconds left for them. Moving into Tram side, they're just trying to dislodge as many members of second to none as possible. Don't want to give him that hold if they can. They want to take away from them as quickly as possible. But Hendra gets taken out by a Hail Mary grenade. So many trades back and forth, Justin. 2 for 2 right now. But second to none seems to be the one sitting in Tram side. They need a few more seconds to hold just so they can have that ball. 3 seconds left on time. They're trying to juggle it back and forth between each other. But there's no seconds left of time. Team Immunity takes the first round from second to none.
Yeah, second to none and putting up quite the fight, but Team Immunity proving that they seem to be the best oddball team today, clutching it up once again. But 1 round to go for Team Immunity, second to none, not out of it just yet. They put up quite a fight. They're going to have to string 2 rounds back to back if they want to take this game. Now on board with Spectra, that first rocket has not been pulled up. He does go down, but Dante coming in and scooping that one up clean. Now moving through, got himself the thruster as well, and it does look like Team Immunity is setting up with the oddball, and Dante's got that rocket. He can hold down that side of the map all on his lonesome, but look at that second to none push coming through, and Hef, he's tuck tailing and run. He's getting out of there, but Dante waiting for all of them with that noob 2, fires one out, not able to connect on anything, but still he's got 1 to play with, and it takes just 1 rocket to shut down a push.
Immediately into the break of this second round here, 4 members of second to none went down, giving Team Immunity the opportunity to easily set up, especially with the rockets in hand. And now both of them have been used, connected 1 at the end there. Fantastic stuff from them. He's going to be able to spot Hendra sneaking up through tires. The call's going to come out for Hef to drop the ball, lays down as much pressure as possible. But Hendra picks up Benno before he gets out with his life as well. Hef is facing a bit of heat on his own here as Dante doubles back. Nade onto GLS. Doesn't quite connect this kill. He does manage to turn around. 2 bursts onto Spectre before he goes down himself. Benno spawning back A here. Nades onto Sheffy. Takes him down as well. The shield goes out. manages to eat that grenade as well, and Benno's just playing so safe, so cautiously, as he did spot 2 members of Second to None around here, but Second to None got that B spawn, that arcade spawn, and just looped around to PD to pinch team immunity. Hef is down as well. Hendra playing for his life with this Bulldog here. He wants to hold on to this thing as close as possible. Benno picks off Grand Last Shadow, and Chef picks up Benno. Trades going back and forth. 3 members of team immunity down.
Yeah, now Chef scooping up that ball, scrapping some time together, but he is in a lot of trouble. He's got to get himself out of there, but look at that. The Second to None players have his back, and he's able to rotate that ball away cleanly. 2 blue X's in the team immunity kill feed. Spectra connecting on a rocket, gets the double kill and the killing spree, doing work for his squad, and they're starting to creep back that scoreline. 20-27 in favor of team immunity, but Second to None has map control and the ball.
Score is ticking up once again for Second to None. Might be able to make a very convincing lead here, especially with the damage that they're putting out. It looks like Hendra is probably going to get picked here. He will, as Benno picks himself up a double kill on 2 one-shots. GLS just looking to slide around, get as much damage in as he can as possible. 2 members still down for Second to None, just sort of swapping out the player names of who's in death screen, who's in not. But Team Immunity is just about fully up here as they are in PD side with the ball. Ads sort of peeking out between mid and Planners here. Gets some good shots onto GLS, but GLS turns on him, taking him down. Hef looking Planners, a fight with N-Chef ensues. But he decides to back down from that one. Smart play here, as he's going to probably opt to drop the ball or play it here, as long as he gets his kill onto Spectre. There's a lot that he has to play for as 2 members of Collapse comes out from Team Immunity. 2 for 2 right now, Justin.
Yeah, doing really well, and Hef doing well to hold back multiple Second to None players there. He only got the trade in that situation, but he had 3 players pushing him out and able to just divide so much of their attention onto him, allowing his teammates to do work on other places on the map. But I have said I'm singing immunity praises, but Second to None has taken the lead and are racking up points. Spectra there. Benno's hunting him down though, coming in. He gets taken out before the backwack comes in. Benno top tower working together with Ads to take them out. Look at that double kill from Ads to take those players down, and they're completely set up now. They can go on a big run here, Bluey.
Yeah, once again, they've taken this PD position, and Hef snuck in those rockets during that time. He's got 2 to use here. He's going to have spotted Spectre there, possibly. He takes the nade anyway, so he's got the information to know that someone is Arcade. Going to be looking to lay down some heavy fire. But unfortunately, 2 members go down. Does pick up 1 rocket kill. Doesn't fire the second one off, so it is lying down in front of Tyres, in front of PD Sign there. Tendra makes a rotation, and Spectre uses it on Benno. So that was 2 members for Team Immunity down. Team Immunity having to reset tram side as Hendra has the Bulldog here. Quick little beat down and swap out. And we see the members for Immunity being pushed back P.
He is. I love this push from Hendra there. He just slid across with the Bulldog. Not able to get up in their grills, but he's still got to check the cleanliness of their teeth anyway. Now with Benno putting some nice shots in the N-Chef, taking him down instantly 180s and puts some shots into the player, pushing him from behind. Now Dante with that ball, trailing on the scoreline just a little bit. 2 minutes 30 left on the clock, Bluey, and it is Second to None lead right now. It's going to come down to the wire once again. Double kill for Benno in the kill feed, but we are on board with Chef, who's putting down some nice shots, and it looks like he's really trying to utilize his life in this situation, trying to get the remote detonation, but there comes Ads taking them out. Will it be another double kill from him? No, he gets taken down, and Hef desperately trying to rotate that ball, but gets taken down, and we do see that Dante yet again with that ball. And just looking at the objective time, everyone on Team Immunity has a stack load of ball time, so everyone playing the OBJ this time, Bluey.
Immunity is playing the objective, the rotations really well. Second to None seems to be just struggling a little bit, trying to counter those rotations, especially that objective time that they have. That being said, the scoreline isn't too bloated out. If they can get a good pick or 2 here or there, Spectre making a very clutch play in that position. They need to fight off Hef with all that they have right now. As that ball does get whisked away by GLS. Dante, though, is going to be creeping up from Tyres with the rockets. Opting to try and challenge Chef here. Unfortunately, he gets the damage off, does get the kill, does get a double kill rewarded with that. What a good play. 3 members from Second to None are down. Chef is the last one alive. fighting over this driveway position as long as he can, playing his life, hoping to get his teammate spawners in. Does take out ads as well, and the spawns do come in hot and heavy. Members from Arcade now dropping into driveway, giving Chef as much assistance as possible. And it looks like what they're going to be doing here is just trying to make a hold into Arcade. They do have a lot of room to be able to make for a rotation PD side if need be.
They do. Now with Ads, look at the scoreline. He's 25 and 23 at the moment. Boatload of assists as well. Everyone on Team Immunity putting up big numbers in the kills department, big numbers in OBJ and assists. Just everyone playing out of their skins currently, but second to none, meeting their effort, 91 to 91. And there we go. Team Immunity take the lead. Second to none. They need to do something now. 98 points, 99, 100. And Team Immunity clutches up yet another oddball round. What a shocker.
Bit of a body bag at the end there, but you know, that's to be said. This is a point where both of these teams have gone up against each other today. They've faced off, and now it's the rematch. So now if you're going to play that mental game, if you're going to go for those those body whacks, those body bags, that's exactly what they're going to be doing in this position. Definitely want to play on what you were saying before, Justin, just about looking at the objective time. How much each member of Team Immunity, the OBJ that they all had, was fantastic. They were playing those rotations so well, just fetching each other a couple of seconds here and there to rotate around the map. Very, very convincing for them. That being said, you know, it was overall only 20 seconds behind that second to none were to Team Immunity. So hopefully they just are able to pick themselves up after this game, readjust some things, and come back even stronger for the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. And second to none, they had a lot of great plays there, and I did find that Team Immunity, like, that last round there, I think Dante had 3 sets of rockets in a row or something like that. Don't quote me, I'm paraphrasing, but they had a lot of power weapon control, and I imagine what might have happened if second to none just had another couple of rockets, that potentially they would have taken that second round there and then gone to a third and potentially been able to take that game. So Team Immunity, they all put up objective time, they all put up loads of assists and kills and had huge power weapon control, and second to none almost still took them down to the wire there.
Yeah, you know, especially the rockets were crucial, and Team Immunity just seemed to be all over them time and time again. You've got to wonder, like, were those kills that the rocket secures just the absolute playmakers? Like, every single time they happen, even just looking at that double kill that happened there, he got a kill with the rocket and then a beatdown following up on that explosive damage. If second to none were able to follow up just in the same way that Team Immunity did, would that have been a closer match, or would we still see Team Immunity coming out on top?
Yeah, potentially. And even that triple kill down in PD by Ads there, I mean, he was on his lonesome, like, one shot trying to dance around and stay alive, and he managed to pick up 3 kills all on his own, and that just completely shut down that push, and they were able to get a bunch of ball time off of that. So a lot of Immunity team members clutching up when it was needed, but we are moving into map 2, Slayer on Aquarius, and Slayer's department has been pretty even so far, but I'm feeling like the Immunity guys are really working together well as a squad.
Yep, Slayer on Aquarius. This is going to be a really tough one for second to none to be able to contest very well, especially considering how well Benno and Hef have been performing all throughout today. Hendra manages to secure that camo, trying to fly out Yellow Porch, does manage to get away with it, but Benno's going to be in the back line, still challenging them. Good team nades and good team shots coming out from Team Immunity there. It's 2 members for second to none already go down. Chef's facing off 2 on his own, does manage to get picked. GLS is still there in yellow side base, but is he going to be able to make much of a difference on his own?
No, now Benno here, just his movement and his everything seems to be so purposeful. He's not wasting any time at all. Everything that he's doing, he's min-maxing his influence on the map. And look at this, he makes his way through, picks up 1. There's the double and killing spree for him, and nades off that angle as well, so he doesn't get pushed. He almost with that triple kill too. Amazing stuff from him. He's already got 5 kills.
Huge plays from Benno just in that moment. The amount of awareness that he had as to where all the players were at every single time. The comms must have been so strong in that particular scenario. He just felt so confident flying out, getting the beat down right there. Second to none, trying to answer back as much as possible. Nades flying out from either side. So much damage ringing out as well. But once again, Team Immunity seem to be the ones making the pressure plays, making those heavy sort of pressure positions and forcing second to none into these pinholes, these pigeonholes that they just don't want to be in.
No, and you know, even though you have players like Benno going huge in this game, I mean, second to none aren't really on the back foot just yet. They just seem to be working well together as a squad. And if you're relying on one player stringing together killing sprees every single death, then you're going to find yourself in trouble. And I say that Hef here with that shot with the heat wave and the sizzle sticks, picks himself up a double, gets the triple kill. The fourth one's at the back, push in. The Team Immunity boys collapsing as a unit, clearing out those spawns, instantly 180 and push on through. And those 3 kills allowed Benno to pick up this camo as well. And look at this, he's just tagging, he's giving the information about what these players are doing. And look at this, perfect collapse. Hendra has no idea that Benno's right there with him, straight into the trap, and picks up a heat wave for his effort.
Slides off, quick, you know, that quick speed as well, grabbing himself the heat wave. Fantastic play from him. Such a good intel play. Just looking at him, giving his team the information that he needs. Unfortunately, gets shut down there, but everything that Benno did in that particular play there was fantastic to watch. Just giving the call-outs, pinging it, being like, yep, another one spawned as well. So his team knew exactly what they in for when they were in for when they came around P2, that top P side.
Yeah, and scoreline starting to bloat out a little bit in Team Immunity's favour. There's 10 points separating them so far. Yes, it is early game, but when things blow out this early, it does a lot of things to your confidence. You're a bit tired. You've been playing all day. You go up against Team Immunity, and they're already, you know, 10 points in front of you. It does start to mess with your head a little bit, Bluey. Now Hef's moving in. He gets shut down by Spectra right away, switching on board with Benno, jumping up, trying to find some players. They do have him not in his sightlines at the moment, but Chef sniffs him out and backs Benno off. Look at those red outlines of all the second to none players. They're all in complementary angles to each other, able to help each other out. But Spectra comes up, just 1v1s Benno and takes him out. Now on board with ads, throwing grenades, trying to respond to callouts wherever he can see him. But I do think that camo is also about to pop up. And for second to none, they're now only 1 round of slays behind. They have to get this next camo.
A good little comeback there from second to none, not quite touching the scoreline of Team Immunity just yet, but it was great to see how patiently they were playing. Exactly what we said, they were watching all those complementary angles as much as possible. Nice 4-shot coming out from Chef there. That's the kind of aim that he needs at the moment to make those crucial last-minute picks. Chef manages to grab himself the camo as well, so let's see what kind of play he decides to make with this. Looking at Benno now, pinging the yellow base. He's got to know that there is another player in yellow util as well. Get some good shots off. Multiple players in yellow util as Hendra did fall as well. Hef with the dynamos. Is that going to be enough damage? No, it's not to give him the upper hand. Does fall. Only 3 kills left in this difference for second to none right now.
Yeah, and the camo is keeping them in it so far. And how annoying was Benno there down front base, able to get away with his life there. Ad's just waiting around the corner, taking Chef down. Camo has run out, and so Chef did pretty well to utilize that entire camo and just picking up information for his team, influencing a couple of teams. What more can you ask for? And now he cops a grenade to the face, Caster's Curse. Now with Dante as he rotates through the blue base, trying to find some players to test out his battle rifle on. Hef right there next to him to make a push going in. Benno has fallen, and watching those angles, it does seem like they haven't got a lot of information on the map. I mean, Ads was right there next to him, yet he was nading off that angle, so Team Immunity maybe a little bit disjointed here, Bluey.
Yeah, it definitely feels like after second to none was able to slow down the game a little bit in that particular instance where you had 2 members in blue fridge and then 2 members in blue util. Team Immunity have been caught a little off guard. They lost a lot of the momentum that they had in the early game, but that being said, when you have absolute monsters like Benno and Hef on their side, it's going to take a lot for these team members on second to none to be able to shut it down, regain a lot of the pace that they had, because the score still is in the favor of Team Immunity. That at any point, Justin, this can drastically turn.
It really can. Now Hef with that camo though, this could be the difference maker. This could be the momentum shift for Team Immunity to close this game out. Second to none, in a little bit of trouble. They're trailing in kills, don't have the power-ups. Hef does get ratted out and taken down. Now Benno with that heat wave though, 4 points the difference. Second to none. They're only one rotation of slaves behind, but they just can't close up that gap. Team Immunity just holding so much pressure on them.
Huge amounts of pressure from Team Immunity. I think that's been the narrative with this team for a lot of today. They just know where to be and when to be, especially as a 4, as a coordinated 4. They're always on top of you. That, you know, for second to none right now, it must feel like they just can't breathe. Every position that they try to move into, Team Immunity is right on their backs, making sure to fish them out, get them out of any position they might not like. 4 kills left for Team Immunity to gather. The heat wave still in the hands of Dante right now. Make that 3 as Ads picks off GLS as they are moving in to yellow. Fridge right now, trying to see if they can get good chunks of damage as Ads is going to fly in. Fridge side stairs. Dante does get picked off by Hendra here. 2 more kills left to go. Make that 1. Hef might be able to challenge, and he does, picking up that last kill there. Huge play from Hef. 1 shot during that duel and just takes it. So much confidence from this man, and that's what we love to see from a member in Team Immunity. A man like Hef, who has played Halo for so long, he knows when he can win a fight, and you saw that right there. That's exactly, he was like, nah boys, I'm going to wrap up this Slayer. We're done, we're going up 2-0.
Absolutely. And I mean, Immunity just looked solid. That's how they looked. They didn't look dominant or anything like that. They just looked like a solid squad that knew what they were doing, knew what they wanted to do, and were able to execute. And I think individually, the guys on second to none seem to be going toe-to-toe with them. However, the teamwork of Immunity in that one was just a little bit too strong, I think.
Yeah, it just comes down to the team shots, the calls that are being made. I mean, we saw that one particular play from Benno, where it's like he just knew where the players were because obviously the people behind him were shouting out that you can turn, you can get a beat down. He's one shot. It was this play here. So it just was like he knew immediately, and then he also just had the confidence to turn and throw a grenade. He had that follow-up damage if that grenade hit. Anyway, that's what Team Immunity is so used to doing, just following each other up, backing each other up in every instance that they have in every fight that they take.
Yeah, it's been really good to see Immunity starting to hit their stride a little bit. Maybe they're busting off the rust and starting to become the Immunity of old, but second to none seem to be rising to the challenge. Yeah, they haven't been able to take any maps just yet, but these guys have been playing unbelievable because we're singing Immunity praises, but it's not like they're stomping second to none.
No, not at all.
They're very competitive games so far.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Second to none are still giving Team Immunity a lot to answer to. They're making sure that at no point Team Immunity can sort of put on the brakes, have a bit of a breather. You know, second to none are giving it back as much as what Team Immunity is giving to them. So just some fantastic players coming all around, and we are now down to the wire for these teams. If Team Immunity take this off sorry, second to none, my bad, a brain is fumbling right now, then that means Team Immunity punching their ticket up, getting flights and accommodation paid for them, and that's the elim for second to none. Second to none are going to be having to pay in the open bracket, Justin.
And, you know, that might be the best thing for them. I mean, looking at both teams is kind of, look at the perspective of Team Immunity, right? They've got plenty of LAN experience, and it's more about game time for them, and they can scrim and get ready, and then the LAN environment, they'll probably just switch it on like a light switch. But second to none, the more game time they have, the more experience they gain, I think is going to be more beneficial. But it won't really matter. Sometimes a nice flight across the country on the house and a comfy bed.
On the house and a room in the Hilton.
Yeah, exactly. That boosts your confidence a little bit as well. Get a little bit of room service, you know, fluffy pillows, you get fresh towels every morning.
Well, it's one of those paid, baby. Why not?
It's one of those things that just makes you feel a little bit more comfortable and like you deserve to be there. So maybe that can be the difference maker. And I know the old men in Immunity probably want a nice comfy bed to sleep in.
Well, exactly that, and they'll be able to sleep all the better tonight, Justin, if they manage to secure their spot. This is the last map that Team Immunity needs to win off of second to none if they want to convincingly punch their own ticket, their flights and accommodation to DreamHack. They still have a big fight ahead of them, as we do see a lot of members for Team Immunity sort of fall by the wayside in this particular instance. Hendra almost hitting that headshot there, but it's going to give him enough room to breathe, able to grab that OS as well. Now we're going to see these rotations come out. Second to none are going to be able to cap C here. Surely it's half capped. Adds locked down in the top of the vent here. Does drop down as well. So much room for second to none to play with. They've made a really good push off the break for them and their team.
They do. Hendra trying to Benno doing really well to win that 1v1 situation, getting the better of the overshield player there. And look at that triple cap for Team Immunity. When that second to none picked up that OS, had the sniper, I was like, what is Team Immunity doing? Like, they just let him get the OS for free. What they're doing was capping the strongholds.
I don't know how that played out for Team Immunity there, how they were able to turn that around so well, get them in a triple cap, and they're already, 50 points above second to none here. This is massive for them. Such a huge lead already in the beginning of the game, and seeing how sort of standoffish the Team Immunity tend to play when they get these leads, they just seem to hold out really, really well. It's going to be so tough for second to none to answer, but if we have the man who eats chips with a spoon himself, Chef, popping off with the sniper, playing ring around the rosy like he is and securing these kills, then second to none might just have an opportunity to claw their way back into this.
I mean, Chef just serving up the plays just there, wasn't he? Hitting those body no-scopes and then cleaning them up, taking out 3 players and still alive now, pushing through with his team. But Team Immunity on a small lead currently. That next OS has popped, and this is critical for second to none. They have to get this OS. And look at that, End Chef with the assist, the killing spree, and he's still alive. And Hendra has the heat wave and the OS. Good opportunity for second to none to bring themselves back into this game.
Very, very good stuff for Sheffy. He's currently 6-1, 3 assists in the bag as well. They're making a good rotation, capping A right now. This is going to give them the opportunity to stay on the board as much as possible, as long as they can hold the members of Team Immunity down in that B bend for as long as possible. It's going to give them so much more room to breathe. Unfortunately, Sheffy does get pincered there. Hendra still has some OS in the back pocket. Going to be able to challenge here. Decimates Hef with that heat wave. Does get picked off himself with a bouncy boy. At that last moment there, 2 members from second to none challenging C. Benno with that 4-shot onto Spectre. So much pressure on him then, but Benno keeping it calm, cool and collected. Beautiful shots ringing out from him. Weird little challenge here, meeting Grand Last Shadow up on top tower. And the teammate, Dante, does come around to clean him up. 2 members down from second to none. Make that 3. Once again, Team Immunity just being able to make a break for themselves, and a triple cap will come on board.
I mean, their time is just impeccable, isn't it? I mean, Benno was in a fight for so long. He didn't desperate those hills. He took his time, waited for the opportunity, and then he just got C for free, essentially. He got back down eventually, but they had a triple cap momentarily there, and Benno's still just lurking around there, being such a nuisance, and Ads getting away with his life there, using that repulsor to send off 1 player and getting the second kill. Grand Last Shadow doing well to take him out. Now Dante with that sniper rifle, and Shep has something to say about that. Dante on the back foot, just hanging down lower sandbags here and slamming that fresh mag into the sniper. He's backed off quite a bit. He does need to put some distance on. It seems like so much pressure is getting onto Dante, and it's hard to hit shots with that montage maker when everyone knows where you are.
I was waiting for it. I didn't want to say anything. I was like, hopefully he makes this headshot. Oh, that was good to watch. Good stuff from him. Dante coming out with those snipes. Gets the back smack onto Chef as well. Once again, we're seeing a triple cap from Team Immunity. This is such a strong, convincing play coming out from these absolute legends that we have in the ANZ scene. It seems like they really just want to end this one up quickly. They know that they're 2 mutts up. They have plenty to breathe, but they don't want to give any leeway to second to none. They don't want to let second to none come back into this competition, Justin.
No, the aggression is starting to heat up on their half, and Team Immunity probably just understanding that they can play good Halo and just going in, and rather than playing, you know, a little bit slower and more methodical, they're just going in. It's like, well, we know how to play, boys. We can just get in. We'll get in their faces and we'll take them out. And the scoreline is starting to translate. There's about 150 points difference currently. But Grand Last Shadow doing what he can right now is with his teammate there, has got the heat wave. Ads coming in with the collapse, taking him out, and Dante picks up one as well. So Immunity poised to make yet another push, breaking this setup. Benno finding Chef, taking him down.
Oh my God.
Hendra falls down as well. Team Immunity, they're out for blood, Bluey.
They're going to swap out B and C here, which is still going to put Team Immunity in the winning phases, ticking up their scoreline ever more. They don't really care if second and none gets C here. It's not an optimal position for them to have, especially when all the members of Team Immunity are just flying around the map like they are, putting as much damage down, getting the picks where need be. We do have 2 members of Team Immunity down at the moment as Benno looks to clutch up, take the kill onto C. Looks like he's going to cap this for himself as well. He's looking over at that OS. 10 seconds till that thing comes up. Chef is going to challenge from Brutes, does get taken down by Benno. A nice nade, but unfortunately not enough damage to take down the monster that is Benno. I like this little peek from Benno here. I think he's the only one challenging this OS though. 2 melees missed. Does get a kill. Killing spree for him. Their score is still ticking up, and Benno manages to capture this OS himself.
He does, and look at this, Chef. He's thinking he's getting C for free, but here comes Benno with that overshield. A nice play from Chef there. Doesn't connect this time, but he almost got that back smack. Benno trying to find those players. There's Grand Last Shadow trying to get B. He does manage to get it, but gets cleaned out instantly. Ads is taking C. Benno's on
Is
B.
this a triple?
This could be another triple cap. Second to none, in a lot of trouble. They are capping A, but here comes the Team Immunity collapse. They don't try and hold 3. They just keep rotating and flipping it on second to none. And second to none, they're literally just trying to get one back at all times.
Second to none are hemorrhaging so much now. Team Immunity have such a huge lead, and unfortunately for second to none, it's going to be so hard for them to keep up the pace for the rest of the game if they want to come back from this. B and C still in control of Immunity. Second to none taking C right now. That clock is ticking up, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to see another swap come out. Unless Henry can make a very sneaky play, does get pinched it off by Dante. The communication comes out. 20 points left on this for them to be able to punch their ticket. They're so close. They can taste, they can smell the airplane that they're going to be sitting on. They're going to be flying to Melbourne, taking that position for themselves. You can see Benno checking corners right now. 15 points left for them. The beatdown comes out. Boxer does come out as well. 9 points left for them. It's going to be so hard. Second to none needs to touch a point right now. In fact, they are. A and C are coming into their hands. The time is ticking up for Team Immunity. 4 points left for them. Benno picks up 2 kills. A killing spree as well. Needs to touch C to clear it. Rotate back to B, helping out Dante. Spectre is the last one on board, but he's taking shots in the back and it's cleared. Team Immunity manages to take it. Second to none are gone. They're going to have to play in the open bracket. Meanwhile, Immunity, they're on that plane. They're in the Hilton. The old lads take it.
They do. Incredible plays from them. Team Immunity, we all knew that they could do it, and they just had to show us how it was done, keeping us on the edge of their seats, and they do qualify for pool play, punch their ticket to DreamHack with hotels and flights provided on the house all the way there, and they're just sorted, sitted pretty.
I mean, if anybody would have thought, it feel like these guys were playing specifically for some flights down to Melbourne, but either way, it is still the qualification for these guys in towards DreamHack Melbourne at the pool play as well, lads, and that is the all-important part because they get to have their chance at playing for 50,000 American dollars and a slot to HCS Orlando. It wouldn't be a Halo LAN in Australia without Team Immunity, so I'm so happy that they're able to punch their ticket all the way to the event. What a dominant victory as well, right? 3-0, 250 to 47 there for the final on the Strongholds. Bluey, these guys seem like they came out, they were angry gaming, they wanted to get this one done, they wanted to secure their ticket, and they wanted to make sure they have 2 weeks of practice.
That Strongholds game really just solidified their position. I think we saw a couple of things in the first 2 games that were like, oh, okay, well, you know, second to none have the ability to come back from this. They can pick apart the members of Team Immunity, but it was just this third game, just this dominant performance, all in all throughout this live fire Strongholds game, really just showing that they were like, okay, enough is enough, we're wrapping this up, we're done so.
It definitely felt like that Benno was a massive menace across the entirety of the map. Felt like he was almost always rotating. Same with all the members of Immunity, but it felt like it was almost always Benno Cam. And it felt like that Immunity had a stranglehold at the entirety of the map, and they were doing such a good job at being able to control different parts of the map and making sure those rotations were being able to be felt by second to none. And as you said, Justin, in the cast, it felt like they were almost always chasing their tail, just trying to constantly get one back so they could get points on the board. And that's where a lot of the trip caps came in from Team Immunity. And I mean, this is a good showing from these guys, and I think this just kind of proves to us once again how strong Kit Bash have been today, being able to take down a Team Immunity that look like this today when it comes to Halo Infinite. And Justin, I'm so excited to see what these guys can do in pools as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting because Team Immunity played really well, and I was particularly impressed by Hef today. He was playing out of his skin, and a lot of time equal scoring and outslaying Benno on a couple occasions there. So that's the kind of Hef that you want on the Immunity roster, and with some extra practice under their belt to oil things out a little bit, they might be competing for that top spot at DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, a lot of the time that we talk about experience from these guys and experience on land is what these guys have in spades. We've got Ads here on the line. Let's bring him in. Let's have a chat to him, see how he's feeling after the qualification match with a 3-0 up against second to none. Ads, mate, it's good to have you back on the broadcast this time around underneath a different banner. So I want to talk about the roster shuffles for you specifically. Do you feel like this Team Immunity roster is the team that's going to be able to get you towards one of those titles once again?
Yeah, of course. Like, you're always going in for the win. We've got a load of veterans on our team, so you'd like to think that we're pretty good at Halo. We've got a bit of practice to go, obviously. I'd say, we've only really ramped up the practice in the last 2 weeks, and there's obviously like a lot of really good competition around. So yeah, I do honestly believe by the time the LAN comes, we could win the LAN, and I imagine there's going to be some awesome series down in Melbourne.
There we go.
Good stuff, Ads. You know, today, earlier on during the day, you managed to go up against second to none, and they took a map off you during that best of 5 that they had. What was the difference maker coming up against them again and pretty much just wiping the floor with them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose we had to have that loss against Kit Bash, you know, to sort of show us what we were doing wrong. We were playing a little bit frantic and not playing the way that Immunity normally plays. So we just sort of slowed it down a little bit against those guys and, you know, tried to single one of them out. And once we got a pick, then we can basically do whatever we wanted. So I think losing that series to Kit Bash and losing those games earlier on was good for us. And, you know, we do improve relatively quickly once we start practicing. So I think we just need to get some more series under our belts.
Yeah, and Ads, listen, it would be an understatement to say you've been around the block a couple of times in the Halo scene. Everything from garages, the internet cafes, halls across the country, over internationally, and now we're about to have the biggest ANZ Halo event we've ever had. What does that mean to someone like yourself that's kind of already done it all, but we're finally getting this big event in a big arena within Australia?
Yeah, honestly, mate, it's amazing. You know, going to Kansas City and looking at the setup that they had there, and it was just amazing. And to know that we're going to have something similar to that at DreamHack is like, it's an incredible feeling. I honestly can't wait to play on that main stage. And you know, it's what we all do it for. You know, there is the money, but we're all doing it for the glory and the love of Halo, and to be up on stage and hit a no scope and hear the crowd go crazy. You know, that's really at the end of the day what we all do it for.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, before I do let you go, Ads here, man, I got one last question. Obviously, you guys have had a boatload of experience on LAN and now going in towards DreamHack. I feel like that's going to be able to help you guys a lot. Do you feel like that experience for you guys is going to be able to get you guys to start fast in DreamHack, you know, start out pool plays with a very hot start, considering you don't have to worry about the nerves on LAN?
Yeah, definitely. I think as a team, we will be a LAN team. Not to say that we're terrible online, but I definitely do think we are a LAN team. It's just the sort of the way that we play. We do play calm and collected all the time, and nothing really affects us too much. And as you've said, between the 4 of us, we have so much LAN experience. So yeah, I think LAN will be the difference maker for us.
Definitely, mate. I'm super excited to see what you guys can bring together. I'm super excited to see what DreamHack Melbourne is going to bring us as well. So Ads, mate, congratulations on the qualification once again, and good luck at DreamHack Melbourne.
Thanks, guys.
See you, mate.
Thanks. It's always good to see Ads back here once again in the winner's circle. You know, obviously that BBR roster that did so much work at the Super going towards Kansas City and now coming back has been a turbulent time for Ads, and now seeing him come back into the winner's circle is always good. And having Team Immunity once again up in lights is always nice as well. So Blue, I mean, I think this qualifier, it probably ended the way that most of us would have expected. I personally probably would have expected second to none, maybe to get the other qualification point, but Kit Bash, man, they came out of the gates nice and strong, and being able to take down a big team like Team Immunity, these guys are going to be looking hot at DreamHack.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited to see how Kit Bash performs on main stage at LAN. It's going to be a completely, different experience for, of course, all of us viewing, us as casters on the desk, but for them playing, this is going to be like a dream come true. As we've been saying the entirety of, Infinite's sort of the first competitive year cycle that we've had, everyone has been waiting for this LAN at DreamHack. So to know that they have a position secure there is going to be massive.
I know, and it's going to be insane for us to be able to see what these guys can do. Also, special shout outs to our teams here in the elimination bracket who weren't able to get themselves that qualification. Second to none, Flow State, Vertex, Digital Nation, Bandits, Paradox, Esports. I think all 6 of these teams are going to be, fighting for those final 4 spots as we get towards our regional final at DreamHack Melbourne. Justin, I'm so excited that we've had such a tight showing of these teams when we take out the top 4 and exactly what it looks like, because that means that our open bracket matches are going to be so hyped. Just seeing the entire crowd hovering around those open stations as those games are being played is going to be absolutely sick.
Yeah, honestly, mate, I'm busting to go. It is going to be so much fun seeing everybody again in a LAN environment, and it's going to be an event that you just do not want to miss. So if you are on the fence about whether to go, even as just a spectator, make sure that you grab yourself a ticket, because it's just going to be one of those landmark events that people will be talking about for years to come. So you don't want to miss it. And mate, I'm so jazzed. It's going to be epic.
And it's going to be absolutely awesome to have everybody in the LAN and be a part of our regional final for DreamHack Melbourne. So let's have a look back and see which teams are going to be a part of it, because for those of you who weren't able to join us at the start of the show, you would have missed out on this. Divine Mind, Chiefs, Mind Freak, and Direwolves, our first 4-seeded teams in towards pool play, are the teams that got themselves a nice little day off here and were able to punch their ticket already to the regional final. And they've got 2 other teams who joined them from today, as we already did just say, Kit Bash as well as Team Immunity are going to be joining them a part of pool play. We've still got 2 more spots in those pools to give out, lads, and they're going to be given out at the regional final from the open bracket, and that means that those guys are going to have to fight all the way through on LAN, get themselves on the stage, and see if they can take down the juggernauts that we've got here. And I think, Bluey, the fact that we have these 6 teams so far, I'm so excited to see what they can put together. I still think that these open bracket teams can do some damage too on the broadcast.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
A frame break.
Yeah, getting too excited there, like getting too ahead of yourself. No, for sure. How this open bracket is going to go. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, like, this is really anyone's right now. Like, the teams that we have in there could be the opportunity for some huge upsets. It could be how everyone kind of expects. But right now, it's just, I really just think it's anyone's. There is about a week and a half, 2 weeks, until we come into that position of seeing these teams in the open bracket really fight for those positions. There's a lot of time to practice, and they're going to need to put that time in. They're going to need to get in the lab as soon as possible and nail down those strategies.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to put the little old birds out there and see if they can get all that extra bit of information for the next 2 weeks, because it is about 2 weeks time until we get towards DreamHack Melbourne, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a fantastic qualifier, and thank you once again for joining us for this wonderful day of Halo Infinite. That is going to be it from us here on the desk. Justin already got himself an early mug, so he's dipped out to go get himself some dinner. We're going to try and do the same, and we hopefully will be able to see you guys in Melbourne for DreamHack Melbourne, September 2nd to 4th. As always, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.